Yo! Did I?
No?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think, yeah, I got the audio right first try. Sneb, we're in the mix and it feels good. We're ready to go. I think you're actually too loud, though. I'm reducing you. I'm just going to mute you actually real quick. That's what we're really going to do here. But anyway, welcome, gamers. It's time for Ready Check Cup 3. We've got a really big tournament here for you today. It's going to be some pretty serious content here. We've got 12 up-and-coming teams, a lot of returning faces, which actually I'm particularly excited about, Snab. We've got new guilds. We've got some of the previous competitors back in the mix, going for a shot for glory here in the Ready Check Cup 3.
Oh, I am very excited about this. I think, Ready Check Up is one of those things where it just gives people an opportunity to jump in and try this thing. I think a lot of people get really apprehensive about competing, but Ready Check Up is supposed to be a little bit chill. It's supposed to be one of those things where you gather up your friends and you just go. Different people will take different levels of competition with it, but everyone's invited and it's just a good time.
Indeed. It absolutely is. Wait. Sneb is fresh, guys. Me and Seb are both fresh.
I'm fresh, yeah.
And actually, you know what? If either of us aren't fresh, I actually blame Sneb. Because, he was like, oh, man, let's do another cannon rush. How about another cannon rush? So that's the reasoning there. But anyway, we've got 12 teams, and we're about to get into it. And I do want to see some copy pastas this time around. I love this cute Gamer Girls copy pasta. As you can probably guess, they are playing, but let's go through who is in the mix right now. We have SG Pack. We have Gift of Envoy. We have Wicked Frogs. We have Elysium, Retired Misfits, Nostalgia, Stick to Plan A, SG Trouble, State of Flux, Team 99%, Cute Gamer Girls, and Team. So a lot of, what's actually interesting here, Sneb? A lot of NA today, actually. This is some NA gaming going on here.
Oh, we're representing. We're bringing back the raids on NA. It's pretty good. I'm most excited about Team personally because I think that is one of the most creative names of all time.
It is. I honestly do love to see that. Going with a name like Team, it's honestly exactly what we like to see. It's that kind of, that esports flair. It's exactly what Guild Wars 2 needs. And we're going to be basically getting into it right away, actually. We're more or less ready to go. Our teams are prepared, I believe. So let's just talk about the format a little bit. So we're actually changing up the format a little bit this time. So the elimination is a little bit less brutal until later on in the tournament. So we're going to start off as usual. With 4 rounds, with wings 1, 2, 3, and 4 sequentially. We'll then be scoring teams based on where they place in that round, in those rounds, and then the top 8 teams by rank will then move on to the round of 8. The round of 8 will actually be very similar to that. It will be random raid wings, non-repeating. Again, wings 1, 2, 3, or 4. 3 of those, again, will take the top 4 from that, and it's that top 4 that goes on to the final elimination stage of the tournament. And there, once again, you guessed it, we're going to be playing on some random raid wings, picked from wings 1 to 4, and the difference is here. This is where it gets a little bit exciting. The team that finishes last in each of those rounds will be eliminated. So we'll have our top 4, then our top 3, and finally, there will be a race between the top 2 to claim the tournament, to claim the Ready Check Cup.
The really fun part about those last few rounds is you're just trying to not be last. So even if you wipe, if someone else wipes, you're just racing to get to just be ahead of them, really. And so and then top 4 goes to top 3, goes to top 2, just a little bit more pressure each time until it's 1v1, and I think that's going to be really intense, really close. In the past tournaments, we've seen teams be literally seconds, within seconds of each other, and I don't think this tournament will be any different.
Absolutely. I think we're going to see some really exciting matches. And again, as I mentioned previously, I'm actually really excited to see the growth of the teams that we've seen play in a lot of previous events. A lot of returning faces here, Sneb, which is, of course, exactly what we want. We want to have things for players to work towards and things for players to kind of look forward to and get excited about. And, well, we're about to see exactly what that looks like in just a moment. So I think without further ado, it's time to get into it. Let's see what we've got going on. Of course, it's going to be Wing 1 first. Our teams are more or less going to be prepared at this point, of course. I think we'll just you know, we'll maybe watch a little intro for this raid wing while our teams are undergoing their final preparations. And then I hope all of my technology works. I have actually fixed it a little bit. The lag, the internet, well, my internet hasn't really got that much better, but the good news is that I believe something should run a little bit better this time. I've done some science, guys, done some technology. It's going to be great. Anyway.
So if you're new to Wing 1 here, or you're just new to raids in general, Wing 1 is just a classic. Obviously, it's the first raid wing that was ever introduced to the game. There are 3 main bosses, but actually an additional encounters and pre-events, if you will. The first boss you're going to see that's being explained on the screen is the Veil Guardian. Veil Guardian is a pretty interesting boss. You're going to see a lot of power-heavy compositions with a little bit of Condi mixed in, because the mechanics of the boss sort of force you to have a little bit of condition damage with one of the Red Guardians. But fun and somewhat little known fact about Veil Guardian is it actually has lower inherent toughness, which means that it's taking additional damage from power. So you're going to see teams absolutely blast this boss down. Some might go a little bit riskier, only 1 healer. Maybe some will put 2, and I guess we'll see. From Veil Guardian, you go to this sort of mini-game event. This is the Spirit Run. There's a standing in a circle simulator, which we'll all enjoy later. And then there's going to be a lot of portals. You're going to be portaling ahead, going to these different veils, hitting them down, and then you go to a little button mini game and you're done. Spirit Run is one of those things where people actually love it or they hate it. I have always thought of it as a very interesting mini game before the next boss. Following that, you're going to see Gorseval. This is an absolute DPS golem. Half of the mechanics don't even matter. If you absolutely blast this boss down, we're going to see some big damage here. And then from Gorseval, you'll go into another little mini game. Well, a little pre-event for Sabbatha where you have to kill some bandits. You'll probably see some pretty nice movement there with portals and such. And then we'll go eventually onto Sabbatha. Now, one thing that Wing 1 is really well known for is, again, that movement. You see Mesmers utilized here a lot, and that's because of their ability to portal around. Sabbatha, in fact, has a very interesting portal where people will try to portal right on top of the boss just as it's spawning so that they can save just a few more seconds. Sabbatha is one of the most interesting bosses because, well, you have cannons and you have to kill these cannons, otherwise they keep attacking the main field. Now, I'm going to be curious to see if people do any skipping entirely of cannons or if they do just a couple of them, and we'll see.
Yeah, and we're seeing that right now. The teams are underway,
here.
Snap. We are beginning right now. Of course, very classic strategy here. Everyone's going to be teleporting up here. This actually gives you a little bit of a speed boost. It allows you to get to these Guardians, this pre-event, very, very quickly. And then we're going to see all these groups bringing them together and blasting them down as quick as possible. We actually have a new team here. This team's wanted to play for a while, actually. Team 99% from NA. You can see the American flag there, Snap. Very NA moment here. And, of course, we have the Wicked Frogs, the returning team on the left side of my screen, at least for the time being. We've got some big gaming about to happen here. And I'm actually very curious about this wing, actually. I think Wing 1 is always a great place to start because, as you mentioned, there's a lot of movement, right? There is an awful lot of technology and strategy and navigation that moves through here. Of course, some raid wings, and we'll see this with Wing 4 a little bit later on, is that with Wing 4, it's basically just boss, 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 right? There's not really a lot going on in between these bosses. That is not the case with this wing. There is actually a lot of these kind of intermediary events that also require strategy and navigation to make it through.
Yeah, I think there's often a lot of misunderstanding in speedrunning full raid wings because you see all those boss records where they just absolutely blast down the boss and they have this really optimized comp. But when you're in a tournament like this, swapping becomes a little bit more complicated, and you need different things to navigate the pre-event. So you're always going to see classes included that have a little bit of an edge when it comes to movement, those portals, and Wing 1 is just full of that stuff. So this is going to be exciting. If you're trying to get into speedrunning and you're thinking, well, how do we speed up our wing times? The boss times are going to be important, but what's going to be most important is what you do in between the bosses.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right there. Like this, in fact, we've seen multiple tournaments, right, where things have been won or lost on a single portal. right? You know, I actually recall there was that boss portal you were actually mentioning previously on Sabbath, right? That was actually the difference. I believe that was in Ready Check Cap 1, if I'm not mistaken, actually, where a team was able to basically instantaneously win. I think that was Team Zeta, right? They were able to essentially win their match purely because they were able to pull off this particular portal strategy. So it can be incredibly important if that's the case. And we already have some very intense gaming going on here. And actually, I think you'll be happy to see this, Neb. SG Pack really powering ahead, actually, on this Veil Guardian. Already going into the second split phase. We see the cute gamer girls very much actually in hot pursuit as well. But all the teams actually very close together. We've got a 12-team roster, and I think we're going to have some very contentious rankings here. In fact, going into the round of 8, it's pretty close so far, actually, between all of these rosters.
Yeah, it's absolutely no surprise to me that those two teams in particular are, you know, coming out of the gates pretty strong. They have a little bit more experience now with these raid tournaments. They've been participating as much as they possibly can. And they've got a little, you know, fire under them. They want to win. They want to succeed. Yeah. And what I really love about the people or the teams that return is that they just keep coming back, even if they've faced some hardship, especially cute gamer girls, right? I believe it was Ready Check Cup 1, was it? Where they had that just travesty of a bug. Well, it wasn't really a bug, but you know what I mean. They had that like really unfortunate. They didn't trip the wire in time.
Oh yeah, the wing too. Yeah, super frustrating. Yeah,
yeah, that is devastating. But you know, they didn't complain. They obviously felt like it sucked, but then they went, you know what are we gonna do? We're gonna compete even harder next time. And I love that. I think that is the true heart of a competitor, and it's good to see them back again, of course.
It absolutely is, and I think that's a really interesting point that you bring up there, and something that, it's one of the things that can be easy to overlook. I really do think that the teams that actually play consistently in these tournaments, they're going to find themselves having a really big edge. We've seen a lot of incredibly good teams actually struggle with the pressure, right? Because it is a very different environment. It's one thing to be essentially speedrunning, right? In your own time, privately, you can reset if you need to, right? You can go again, but there is something very different about taking this into that live environment. And the teams that have played multiple times, they're going to be more adept at handling these mistakes that will happen in a run like this, and handling the pressure and the intensity of this environment going head-to-head live in competitive raiding. And that's exactly what I think, again, teams like Pack, like the Cute Gamer Girls, like, of course, the Wicked Frogs, they're going to have that edge that can really make the difference.
Yeah, nothing can really prepare you for being, in the spotlight and under a lot of pressure other than just doing it. So the more reps you get in a situation like this, the more real experience you get, the better you're going to do the next time and the next time and the next time. And if you have the endurance and the fortitude to go, man, you know what, that first round, it was really tough for that first tournament, and you come back for more, you're going to be better off for it. So yeah, kudos to these returning teams. I think it's really exciting.
It absolutely is. We love to see it. Teams getting back into the mix. It's pretty epic gaming. I'm going to try and, just kind of go through the teams, see where everyone's at. For now, let's take a look. Let's see what's going on. We have Stick to Plan A. And now this is actually where I see a lot of content. This is actually a... What is the resolution on this? This is not actually... I believe this is a 16 by 10 stream snap, as opposed to the regular resolution. And you know what? I like that. That's actually pretty Giga Chad. And we also have State of Flux, another returning roster actually in this team, also kind of on the Gorsal pre-event. We see everyone just capturing the circles right now. A little bit of downtime. Classic Wing 1 situation. Can actually be very intense actually if you are going for a speed run, because you just have to kind of like mull over what's going to be happening coming up next. But so far, I'm not really seeing any major mishaps for these rosters. People are just kind of going about their business, blasting through this wing. And I think we're going to see a little bit of things starting to open up as we go into the next segment. A lot of movement, a lot of portal stuff going into the Spirit Run, of course, and then transitioning efficiently from the minigames and from the trash events directly into the bosses, Gorseville and Sabbather. Definitely we're going to see some divergences in strategies, which will, of course, lead to some divergences in times as well.
Yeah. I love the standing in a circle simulator.
Yeah, it's good.
It's the best. I think it's even better when, nobody takes it seriously. Really, imagine you're in like a pickup group.
Yeah.
And then everyone kind of, they go, you know, I'm going to go make a pizza real quick and let everyone else handle this.
Yeah.
And then the
Then
ball
it's
hits
over.
the ground.
Yeah.
And everyone dies. And then, you know, by law, 3 people immediately leave because they cannot handle having to do it again. It happens every time.
Oh. I was trying to look at Team Nostalgia, but the embed hasn't loaded yet. Because actually, Team Nostalgia, this is a pretty exciting team, actually, because, you know, look, we're about to see if money is going to lead to a victory here. Does having all the gold in the entire world allow you to win the raid tournament? Because, of course, a bit of a familiar face here, in fact, actually, Sneb. It's going to be Enko playing here on Team Nostalgia. Here as well. Actually, they are still on the Gorseval Spirit Rod, actually. Wait, oh, I believe we must have seen a wipe, actually, judging by that. So if we take a look at that stream, I'm noticing here that, yeah, they are actually right at the start of the circle capturing event. We must have actually missed that action, unfortunately, because, yeah, they are right at the start of it, whereas many teams have actually already accelerated past this. Retired Misfits, they're actually done. They're about to go onto the button minigame right before Gorseval. Wow, this is going to be a very competitive Wing 1, actually. This is going to get very, very crazy indeed. Wicked Frogs in a similar scenario here. They're also going onto this button thing. So what they have to do here, there is a big room full of ghosts, and there are 5 buttons that you have to stand on. So it's a case of assigning players to go there, using portals to navigate quickly. We see a portal being used from Retired Misfits to get over there as quickly as possible. And then it will be on to Gorseval directly after that.
Teapot, I've got 5 windows open right now, and my brain is basically exploding. But I'm taking a look at Pack and Retired Misfits at the same time, and they are neck and neck.
It's
they
very
are
close.
So close to each other.
It's the same with Wicked Frogs, by the way. Wicked Frogs are also very, very, very close indeed to a lot of these rosters. Wicked Frogs, Pack, and
it even looks like Trouble is right in there. They're very close as well. Oh, no, they're a bit behind. Sorry, I made a mistake.
Yeah, Trouble a little bit behind. Yeah, a little bit behind, but, you know, it's still anyone's game. Like, lots of mistakes can happen. This is a wing that can be mistake-prone 100%. It absolutely can. And here we have it. We see again, as you mentioned in the introduction, this is a bit of a DPS golem encounter. You can see that they're simply keeping the boss very, very still, and then it's going for all-out blast. In fact, I think the more interesting thing about this fight is actually the intermission that we see our teams going into here. Because, of course, they have 4 ghosts they have to kill in order to start the next phase and get the boss vulnerable again. And, of course, that's where the coordination can come in. Players need to have crisp burst rotations and, of course, have the right amount of DPS at each of those ghosts so that they die at about the same time to maximize the efficiency of the uptime the players have. Both teams do, well, in fact, both teams I have on screen right now, and I imagine a lot of the other ones too, are performing this very well, which is big. Cute Gaming Girls just getting into Gorseval there, funnily enough.
Team is actually just a little bit ahead of Cute Gamer Girls. I'm that's really cool because I think Team was a bit of an underdog. In fact, I think they played in Benchmark Brawl, if I'm not mistaken, maybe under a slightly different name. A few of these people are at least similar. And I think they either got last or they were one of the lower teams. And they were kind of joking about it after. And they're like, oh, we're going to come into Ready Check Cup, ready for more. And they're competing. They're doing really well here. You're up there with the teams that have quite a bit more experience. So I'm impressed.
Yeah, and, I think that I think we're going to do a little bit of a, maybe patting ourselves on the back here a little bit, but I do think that we have actually kind of arrived at a very competitive environment that we're looking for. These teams are close, Snap. They are very close, actually, across the board. There's not that much in it. Retired Misfits have now finished off Gorseval, by the way, so that is now over. That is done. They're now moving on to the final encounter at just 11 minutes into the swing, which is a very respectable time, especially seeing as we are actually, this is a fairly restricted rule set for this tournament to make it more accessible to entry-level teams, so you can't do any super crazy map-breaking stuff or anything like that. So we're at a very respectable pace, actually, for clearing this raid wing. In fact, if you're doing a pug raid, you're still going to be looking at the boss about 10 minutes in, right? Everyone just AFK, just doing nothing. So very good pace here from all these teams.
Very, very impressive.
I don't know who's winning, by the way. Do you have an intuition, a feeling on who's winning? Because it is very close.
I think
actually.
Pack and I mean, I'm only got 5 windows open, so you said Wicked Frogs are pretty close as well.
Yeah,
I'm looking at Pack and I'm looking at Retired Misfits right now, and they are literally they're in like the exact same spot right now.
Yeah, and let me tell you, I've got Wicked Frogs up. They are also in the same spot. Oh, I do love this from Pack, though. They're doing the portal. This is actually big. If teams don't do this, this is huge. Because actually, there's a little bit... Let's nerd out here a little bit, Sneb. What this portal that we see from Pack allows you to do, it actually allows you to line up your DPS with the boss's mechanics way better. Because what will happen is, the boss will start her flamethrower attack, but not go invulnerable yet. This means that you actually over-damage the boss. So when she comes back, you don't get the full value out of your burst. Because what ends up happening is that you do too much damage to the boss, so she's too low when she comes back. So what you want to do is you want to actually skip that first flamethrower entirely. This gives you a much better alignment with your damage cooldowns. Pack pulling that off is big. However, Wicked Frogs actually had a...
Misfits are ahead.
Yeah. I think Pack had a slight mishap with their intermission, with their trash there.
I think they struggled to kill all the bandits. I think that's what happened. There was some confusion there.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, there was a... Oh, Wicked Frogs didn't actually get the DPS check. That is probably not the end of the world, for sure. Retired Misfits didn't either, I believe, actually. So both teams in a similar situation. But yeah, Retired Misfits and Wicked Frogs right now, they're within seconds. They are within seconds of each other's gameplay currently. This is one hell of a round to start off with.
Misfits is a new team.
Yes,
they have not competed before at all. They're big fans of the tournament. I know actually Bug was on my static for some time and then left the static in order to start training for this tournament specifically. So they've been going for a few months now. They're I think a bunch of old friends, and they're blasting. I'm really impressed.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Boss coming up here to 50% here on Sabbather. Let's just take a look where everyone else is. Yeah, Gift of Envoy is definitely in the mix there as well. We have Cute Gamer Girls just starting up on Sabbather as well. Nostalgia is finishing off Gorseville. And yeah, I think we're just going to take a look at this actually for the remainder of this wing. It's going to be Wicked Frogs versus Retired Misfits head-to-head, I think, for the finale. I want to say the Wicked Frogs actually a hair in the lead right now, actually getting into that second mini-boss at 50%, with Retired Misfits hot in pursuit, though.
I think it's going to be whoever can really just pull out the damage here. Oh, there's a few people down on Pack. Ooh.
Oh, actually, no. I think I actually misspoke there. No, I actually slightly misread the situation. It's Retired Misfits who are the ones ahead, actually, in fact.
Oh, yeah. They're way ahead right now,
yes.
It looks like.
Yeah. I did not see the health bar correctly.
Somebody go completely down. Oh, no. They've recovered. They rallied, I think.
Yeah, they are back up. Yep, it looks like they are pretty much good to go in that regard, actually. Retired Misfits now going into the final 25%. I believe that's very similar for the Wicked Frogs too, actually. What's actually interesting here, Sneb, is their phase timings are desynced. You'll notice that both bosses have gone invulnerable, but Wicked Frogs actually got to the mini-boss later, but their boss health is lower. It's actually very close. This is going to be very, very interesting, actually, between these two rosters. This could be really, really close. Wicked Frogs now finishing off their boss. I think this actually does give them the edge because their boss is ridiculously low. Both bosses now back here. Who is going to get this first? I believe it's going to be Wicked Frogs taking the victory here in Wing 1 in just a moment. Can they do it? Flamethrower comes up. They just got to finish the boss now. Are they going to get it? Are they going to clear this wing? Is it over? I believe it is. Yeah, 15 minutes and 22 seconds. I think that is a Wicked Frogs victory. I'm not sure, though, because, again, we had a lot of streams going on here. So who knows? Maybe someone else won and we missed them. But a very respectable performance there from them. Wow. And Retired Misfits
just cleaning up here, and it looks like Pack is going to be done here in just a second. Cute Gamer Girls are in the last 25% as well.
Yep. Yeah, they absolutely are. And what a round to start off with. Very intense. We love to see that. Again, you know, it's always the most exciting, right? When we have these teams when they're kind of within 20, 30 seconds.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. What's going on?
Oh, no.
Wait, what's happened?
Look at Pack. They just had 2 people down. 3 people are in downstate.
They should be able to finish it. They should be fine.
Grind it out, otherwise they're gonna wipe. Oh, it's so close.
No, they should be fine.
4 people full dead now, Teapot. Oh,
I think they're going to be okay. Yeah, they'll be all right here. They're going to finish it. But that is a painful time loss, though. And bear in mind, the format here does incentivize you doing well, right? So you do not want to be losing time.
Girls just finished as well.
Ooh,
that's actually interesting because I'm not sure what the delay is on those 2 teams in particular, but those downstates could have caused that to be very close to Gamer Girls.
I have the delay a little bit longer on Pack Stream. However, bear in mind, our administrators will be actually manually checking times if they are close. So do not worry about that. They'll go through the VOD if necessary to make sure that all the times are correct. A little bit difficult. Apparently, Flint still doesn't have the Sky Scale, by the way. Massive expose there. and also the game got closed. Pack is now showing us some kind of anime background. I didn't know you allowed weeaboos in your guild, Sneb. What's up with that?
You know, all are welcome in Skane Gang.
Team also just finishing up, by the way. Love to see that. So a lot of the SG teams actually pretty even with each other. Certainly with Pack leading, of course. I believe. Let's see. What else do we have going on? I believe we're kind of getting to the end of the round here with a lot of teams kind of finishing the job. Yeah, Team with the 1656. They're actually using the speedrun tool, the live split tool, to actually record their own time. So that's
Couple's just getting to the last 25% here, so they're going to finish off Sabbatha pretty quick as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things that you pointed out earlier, the thing is just really interesting about Sabbatha is the DPS timing. There are very particular DPS checks with regards to when Sabbatha does some of her mechanics, that flamethrower in particular, and it's just very cool to see that executed so well by so many teams.
Yes, it really is. That was beautiful content, Snap. That was beautiful content. What a good start. Incredible. I love it. We have now blasted. And of course, it's going to be a Wing 2 coming up next, actually. And I'll give a bit of an update on the scores. Our spreadsheet will be being updated shortly. And of course, I will be able to show that on stream as well. But again, just going to be waiting for our spreadsheet to actually get updated. So while we wait for our teams to prepare for Wing 2, actually, so we can kind of get into it. Wing 2 is going to be coming up next. Let's see what Wing 2 is going to look like. You're a Wing 2 enjoyer, Seb? You're a Wing 2 fan?
Oh, you could say that. Yeah. You know, I really enjoy Wing 2 in particular because the Sloth is just this massive obstacle blocking your progression through the rest of the raid.
It's just there.
I remember when I was first learning about raids in general, and I got to Wing 2, and I was like, ah, yes, a sloth. And you know, typically in the media, you see sloths portrayed as these rather docile, you know, very nice little creatures. People really like them, apparently. But then you fight this sloth, and you go, wow, this sloth breathes fire, and it has wiped my group over and over and over again. There was one time when, you know, I was fairly new to commanding and everything. I spent 5 hours hugging sloth. I think I went through 40 different players. And it was a rough time. So when you get to Sloth, the idea here is you know, at a high level, Sloth, you can deal so much damage so quickly to Sloth that you can almost burst through some of the mechanics, which are kind of fun. There are some really interesting things you can do to stop Sloth's mechanics in general. For example, if you use a Mesmer and you use Distortion, you jump up and down in the hitbox, the shakes will just be completely negated. From Sloth, you know, you have a bit of a transition over to the Bandit Trio. Bandit Trio is, well, Teapot, I'm just going to say it. Bandit Trio is my personal least favorite encounter in the game. But it is a test of endurance, and it is really just a setup for a lot of movement for the rest of the wing. In Bandit Trio, there's 3 different bandits that you fight, but they're on a bit of a treadmill. You can't really speed up the fight very much. But while that's going on, we're probably going to see a bunch of teams use various Mesmers to portal around for the next part, which is the pre-event to Matthias. Matthias is actually one of my favorite bosses in the game. I think it's super fun. And you're going to see a lot of Mesmers using things like feedback to reflect back this attack so that the boss can become vulnerable. There's a lot of... you have to be very careful on Matthias, because if one person goes down at the wrong time in the wrong spot, or one skill is used incorrectly and it's, you know, projectile...
You can throw a tournament. That can happen. You know that
the whole thing can be completely destroyed. So, yeah, it's an interesting time. I think if we're gonna see any team really wipe, it's gonna be right at the beginning at Sloth,
or right at the end.
Right at the end at Matthias.
Yep, you are absolutely right.
And it is tough because we've seen in the past, in past tournaments, the Sloth can claim you, and then you have to fight and fight and fight to not just totally give up, because right at the beginning with one of the harder bosses or harder encounters in the wing, in fact most people actually think Sloth is the hardest boss in the wing right at the beginning. If you fail there, it's hard to mentally come back, so teams are going to be really focused on just getting through Sloth and doing well.
Yep, they absolutely are. There's a lot of time saves here. Again, mostly on the intermissions, right? Like particularly on that Matthias event at the end. Of course, you have that. You got to be careful not to actually bug out the entire raid wing. You can actually soft lock yourself on this one, which is a lot of fun, of course. There's a lot of movement here. I think one of the more fun raid wings to actually go for a speed run. A lot of tech, a lot of very aggressive boss strategies that you can come across, and quite risky as well. You definitely mentioned the sloth here, and there's some stuff that you can go for, stuff you can try and pull off that can be very, very aggressive and have a pretty high chance of causing some problems for your group if things go a little bit wrong, or if you don't have enough damage, or if you end up messing up the strategy. So again, I think you're absolutely right. The sloth is here. It will maybe roadblock some of the teams from getting their way into the next section there. Then the teams do have that bandit trio, that time gated event. But in some ways, the time gate thing is not that bad. In fact, I think in this wing it almost serves a purpose now, because of course we see this all the time, right? But what teams actually end up doing here is they use that time gate to set up a series of portals through mesmers and thieves in the next section of the raid. And yeah, sure, do you need all of the time gate to do that? No, you don't. But it does actually enable a lot of really interesting movement, as we'll often see portals chained in the next phase, using both Mesmer and Thief to navigate the next segment of the raid extremely efficiently and extremely quickly to clear out all of the bandits in the ruins. So yeah, Bandit Trio, not the most exciting fight in the universe, but I think does actually serve its purpose when it comes to the speedrun scenario.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sloth, again, is just so fascinating, because what's going to happen at Sloth is teams have to make a call about how risky they play. And if you choose to play risky, you will get a massive time save if it works. If you fail and the risk doesn't pay off, you will get extremely punished by it. So I'm very curious to see which teams decide to play, maybe a bit riskier. Maybe they just want to save those extra 10 seconds or so. And which teams are like, look, we just got to get through this boss, and we know that some of the risk takers will probably fail, and we're comfortable with that.
Yeah, and that is the nature of it, right? That's the nature of the live format. Yeah, that's it. That's what it's all about. Oh, and actually, before we get started, we are...
Did you show the standings already?
I cannot, because there's a little bit of double checking going on, a little bit of timer analysis happening.
It's probably very close.
Yeah,
which two teams were close?
Very close ones. Very, very, very close memes. So stay tuned for that. Yeah. The standings are on their way. I don't know which ones were close. The admins will tell me shortly, I believe. But I can tell you that preliminary, it looks like it was Wicked Frogs taking the victory, then Gift of Envoy after that. But after that, I've got no idea. We'll be getting up very, very soon. And yeah, once we have confirmation on the results, we can go ahead and show them on the stream. I am working on a little bit of gaming, a little bit of memery going on for the website at some point, but weren't able to get that done this time around. So I'm afraid we're stuck with good old Google Sheets for the time being, but have no fear, my friends. I do actually have a plan to make sure that we do have a page on the website that you'll be able to look at and see the standings as they unfold live. Very exciting.
Oh boy, there's a couple teams that it looks like they were within 2 seconds of each other.
Yeah, exactly. It's very close stuff. And one thing that I actually have been appreciating here, check this out, Sam, I'm liking this. Have you been seeing the Twitch chat? People have actually been doing a good job, in my opinion, of spamming some copy pastas. I see some Wicked Frogs ones. I see some Cute Gamer Girls copy pasta. I see a Team 99 copy pasta as well. And that's the kind of stuff that we need, right, in my opinion. We need more of this. We need every team to have their own spam that has various emotes in it. Could have some frogs, could have some eagles, could have some, I don't know, like some sunglasses.
We really need one for Team.
For Team.
We need somebody really creative to make one. I was trying to think of what I would write, but then I completely blanked. I've got nothing.
Yeah. It is hard to come up with a good one, isn't it? But I mean, I guess with Team, they haven't exactly got much to work with either. Although you could lean into that. You could just make it deliberately ridiculous. Maybe it could include Sneb Slug.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah.
It's good. It's a good emote.
Yeah, what are your thoughts
You
on
could even
the
get your own Sneb Slug mug.
I actually haven't bought one, and I need to get on that, actually. I'm going to buy a Sneb Slug. It's a high-quality mug, right? It's one of the ceramic ones, I think? Is it? It
is, yeah.
Yeah.
High
High-quality
quality.
Sneb Slug. What are your thoughts on that emote?
You know, I actually think it's one of the greatest things that AI has ever produced.
Yeah. Yeah.
Personally.
I think it resonates with us all. Like, we've all felt that way. Waking up in the morning a little bit too early, getting ready for work or school or whatever. I think sometimes you are the slug.
You look at that and you just so strongly identify with it, right? You're like, I am the slug. The slug is me.
Yeah. You know that slugs broke into my house?
Oh, you let them in.
I didn't let them in. No, I didn't let them in. I go downstairs, get a lovely cup of tea, and I see 3 slugs crawling up the wall.
Oh. Is this a true story?
Yeah, this actually is true. Yeah.
Wait, they just have slugs just randomly breaking into your house in the UK? What is this?
Yeah. Pretty much. They just crawled in. Yeah.
It's nasty.
Yeah, I just put them outside. They probably prefer it out, though. Probably not much to eat for them inside the house, to be honest. Not ideal.
I have a very important question for the chat. Did the headband distract you from the fact that I am putrid? This is very important because, you know, the lighting makes it so that Teapot forgets that I'm an emaciated ghoul. But does the headband distract from the fact that, you know, I sound like I've slightly died?
You know, I thought you were going to open with the in-joke and say, let's imagine that your friend is at the door, being devoured by an anaconda. Would you save them? I was almost expecting that, just to get in there and just unleash, just drop the meme on them again.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good meme.
Yeah, you're welcome, by the way, Sneb, for doing I-100. You're absolutely welcome. You know, you were like, oh yeah, you know, I want to do I-100. You know, I actually think it was funny. You underestimated I-100. You were like, oh yeah, we're gonna be in and out. It will take like an hour. And I said, yeah, bro, it's 4 hours. Enjoy. I didn't let you leave. There was no escape for you.
This incident very differently because I remember you were like, Sneb, bro, Sneb, you want to do I-100? And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. And in my mind, I was like, oh, probably like low time commitment. You know, these gamers are just gonna blast through, no problem. It's like a 5-hour commitment where you're just grinding on the eye over and over and over again.
Yes. Indeed. I just got confirmation that we're about to get into it. Let's do this. Prepare yourselves, my friends. Wing 2 is coming right up. We're loading into the mix. Get ready to blast. It's Wing 2. Are you a slubling? Do you enjoy becoming the slubling on this? I'm
a slippery slubling.
Would you say that you enjoy slipping your slub?
I don't know. That sounds like some kind of strange euphemism. So I'm just going to say that I am a slippery slubling. You know?
Okay. What are your thoughts on adding...
Have you ever slugged, Teapot?
Wait, what the hell is that? What is slugged?
Slugging. Have you ever slugged?
I think you told me about this before. What is that?
It's where you like cover at least your entire face in Vaseline.
No, I haven't done that. No.
Oh.
I mean, when are you doing the promised slug stream? By the way, guys, okay, here's actually, I'm going to leak this now. If any team from SG wins this tournament, Sneb will do the slug stream. That is to say, he will cover himself in Vaseline and just wriggle around on the floor. Live.
Watch all the other teams just drop out immediately so they can witness this.
But anyway, we're into the mix here. And again, very much like in Wing 1, there's just basically one opener that you go for here. Like, I think the big difference is going to be how teams actually approach this boss, how much of the floor they're going to clear. Because the more you move the boss, obviously, the more damage uptime you're going to lose. Like, the harder it is to DPS the sloth down. So you can be super, super aggressive and minimally move the sloth, which of course does make it a little bit risky. You have to be very careful with your space management. You have to have very, very high damage, very good crowd control to break through the Defiance bars. And that's how you're going to end up saving time on this, is essentially by your execution of the more aggressive strategies. And of course, by clearing a lower amount of the room, because of course, you eat a blue mushroom here, you turn into a slobbing, you eat the mushrooms. And of course, that means you're not attacking the boss while you're doing that. So you want to minimize that while also making sure that you actually have enough space. Probably going to be seeing 2 shroom strats here. So in other words, eating twice. We see that here from the retired Misfits, getting that second eat in. Let's see where Pack is. Oh, I think they're going to go big. Yeah, they are playing very aggressively here, actually, just eating that second mushroom, going for some very minimalistic movement here. Oh, love that invuln there as well. That's good. They're really going for it. That's a slightly annoying.
Did you notice that? Pack has somebody dead.
Oh, I didn't see that, actually. Yeah, they absolutely do. Well, that's unfortunate for them. That's unfortunate.
I think they're going to lose another one. Oh, my.
Oh dear, yeah, this is definitely not ideal for Pack. I mean, they should be able to finish the boss. I don't think this is going to be too much of an issue for them overall, as we see them kind of just getting into the very final stages of this boss right now. But yeah, obviously not ideal there for Pack to lose so many players early on. That's really going to slow them down here. I think their pace is still pretty good. For example, we actually see that even despite their losses, they're actually doing quite well with compared to Team 99. Team 99 actually already did lose a player of their own, actually, so as you predicted, Seb, this is definitely a boss that is fairly likely to cause some issues, even for highly seasoned teams.
Oh, yeah. Wow, this is very close. All the teams that I'm watching are all killing the boss at pretty much the exact same time, or within 5 to 10 seconds of each other.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and actually, this is going to be so... I'm actually I'm gonna get a little toxic, Snub. Can some of these teams play a little bit worse, real quick? Because this is very hard for me to keep track of. I don't know about you, but I'm getting a little bit lost in the weeds here. Because we actually see Stick to Plan A and Nostalgia, and of course the Misfits, and I believe Cute Gamer. Oh no, Cute Gamer's still on Sloth actually. But a huge amount of these teams, yeah, Gift of Envoy, they've all made it past the Sloth at about the same amount of time, and they're moving into the Bandit Trio event. And actually, we do have a fun perspective I hear, I believe, from Grimjack on Team Nostalgia. I'm actually going to leave this up because honestly, there's not much super interesting going on in the actual boss fight here. Realistically, it's just a case of cleaning up some trash mobs and waiting for mini bosses to spawn. But we'll actually be able to see the portal setups that are being used by Team Nostalgia. Now, I think every team will have a slightly different flavor of this. There's obviously optimizations you can do, but there's going to be slight variance here just because of it's a fairly wide open sandbox style thing that you can do. But we are going to see the portal setup by our Mesmer here as well. We also see the Thief. We can see the Daredevil on the Team Nostalgia's roster, which again is going to be pretty common in my opinion, because it does allow some more portal shenanigans later on as well. A lot of Necros too, actually. Very exciting. Necromancer Gaming. Stick to Plan A also in the Trio too, by the way. Everyone is kind of blasting here.
For a long time in the Skane gang, we of course have this little internal leaderboard where teams can submit times, and then it ranks them, and they have different target times they're trying to meet as teams and whatever. But there's always been this rivalry among the teams about who can get the fastest Bandit Trio log, because the only thing that matters in Bandit Trio is the last boss. How fast can you kill that? And for a time, there were teams that were like 0.2 seconds off each other, and they've just... It became quite the hot topic. Everybody wanted the top Bandit Trio log.
Okay. And who's winning?
Well, now, I haven't actually kept up with it in a while. It was like really, really popular for like 6 months. I think actually Pack had it for a long time, and then my team, Skane, had it for a while, and somebody else took it. It passed back and forth for quite some time.
Everyone's in the same spot, Snub. I don't know who's winning.
Yeah, it's super
who's
close.
winning?
I have nothing to say. They're all just... I actually wonder if, every team is just a copy of one team, and we're just watching one stream.
Yeah. Maybe they're actually doing this on purpose. Do you think they just kind of got together? Oh, yeah, let's mess with them a little bit. Wouldn't it be so funny if we all did the exact same time? Ooh.
I'm sure the admins would love trying to figure out, who got 0.2 seconds faster on the last boss.
Are you an enjoyer of the add-ons on display here? I actually particularly like this from Elysium, Take a look at how much of the screen is covered by arc DPS. This is like an actual gamer. Are you aware that if you're an actual gamer, most of your screen has to be covered by add-ons?
Yeah. You know, I would like to see them just go full add-on and really just have a spreadsheet up. You know, they input numbers and it kills the boss.
Well, you know what's really interesting, actually? And this is something that we see from Pack, and in my opinion is very intelligent. The Pack player is using Blish. Right, which not only has mechanic notifications, it will call mechanics for you. You can also place markers, reminding you where to place portals, reminding you to swap your build, for example. Just like a visual reminder of that. And by the way, you might go, wow, that's a noob move. Funny enough, this has actually been utilized in the high-end raid tournaments as well. In other words, in the pinnacle raid tournaments. For example, the teams that played in the Hardsuck raiding party, in the Elitist raiding party, they used Taco back then because Bliss was less of a thing. But actually, in all high-end tournaments with a lot on the line, with the real money prizing, this has also been a technique that's been used, actually. And if you think about it, no shit, right? Because it gives you a strict advantage. So why would you not use it? It makes, you know, it allows you to have that mental backup that allows you to produce mistakes and therefore improve your consistency overall, right? So in my view, it's pretty intelligent here from Pack to actually put the effort into setting this up, no?
I just think it's using tools correctly. I mean, I would do the same thing if I was in their shoes. I would try to give myself every edge possible that's within rules. And frankly, I think these add-ons are just really smart. It's just a blueprint. It's the game plan. It's making it more accessible for your team to understand what to do and allows them to execute in a way that makes sense to them. Exactly.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see, you know, like how much effort and like how these tools can be utilized. And bear in mind, you know, it is all using the official API. I will say that it's maybe a little spicy, you know, it's kind of a little bit of a gray area, I think, with a lot of this stuff, to be honest. But that's always going to be the case, in my opinion, overall. And I think Pack, yeah, they're about to actually do the setup here, I believe. Yeah, they're just portaling up some players, and they're going on to the final encounter very, very shortly, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be happening soon. Yeah, State of Flux still on Bandit Trio, Elysium Bandit Trio. I don't think anyone's actually made it out just yet. And yeah, you can see here from Pack, because one of the things that can actually be a little bit tricky is knowing like certain timers, like when you need to place your portal, like when the final boss is going to spawn. And you can see we actually have a timer here, right? That's actually fully in play here on the Pack player screen that's going to tell this particular player exactly when particular events are happening.
Yeah, I actually would like to see more sort of beginner statics use these kind of tools. I think one of the things that a lot of beginner statics really struggle with is a lot of turnover. You know, if you're a pretty new raid player, you're going to likely play with a lot of other newer raid players. And some people are just like, you know what, maybe this isn't for me, or maybe they're slightly less committed. Maybe it's a bit difficult to get all on the same page with strategies. But if you have this, all of your strategies essentially just laid out that somebody else can just load into and go, okay, well, you know,
Nostalgia's done. Exactly Nostalgia's done. Here we go. Here's the skips.
Oh.
I had to cut you off there, Sneb, but we've got some action coming. And here we go. I think that might be the first team making it through, if I'm not mistaken.
Portals begin.
Oh, man, this is close. Take a look at this, Sneb. Nostalgia and Stick to Plan A are absolutely neck and neck. Oh, another Mesmer portal being set up here by Plan A. What this does is this will ferry players directly through this jumping puzzle, as you can see here, allowing them to spread out and quickly deal with all of these trash mobs that will spawn the final encounter. We actually have the player from Nostalgia setting up the final portal. Actually, this will be a portal directly to the boss, because what will happen is you'll kill all these bandits, you'll slash GG to, you know, kill your character, respawn, then directly take the portal to the boss. Oh, boom! Oh, that was a blistering event there from Nostalgia. They're actually done. We now see Grimjack setting up the portal. Here we go. Plan A, a couple of seconds behind there, but that was a very crisp transition with the build template swapped immediately into the Virtuoso here from Team Nostalgia. They're setting up their abilities, getting that feedback in if necessary, and I believe we're going to be pulling very, very soon. Oh, it's not the Virtuoso, it's actually a Chronomancer. I got baited by Dagger, but it's Secrets of the Obscure, Sneb. Dagger is on every Mesmer spec these days.
Oh, yeah. You know, that's just such a good strategy, right? Of course, in order to fight Matthias, you have to kill all of those bandits. And so spreading out your team and doing it really fast is going to save you the absolute most time. Now, one thing that people don't really know, a lot of people don't know this, is one of the first people to go in that little dome area where Matthias is the one who's going to get the sort of the Hadouken mechanic or whatever. So teams are very strategically sending one person to go in, and they have this all set out so that they know who is going to get that mechanic. In a lot of pug groups, people don't really know that, and so it feels like it's very random, but that's actually not the case at Matthias. Another thing that people really don't know about Matthias is that it's a proximity-based tanking. So whoever's actually furthest away from Matthias, that's who Matthias is going to target. Most people don't know that, and they think that Matthias is just kind of wandering around randomly, but you can actually control where he goes. The reason it feels random is because the mechanics necessitate that you sort of go off group, then it just so happens that you're stealing the tank all the time.
We have a bit of a situation for Nostalgia, by the way. One player is actually fully dead. I believe they did not make it to the raid, in fact, whatsoever. And that is, of course, going to be a significant DPS loss. However, they are absolutely blasting the boss. They're managing to stay very much in contention with Stick to Plan A, despite their losses. In fact, Stick to Plan A, they've also lost a player, in fact, and had a bit of instability.
I think you've missed something very important. You
Where's
need to
Pack?
take a look at Retired Misfits here.
Oh, where's Retired Misfits? Oh, yeah, I completely forgot about the team, actually. Where are they at? What's going on? I'm loading them up now.
25%. I actually think.
Oh yeah,
ahead.
I see it. Oh no, I've got an ad. Well, I've got to preparing the stream. Hang on. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We did not actually keep any tabs on that team because we were distracted by the other ones because it was so unbelievably close. I'm loading that stream as quick as we possibly can.
They have zoomed ahead. I think this is it. I think they're going to take it, especially because, of course, Nostalgia is one player down.
Yeah, one player down. Yeah,
I think this additional. Wait, no, they've actually got a couple down. This is going to claim some people. I think. Oh no. This is actually going to be a lot closer than we thought. Oh no.
Oh, they're going to lose 2 players. I think
now down 2 people.
I think they're okay, though, because they're very far ahead on boss HP. Like, having that additional player for that period of time while also essentially matching their opponent's pace when it comes to actually getting these events done should allow them to still claim that first place. Yeah, they should be able to get this. Retired Misfits coming in clutch at the end, unwatched throughout the stream, and they're about to blast and get this done.
Unreal.
Here it comes.
Man. So these teams are very close right now. If you take a look at Team Trouble, they're just finishing up with Thighs. They've got 2 players down. Gamer Girls are less than 10% as well, so they're just about to finish. Meanwhile, you've got Pack at around 12%, but they've got 1 person dead. This is very close, Teapot. I think these rankings are going to be very spread out through the entire 4 wings. I think it's going to be a race for the top 8 for sure.
I have to say, that was actually a little bit of a photo finish, by the way, Snub. Actually, Retired Misfits Nostalgia were unbelievably close.
Oh, no. Teapot, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You need to go take a look at Pack. They are very close to wiping. There are only 2 people alive right now. They're at 10%. I think they're going to go down.
That is a disaster. Yeah, we see this instability here from Pack. Can they get these revives? I'm not sure if they can. I don't think this player can actually finish the job, I'm afraid. I think they have to go for these revives. They're trying to restabilize. They have the spread mechanic, but I don't think they have any healing. That spread is probably going to kill these players. The passive damage is a lot there as well. Can they somehow get this recovery? No defensive abilities really built from the Chrono Monster. Has to use the continuums to try and get a little bit of health. Gets the heal skill up. Can they get it? There is a reflect available. Oh no, but the player just went downstate with the reflect. This is really bad, actually. The druid has to revive this Nesma. Oh no.
They're going again. They wiped.
Oh no, that's brutal. And that is actually not good for Pack, Seb, as I mean, I think they did pretty well on Wing 1, actually, to be fair. So, certainly not the end of the world. But you certainly do not want to be dropping points at all, because these rounds are important. And, again, this top 8 is going to be tight. You do not want to be having these wipes and dropping these points in these wings at all, right? That is very frustrating for Team Pack. They, I mean, yeah, I almost think this is important to even talk about here. How do you think they're going to deal with this on the mental level, right? The mental game, because that's a big deal in tournaments like this, especially when you have ranking. You kind of know that you're ahead, you know that you're behind. This is tough. Do you think they're going to be able to, to push through this?
Yeah, at this point, what you need to do is you need to go, okay, we may not win this round, and that's okay. We have to think about the next round. Whatever happened, it's erased. It's a completely clean slate for the next round. Let's get top 3 next round. If you let it sort of fester and dwell, you're going to just be thinking about the last round and not living in the present. You need to be in the moment, because Wing 3 is going to be especially competitive during Escort.
It absolutely is. We have Elysium actually kind of finishing the job here as well. Team, they're very much completed. Of course, Wicked Frogs are done as well. Let me actually try and load up. I think most of our teams have now completed. Cute Gamer Girls, I would imagine, are going to be done by now. Let's see, where is Team 99? Team 99 just actually finished, so they are now done too. So I think It's going to be basically just Elysium and Pack left over at this stage in terms of teams racing to complete. Let's go and maybe take a look at Cute Gamer Girls as well, just in case. I believe they are done. Yep, they're actually waiting in Wing 3, ready for that next round. So I believe the only thing that can really happen here is, are we going to see a wipe from Elysium? Although, actually, Sneb, I have to say something here. Elysium's damage is not as high as Pack's. Pack might actually be able to snag themselves some points if they're somehow able to actually catch up with Elysium. I think they might be able to pull it off, Snub, if I'm not mistaken, actually. Elysium, they're at about 15%, but Pack are actually powering ahead here. The damage output is definitely very impressive. Has to watch out for that ghost. Oh no, the Pack player gets caught by the ghost. Oh no, 3 players actually get caught there. That is not what they want right now. However, Elysium actually lose 2 players of their own in downsync and 1 full dead too. They're going to have to go through a revive. Can Pack finish the job? I think Elysium might actually be able to clutch that, but it's going to be very, very close indeed. Who's going to get this? Is it Pack? Oh no, a reflect! There's a reflect for Elysium! Pack got it! Elysium had a reflect at 2%. They couldn't finish it. And Pack wins.
Oh my gosh, that's so unlucky.
And that's important as well, because every point counts. This is, this top 8 is going to be close. It is going to be very, 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 very close indeed, actually. That was a close one. Goodness me. Yeah,
that's completely unreal. Oh my gosh, this is going to be so intense for the top 8. This might be one of the closest tournaments we have ever ran.
It's going to be very close. It really, really is. The teams that do well, they're going to be rewarded for their consistency. They absolutely are. And yeah, we're going to have a look at our standings pretty soon, by the way. We'll just go ahead and look at, well, the next wing. It's going to be a wing 3, and this one, this wing, I think a lot of players actually perceive excuse me, wing 3 to actually be one of the easier raid wings, and you know what, I'd agree with that. However, you know what, this wing has some of the most brutal speedrun strats in any raid. Escort event, mercilessly punishing, but with incredible speed if you can pull it off. The Twisted Castle event has some really tricky twisting and turning to skip through that. There's loads of interesting jumping balls that you can do through all of that terrain with loads of portal actions. It's actually dazzling to watch, in fact. And of course, some hyper-aggressive boss strategies requiring high DPS. As well, and careful positioning throughout the rest of them with Keep Construct and Zera. I think a really exciting raid wing overall. I can't wait to see what the teams are going to do.
Pinnacle speedrun.
It's a god tier.
It is so temperamental when it comes to escort in particular, and then there are some very precise things that we'll see people do at Twisted Castle. The bosses, in particular, Keep Construct is just like, let's blast this boss down as fast as possible. It's a pretty simple fight, but all of the in-between stuff is just completely insane, especially Escort with so much super speed. And, if somebody just doesn't press one button, it's completely over. So I'm really curious to see who takes the lead coming out of Escort.
Yeah, and you know what I want to see? I'm going to admit it, Sneb. I do want to see an Escort wipe. I do. Because, I mean, I know you like a bit of brutality. And I think you know what I'm talking about. You like some brutality, I think.
Oh, yeah. I like brutal cheeses, you could say.
Yeah, absolutely brutal gaming. And I think an Escort wipe is one of the most brutal things that can happen, because it's so easy to do. The principle here is that you have to escort an NPC. This is why this is very commonly called the escort event. It's the Siege of the Keep event, but very commonly referred to as escort in the raiding community. Because you have to escort an NPC through a bit of a gauntlet. Now, of course, the NPC, very, very squishy. And, of course, there are dogs that get sent out to bite the NPC and basically, well, actually one-shot her, unless there's protection applied to that NPC. Now, of course, what you want to do is you want to run the NPC past all the dogs and then blind them or immobilize them so they can't do damage. But, of course, you're playing a dangerous game. If you mess that up, then it's back to the start with you. And on Keep Construct, oh, this is a fun one. This is a great boss. It actually requires a lot of good communication and, of course, very solid damage output in order to actually skip a lot of the kind of intermission and burn phase mechanics. I'm actually very interested to see how many teams are going to be going for the no orb strat. It has actually become a lot more accessible with power creep in the game, so I think it's a lot more common these days to actually essentially ignore this mechanic we're seeing here on screen right now where you push the orb out and simply keep the boss in its normal phase forever and just full burn it the entire time. We might see a few kind of adaptations there, either going for a single orb push or maybe even only one in the final phase. It remains to be seen if any team will go for the full DPS strat. I expect to see the teams that are kind of at the forefront of the tournament to attempt that, because it is, of course, a significant time save if you can pull it off. And Twisted Castle, Sneb, tell me about the jumping. Look at this maze. Look at this puzzle before us. We're going to see some wacky stuff here, I think.
You have to press 5 buttons. That's the TLDR. But the main thing here is there's some absolutely incredible jumping puzzles. People will use particular movement skills to leap to different very, very small platforms to get to the buttons just a hair faster. And you know what? It's very precise. If we blink, Twisted Castle might just be over.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. I'm just reminding the teams not to not to do something. Say something. Tell me about Xera's now.
Well, you know, Xera's one of those fights that there's a little bit of RNG to it because teams will get ported over to the mini games in the last 50%. So what you really need to do as a team is be able to handle that RNG. When people get teleported, who is the priority to go back and keep damaging the boss? How fast can you DPS the boss? There's a lot about positioning. There's a lot on the tank. In pickup groups in particular, people don't really realize this, but the tank has pretty much all of the responsibility. If the tank is moving at the proper times, the tank is staying alive, the tank is ensuring that Xera is in the right place, and everyone else will kind of naturally follow along. In the speed running, the tank is going to basically stand in one spot the entire time, and everyone is going to just absolutely destroy the boss in every way. We're going to see a lot of solo heals here, as we have for the rest of the wings as well, but it will be a bit of a show. I think Xera is one of those fights where, you know, it can domino very quickly. You know, if the tank does misstep or make a wrong move, or people don't portal back the correct way, or the mini games screw up in some way, it's just kind of you're gonna have issues because your strategy is gonna get completely derailed. It's very DPS sensitive with the strategies.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Very DPS sensitive indeed, and that's kind of a bit of a running theme for this entire raiding, to be honest. It's going to be a pretty fast one here. We're going to see these teams really blast through this. We're going to start off, I think. I want to kind of mix it up a little bit. You know, let's watch. Who are we going to watch? Let me get some gamers in. Let me get some gamers in here. You know. I definitely want to see what Team Nostalgia is going to do here, but I want to make sure we highlight a lot of these teams as well. My new improved technology, okay, is ready to go, and we can make sure we take a look at all of these different rosters here as well. Yes. I think Retired Misfits are also going to pull out the source. After their performance on Wing 2, this definitely communicates to me that they are very familiar with movement technology, right? Because Wing 2, very heavy on that movement. Somewhat similar to Wing 1 in that regard. But yeah, very exciting. And actually, we've got our 2-minute countdown going down, but actually, let's quickly go ahead and take a look at our standings right now. So here are the standings overall. You can see all of the points for these players kind of set up here. And in fact, I believe things are happening here. Wow, apparently Cute Gamer Girls won Wing 2. I did not know that.
I didn't either.
That's actually insane. Are we
They're
sure about
literally
that?
up on my screen.
Maybe this might actually not be final yet, because maybe they are. Maybe the delays are actually super weird on the stream. But apparently something very spicy happened there. That's what the administrators are actually telling us here. As you can see, this is where things are as of right now. Of course, that top 8 spot, you just have to be kind of above. Looks like currently top 8 is around kind of placing, 5 to 6 points in each round. So as long as you're above that pretty consistently. Apparently... Oh, we have a DC, I believe. Yo, what's up?
Wow. Nostalgia and Retired Misfits basically tied.
Oh, really? On week 2? It was almost exactly the same?
On 6-7. 12:43. I must have gone down to further seconds because I'm not seeing those. I can only see just to the second. But it looked like Nostalgia got just faster, but the times are pretty much identical. Wow.
Yeah, I mean... I don't know. Honestly, I'm not even surprised at this point. I go, yeah. I'd be more surprised if it wasn't that close. These teams are really performing extremely well, and it's honestly super cool to see newer teams really put in the work. Because I actually want to emphasize it here a little bit, Sneb. We are actually moving in the right direction. Our rating system is actually putting in the work here. Like, certainly in the earlier tournaments that we've had, obviously, the rating system took some time to establish, right? So there were definitely some mismatches and experience levels. But we are actually really getting there now with our system. Big shout out to Wilster for actually developing this, by the way. And Reynolds for helping with the implementation too, of course. And as a result of this, we are actually seeing a lot of these teams just actually grow and improve and learn all of these strategies, prepare for these tournaments really, really well, and be these new faces, like these up-and-comers in the competitive and high-end rating scene. Like we're, in a lot of ways, the system is functioning as intended. Of course, it's still got a little bit of way to go, right? These things do definitely take time, but I think it's really, really cool to see so many of these players really kind of get into the, really get into it, go deep on these strategies, and wow, super aggressive stuff, by the way, from Nostalgia and Retired Misfits, like using stability to even move Glenna as early as possible. Because, of course, the cannons here, they're supposed to prevent you from moving. You can see these red AoEs. They will knock you back and even damage the NPC heavily. They're using stability to actually squeeze every second and run as early as possible. Because, of course, you can use stability to counter that knockback.
Yeah, everyone's moving at lightning pace right now. I'm watching all these teams have pretty similar strategies. It looks like they're doing a bit of a split strategy where they're sending a bunch of teams up on the tower to take them out very quickly, and then there's teams down below super speeding around as much as they possibly can, getting Glenna to move forward, taking care of the mines. Inevitably someone will succumb to the mine, and you know what? I'm just gonna expose Yuru here.
It's Pack. Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah,
you know what? I actually knew it. The moment you had that pause, I was like, oh no, the Pack stream is dead, aren't they? And actually, this is a bit of a weird metagame here. Do you think Pack is a little frustrated right now? That is because we've seen Pack actually perform really, really well in these tournaments. Actually, do you think there's a little bit of frustration currently in the roster in that team?
I'm not sure. I think they're probably, they're probably good spirited about it. But I
State of Flux wiped. State of Flux died. But yeah, sorry, continue.
Ooh. I imagine they're just kind of rolling their eyes like, wow, what could go? Could anything else happen at this point?
Sneb, Nostalgia are on end boss. I blinked and I missed it. They are 3 minutes in, and they are actually already on McCleared the Silent here. This is looking pretty disgusting from this team. We have Team 99 about halfway through. They do have a player down there. So they've got to make sure maybe a little bit less practice on this wing. Yeah, they're about halfway through that event. This is insane. Stick to plan A, they're about to get to the end here, but is anyone matching this team? Retired Misfits are actually almost neck and neck again with Nostalgia. And correct me if I'm wrong here, Sneb. Yep. This is an NA versus NA matchup, I believe, actually. This is a very NA-themed tournament here in Raid Check Cup 3. I think this is, this is NA versus NA. Team. Where's Team actually? Let's go ahead and take a look. I'm going to bring them up.
They're at end boss as well. They're just starting at end boss, so they're a little bit further behind. But I mean, hey, that's still really, really fast.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to wait a little bit there for Team. Yeah, now for Plan A getting onto that boss as well. But actually, we see the relogs for both of these teams, for Retired Misfits and Nostalgia. It's going to be almost at exactly the same time. Cute Gamer Girls, they're also getting towards the end here. Very, very quick. They're nearly at. They're on the final circle. About to capture that in just a moment. Wicked Frogs in a similar position on the 4th tower. But Retired Misfits on Nostalgia getting into it. Pack wiped, unfortunately. Pack wiped on Escorts, I believe. Oh, wait, was that a relog actually or a wipe? No, it might be a relog,
relog,
actually.
relog,
Yes, it's a relog. Yeah, it's a relog. Yeah, I almost thought that was a wipe. No, they are actually waiting for the Keep Construct RP, so they're actually in a good position as well. Yeah, they are. Here we go. Here's the respawn going into Keep Construct. And I want to see the DPS race here between Retired Misfits and Nostalgia. Let's see. Wow, it is very neck and neck, by the way. The boss is spawning at almost the same time for both of these teams. This is very, very interesting. Let's see what we've got. Okay. So I'm curious what these teams are actually going to attempt to pull off here. Let's see what they're going to do. Massive damage output, of course, coming out from both of these teams. Yeah, Vindicator here. Very, very... This is a good one, actually. Big DPS, really fun build to play, actually. And, you see the usual suspects. Again, you mentioned this with Veil Guardian. That Veil Guardian, of course, kind of takes a slightly high amount of power damage than normal. It's true of Keep Construct as well. And as a result of that, power builds and, well, the nature of the fight also leans into this. This is a very burst-oriented boss. And, well, power builds are great at that, and it takes more power damage. So, of course, we're seeing a lot of power builds being utilized here by all of these teams.
I would argue that... the importance of a bursty power class is actually even higher at Keep Construct just because of how the mechanics work, right? You have these little ghosts, the spirits that you have to kill quickly, and if you apply condies, you never achieve ramp ever. And because the phases are so short at Keep Construct, the burst is so important. So if you're a newer player to raids and you're thinking, oh man, what should I play? You should always have a condi DPS, you should always have a power DPS, because there are just situations where one might be slightly favored over the other depending on your team comp, but power in particular is important to have. If you had to make anything for your first setup, it would be just a power DPS class.
Oh, yes. One of the more useful builds to have, and actually conveniently one of the easiest things in the game to gear as well. So now we have Pack also getting on to Keep Construct, and it's actually very close again between Retired Misfits and Nostalgia. I believe Retired Misfits may be a tiny hair ahead in terms of this, but I think their damage is relatively even between these rosters, actually. It's very, very close. So we'll have to see if there's going to be any kind of instability, maybe a mistake, a downstate or two, that could really actually skew this fight in one way or another. Or, of course, a merge. Both of them actually got lucky with the spawns, because, of course, you can get some really nasty spawns where they're kind of coming at an angle, and if those two spirits join together, they form a mega spirit that will be a serious inconvenience to you, of course. But yeah, Misfits... just going full pump, absolutely full blast. Nostalgia going all in as well to try and get this done. And yeah, so far, team's not really making any mistakes, to be honest. They're just getting the burn done, and yeah, they're going into the second intermission. And you'll notice that the boss isn't doing anything. That is because they have so much damage. They're actually skipping the vast majority of the mechanics on this encounter. As like an entire elaborate little mini-game to set up a burst phase on this boss, we will probably not see that from either of these teams, as they'll be ignoring it entirely.
One of the mechanics that I've always found very misunderstood as well is when Keep Constructs kind of, what is he doing? Like slamming the ground or whatever, and those orange cones come out that deal a bunch of condition damage. Most people just stand there and they say, let me embrace the cone. Let me embrace the condies.
Cone.
But if you're really smart about it and your timing is good, you can actually just sidestep it. You just move right and left, and then it never hits you. And that way, there's less pressure on your healers to do condi cleanse, etc. So if you want to elevate your game a little bit at Keep Construct, do not embrace the cones. Sidestep.
Cone. Yeah, multiple cones now appearing here as we go into the final segment of the fight. And yeah, certainly now we see a little bit of that lead really starting to develop here for Retired Misfits. But again, I think what's going to be very important is going to be this next segment, which is going to be this intermission, where we have to navigate to the final boss through this little bit of a puzzle, mini-game, jumping puzzle style thing with, the statues that will teleport you back to the beginning. So don't touch those. They work properly. They absolutely do. And, teams have got to dodge bugs right now, because sometimes the game might just randomly crash.
Yeah, that could be, it turns out that, the game likes the sort of the story so much, those cutscenes, that it wants you to have a bit of FOMO every single time. So it just cuts you out of the game.
Oh, I think we're going to see...
You should come back for more and watch it again.
Check this out. We actually do have the jumping puzzle perspective here, by the way, from Team Nostalgia. So we're actually going to see all the shenanigans here with the Mirage Leap. Check that out. Look at that. Blinking forwards here. This gate is going to open. There'll be a portal here, and this will allow the players to run through this gate immediately. As soon as it's open, there we go. Here we go. They've got to kill these mobs, clean these out, because sometimes you have to kill some of the enemies to actually open these portals up. There we go. We now see players proceeding through, and you can see everyone just dashing and leaping all over this. This is a fun jump. Look, you got to leap onto the branch. Boom! Onto the branch, then onto the final platform here as well. There we go. They actually nail it, and, you know, that is, you know, easier said than done, by the way. A lot of practice definitely goes into that. Of course, some players are actually relogging here to go on to a more optimal damage class for that final scenario, because essentially the puzzle is now done. Yeah, we even see that here from Grinjack. The puzzle is over, and it's now going to be onto the final encounter here. And actually, I do believe Nostalgia is actually going to end up being ahead of that. They got through that puzzle significantly quicker, I believe, than their competition. Not a huge surprise to me, actually, as they do actually have, I think, very notably Grimjack on their team here, who's very well known, actually, for being very proficient in dungeon speedrunning and all of the kind of movement tricks. And, of course, again, there's a lot of pretty experienced players on this particular roster that are, you know, they know what's going on. They know how it works.
Yeah, I think one thing I want to point out is the reason everyone is using Mirages there is because of that ambush attack with Sword 1 being just such a massive leap. It allows you to jump, and we saw that, right? You saw a lot of those Mirages jumping from sort of one very precise point to another, and that is specifically because of that skill. So really, really cool utilization of class mechanics there.
Indeed. Indeed, indeed, indeed. We have a bunch of teams also just finishing off Keep Construct, Wicked Frogs doing that. Let's see, where is Cute Gamer Girls, right? Yeah, Cute Gamer Girls going through that Twisted Castle right now. Oh, wait. Oh, snap. We do have a bit of a situation here. Team 99% is actually still on Escort.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that is a bit of an issue. And, you know, I actually think this is kind of worth talking about, actually. It is very easy to mess the strategy up, right? Like, this is a newer team to these tournaments. This is actually their first one they're playing in. Wing 1 is a killer, right? Like, it is honestly... When I do a weekly speedrun raid clear with my guild, Wing 3 is stressful. It is intense. Trying to pull this off, especially if you, well, look, let's be honest here. They know they're being watched. They know that, you know, there is going to be some pressure on them. They know they're competing directly. It's a very stressful scenario for these teams to go through. And this is a hard, high-pressure strategy that has a very harsh punishment if anything goes wrong. So big shout out for Team 90%. They're muscling through it. They're still going to go for it. Let's see if they can make it through this Escort event here as well. But Team Nostalgia, they're already 50% on Zera. This is getting wild here.
Wow, 50%.
Yeah.
Yeah, people definitely cheer on Team 99%. We need some copy passes, some eagles, or some like flags or something. I don't know. But help them out. It is a very, very stressful wing. And you know what? In my static, whenever we were trying to do like semi-speedrun type things on Escort, and you know, we'd get stuck every once in a while. You'd have like a bad week, and then you're just at Escort.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a run killer. It's definitely a run killer. It is. You know, it's not a joke. Again, people perceive it to be very easy, and it is if you don't try and speedrun it. The speedrun technology is very difficult. You know, in a lot of ways, I think the comparison here is actually comparing it to a lot of speed games. I know that you and me were both into Mario 64 with the new technology that came out. I think it's somewhat similar, right? Is Mario 64 a hard game? No, absolutely not. But are the speedrun strats hard? Oh yeah, they're absolutely brutal.
Many hours trying to MIPS clip through a door.
Yeah,
and they make it look so easy.
Yeah, exactly. But then you try it yourself, and you're like, oh, this is actually this is pretty hard actually.
You're like, surely I'll get this in like 5 minutes, and then you're you know, you keep accidentally punching the door, and you like fly through the wall, and you know, the bunny is gone and the camera's all messed up, and you're just sitting there like, how do they make this look so easy?
Oh, this is absolutely fascinating, though. It is so very, very close, actually, between Nostalgia and Retired Misfits. We can clearly see here that actually Retired Misfits, I think, actually got here a little bit quicker, in fact, than their opponents. So maybe gained some time on Zera somehow with some slightly smoother pre-events and maybe a little bit more DPS here on the first phase of Zera. Let's see who's going to get the job done here. Nostalgia pumping away, doing some serious damage. Of course, there is a slight bit of variance here on who exactly gets teleported, right? You know, hey, look, Nostalgia's running Condi builds, guys, so the Condis will keep taking on the boss no matter what. You know, that's that definitely makes sense. But who is actually gonna get this? I think it is gonna be just barely Nostalgia, I want to say. With this, it's gonna be an absolute photo finish. Definitely one the Ammons are gonna be having a look at here. Yeah. They're about to get the clear here, about 1440. There it is. Let's see if Retired Misfits can match it. They have a slightly a slightly higher delay on their stream, I believe. So that really is gonna be close. Actually, it's gonna be within a couple of seconds. Misfits just about to finish it off. They're blasting away. Boss is about to go down. But yeah, really, really close. I think Nostalgia has the advantage, but certainly not a done deal.
It's like Pack is just about to start the last 50%.
Yep.
We also have Trouble just getting through the first 50%. Team is a little bit ahead. Wait.
Well, yeah, they're also out of 50%. They're about to go into the intermission.
they're just getting out of the first 50%. Okay.
Yep.
I thought they might have just been starting the last 50, and I was like, wow, that's pretty fast.
Yeah. Yes. Very big. Very, very, very big. And, you know, I believe, do you know what was going on there, Sneb? I believe a big key thing that allowed, and this is a really cool piece of technology. Do you know what Nostalgia did that allowed them to win there? And why they had probably slightly lower DPS in the first phase? They went for all Necromancers. Why do you think they did that?
Really?
Why do you think they did that?
Why did
They used Spectral Walk to skip the minigames.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And even though, of course, you know, you do want power, you know, power damage is great here because it does allow you to, you know, just completely turbocharge through the boss. You lose a lot of uptime by having to do the mini event. And I believe what they were doing was skipping that entirely, essentially. Wicked Frogs are done, by the way, I believe. Oh, no, I think they're about to go on to Zera. Oh, yeah, no, they're just going on to Zera now. Into the intermission as well. But yeah, very cool piece of technology, by the way. And yeah, just to clarify, that is not actually banned because that actually is working as intended, in my opinion, by the way. Spectral Walk has behaved this way forever. It is not a bug, in my opinion, that it will teleport you. In fact, you know a really fun thing you can do? Check this out, guys. If you go to, say, Heart of the Mists, and you activate Spectral Walk, you waypoint, and then you Spectral Walk back, that will actually work. You can do that. It doesn't really have a range cap on it. I believe it's like 10,000 units. It's a really, really high range cap. And do you know a really fun fact? There is actually, Sneb, a Thief underwater skill that actually has unlimited range port. There's a video of someone kind of going underneath the map on Dragon Stand and then setting up this teleport and then teleporting literally across the entire map using this Thief underwater skill.
Unreal.
Yeah. How fun is that?
Pretty fun.
But yeah, the teams, of course, basically just kind of clearing this up at this point, getting ready for Wing 4. Some of them, yeah, Pack also doing the same thing. Team 99, they've made it over to keep Construct. They did manage to get through Escort. The Cute Gamer Girls finishing off Zera, about to get the job done. They're pretty close to Team, actually. Team also getting the job done. In fact, I think Cute Gamer Girls are actually done. The delay on the stream is very, very different. I might need to reload everything, actually. Things are starting to slow down a little bit, guys. You know, a little bit of a situation there. Yeah, Cute Gamer Girls, they're actually already on Wing 1. My stream fell very behind on Cute Gamer Girls. But don't worry, look, I brought it back, see? I've got a button that resynchronizes. Very exciting. But yeah, there you have it. Most of these teams basically done. Yeah, they are Team finishing up. Stick to Plan A also done, I believe. Elysium actually still hanging in there. And this is not a surprise to me. Like, we saw Wing 1 and Wing 2. I would say that all the teams were pretty close, right? Like, from start to finish, there wasn't much in it. We see a little bit more divergence here on Wing 3. And I really think that does speak to the difficulty of this wing in terms of actually executing these strategies. Wing 1 and Wing 2, I think the strategies are very accessible. And I think they're great. I think, you know, just incorporate them into your weekly run, right? If you've got a static and you incorporate that tech, I think that can be really, really fun and you know, quite easy to do. Quite a thing, you know, an accessible thing to get into. Wing 3, though, it is a bit of a step up. It's not a surprise to me that some of these teams are having a little bit more difficulty in executing these strategies.
Oh yeah, but we should probably point out that even the teams that are a bit behind, like the top teams with regards to just this wing, they are still leagues ahead of the average time it would take to get get this thing done. So their times are impressive nonetheless.
Yes. Incredible. Teams are wrapping things up about now, finishing this off. We will actually let the teams play out their wing as well, because, you know, we have some downtime anyway. We can take a look at some of the rankings in just a moment. Big. And by the way, actually confirmation on Wing 2, Cute Gamer Girls is confirmed. They actually did have the fastest Wing 2, I believe. Wow. Impressive. Impressive. I mean, I love to see it.
You know what I like about this tournament so far? It's not just one team winning every wing. I think
it's spicy.
It's been a different team each time.
I believe that is in fact the case, yeah. Every single time a different team has done well. And that means that, you know, the format is working as intended. Essentially, it is meaning that teams are rewarded for performing well, and, you know, you definitely want to get those wins because you get more points for performing better and better and better. So it's certainly pretty big value, but it's good stuff. I absolutely love to see it. Cute Gamer Girls are pretty big. And this does mean that I think some of our teams are locked in, and I will actually make sure we take some time before we start Wing 4 to have a look at the standings. I kind of haven't managed to... Oh, man. Bit of a meme there. How is there no such thing as seeding for teams that place higher in the top 8 for the semi-final? Because this isn't a tournament that has seeding. That's just not really how this tournament works. It's not a bracket. It's not a bracket.
Where's Team 99% at?
They're on Keep Construct.
You should throw them up. Yeah, there you go.
And we have Elysium kind of finishing the job here. They are going on to Zera. So the teams, there's a bit of separation here between these rosters. Team 99 gonna finish the job. Certainly a bit of a frustrating wing, right? You know, like I think they were doing just fine on the earlier wings. This is definitely the first wing where they've really encountered some resistance against the content there. That is for sure. Now, Elysium could wipe here, and that could allow Team 99% to actually grab themselves some points if they're able to pick that up. It's certainly a possibility, I think. Oh, and well, as I say that, that's exactly what happened. Team Elysium just wiped.
Oh. Well,
now,
very interesting.
I think they'd have to wipe again, though. As Team 99%, they are now going on to the Twisted Castle. Let's hope they have a good strategy here. Even if they have a really good strat, I do think they need something to go wrong for their opponents in order for them to actually have a chance of actually being able to pull this off. Here we go. It's content. It's gameplay.
Yeah, I do think they would have to wipe one more time.
It would have to go pretty badly wrong here. I think as long as Elysium, they chill out, they just get it done, I think we're going to be okay. Oh, fun rocket boot skip there from Team 99%. So I believe we're going to be seeing a pretty fast strategy here from 99%. They're not going to go for the full skip strat, which does indeed use those mesmers usually. Again, those mirages for the leaps and stuff like that. This is definitely still a very fast strategy, though. This is definitely more of the thing that you would expect to see in a static group, right? Like, this is what I think a lot of groups and pugs opt for, is this particular technique here. And you can see it's still pretty fast. We see the GG there from Regal Power, as the rest of his team is going to be finishing up this event while Team Elysium is blasting down the boss. I like the overlay, by the way, from Elysium. They've got like the full RP. Can you see what they've done here? They've like cut out their skill bar and surrounded it by Elysium and the account name there as well. It's pretty big. You can send gold to Swift4687 if you want, if you're into that sort of thing.
Or you could just send massive amounts of cabbage, thus increasing the average cabbage price to 1 silver per.
Do we really want to do that?
It's also an option. I'm just throwing it out there. You know, cabbage is pretty valuable.
Is that a goal we have, though? Do we want that, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm invested heavily in cabbage. I will admit I have some chips in the game here.
Yeah.
For a long time, I would buy all cabbages at low, and I would place them at 50 copper per. I still believe that someday cabbage will just rise from the ashes and become the currency. It will replace Ectos.
Yeah. What does Enko think about that?
No, he probably disagrees, but I'm uneducated and know nothing about the economy, so you should absolutely trust me.
Do you know a fun fact about Team 99%?
Eagles?
Zara is their queen.
Ah.
Yeah. They are Zara appreciators. Zara enjoyers, if you will. They like the fight. And of course, they're on Zara now as well. However, of course, they are just going into the first boss phase, whereas Elysium are kind of getting through the intermission. Now, we can't write off a wipe, and this is why it is important to always continue, right? Like, you know, and this is something you got to have, you give the teams respect for. Don't give up, right? Don't just stop. Your opponents can always wipe. There's always a way that you can still manage to scrabble some points. And again, the point system very much motivates you to continue to play and do the best you can, even if things don't go your way. Because it's more than just winning and losing. It's also going to be trying to keep your dreams alive of placing higher and higher in the tournament and attempting to get that qualification. Okay. Oh yeah, Sneb, do you want all the prize pool for this tournament in cabbages? Nothing else?
You know, if I had like 10,000 golden cabbages, I would find that amusing. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. I'm not sure. You'd need a lot of guild halls to store that. You might have to fill every single SG guild bank with that. It might be a little bit rough. Here we go. Yeah. I think we're going to be seeing Elysium kind of get this done. Into the last percent. Look at those meters. Look at them. We got the arc DPS. We got the boon table up. Honestly, I love to see it. Look at all that information. It's everywhere. The break bar meter is up too. Look at those slackers. A couple of people with like 0 CC. What's up with that? Okay, they're getting benched. This is just
you know that I have a character named Cabbage Investments?
Really?
I do. Take a guess at what is contained in its inventory.
Is it cabbages?
Yes.
Wow.
There are many cabbages.
Elysium. I think they've got it, Sneb. They're pumping the boss down right now. The orbs are flowing. They're dodging them pretty well, though, so that's the good news. There's a lot coming in, actually, towards the tank. They've got to be a little bit careful. Looks like they are successfully dodging, or maybe 1 or 2 are going to land, but that's fine. Final action key. The button has been pressed, and I think our team is going to get the job done here. Team 99%, a valiant effort. They are now on the Zara intermission. It's quite interesting, because bear in mind, they lost around 10 minutes on escort. It's actually very interesting to see where they would be if that had, that had not happened. If their escort had gone smoother, they would have placed a lot higher up. And I think that's the way they've got to look at it, right? It's kind of go, oh yeah, we're definitely in contention. We're definitely in competition. I think a few players from Elysium just died to not being in the special action hotkey bubble. That's a little bit rough. Zera is on 3%. They have to break that defiance bar. I don't see there's any way that they can actually wipe. Nope, there it is. They get the kill. Elysium has secured victory. About 45 seconds in the past, apparently. There's a bit of delay on that stream, but don't worry about that. And now our final roster. It is going to be Team 99%. Here they go. They're going for the fast Zera tank strat here in the last 50%. They're going to go for the big pump. And I think, Sneb, they will also make it through Wing 3. What are your thoughts on this Wing 3?
I think, that was pretty impressive. The escorts that we saw that were, mega fast. Those are some of the fastest escorts I've ever seen. So I'm pretty blown away. I think that Wing 4 is going to be very interesting because Wing 4 traditionally is one of the fastest wings on normal mode to get through. There are a few ways that you can speed things up with portals, but it's mostly just can you kill the boss very, very fast? How high is your DPS?
Oh yeah, this is the ultimate DPS race. It's gonna come down to
I have a very important question for you, Teapot.
Yeah.
One that
oil
is perhaps the question for the entire tournament.
Yeah.
How many oils do you think will get procced?
I think we're going to see some oiling, right? We are going to see some pretty serious oiling, in my opinion. It's so easy to do, so easy to make that mistake, and I believe it absolutely will happen. Well, Team Nightmares actually just barely failed the DPS check there. That circle there, or that AoE spawns differently if you have very, very high damage, and they didn't have that check. They should still... Oh, no. The boss was faced into the group with that frontal, which actually massively damaged them. I think they're still okay, though. Oh, no. No.
My.
Oh, no, they got it. He died, but the cutscene played after that. That was almost a brutal wipe at 2%, but they actually were able to hold it together and finish the job there. And Team 99%, they get it done right at the end there. The condies kept ticking, and there it is. But no, I think there's going to be some oilers going on. We're going to see an oil party going into Wing 4. And actually, let me try some
NA is going to
technology.
represent, I think. And by represent, I mean show the oil. I know that there are a few things in life that are certain, and one of them is that NA will proc the oil.
And there's a lot of NA. There's a lot of NA going on. But yeah, this is, this is in some ways not a particularly interesting speedrun wing, but honestly, in a tournament format, I think for us as the viewers, it's definitely a bit of a treat because it's just going to be who is pressing their buttons harder, right? That is basically what this is going to come down to. There's going to be, in my opinion, very minimal differentials between stratagems with these teams. They're basically going to do the exact same thing throughout the entire wing. Not a lot of flavor. There will be some portals after the first boss and on the last boss as well, but pretty basic stuff. It's going to be the same thing for everyone, I imagine. It is just all out damage. And before we go, actually, let's see if we can take a look at the rankings. I believe we actually have them. Okay, let's leap into it.
Ooh, someone took the lead over Cute Gamer Girls.
Yes, it's the retired Misfits. They are now actually in the lead. Cute Gamer Girls in second place. Nostalgia in third. Wicked Frogs in fourth. Stick to Plan A in fifth. Gift of Envoy in sixth. State of Flux in seventh. SG Pack in eighth. SG Trouble in ninth. Team T. Dude, it's SG... Snap, I think you're gonna have some drama, mate. You're gonna have fun with this. You got some drama, dude, because it's 3 SGs in a row.
They're very close. They're all right on the edge.
They're literally 1 point. They're 1 point apart. I think, or more or less. Oh, never mind. Never mind. They changed it. Wait, where did they go? Oh, SG Pack went up. I think. Oh no, never mind. No, it went down
again.
Never mind. We have Team 99% in 11th place and Elysium currently in 12th place there as well. But yeah, you're still in trouble. It's SG all in a row. And actually, this, it could be a very intense, if you actually look at the top 8, right? Look at top 8. Very close on points, actually, if we take a look at that. The grand total
look at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Exactly. It's very close.
That's very interesting.
It's very interesting, actually. Like, the top 8 here is very much in contention. We certainly do see some teams starting to get locked in. Like, realistically, we are seeing Retired Misfits locked. Cute Gamer Girls are locked. Nostalgia is locked. The Frogs are locked. And I think Planet A are pretty locked in. But everyone else, things could change, right? Things could change big time over the next couple of rounds.
If either Flux or Envoy just have a really weak wing 4, and then suddenly someone like Trouble has a really strong wing 4, Trouble could take the lead there.
Yeah. And I think this will certainly be fun. There's going to be a lot of competition. I love the storyline here. It's going to be all of these SG teams just going for it, right? Because obviously, of course, it's a friendly competition, right? There's no, like, there's no memes going on there. But I absolutely know that when you have different groups within a guild, they want to beat each other, right? They want to be the one that's going to make it through. I think it's a really fun dynamic to have. I'm certainly expecting to see some excitement actually playing out here in this Wing 4. And let's go ahead and take a look at the Wing 4 introduction. In fact, I'm going to quickly refill my water and rehydrate. Snab,
I'll give the...
Walk us through Wing 4, the Bastion of the Penitent. Take it away.
All right. So Wing 4 is a little bit different than the other wings that we've just seen. There aren't necessarily as many big skips. Movement isn't quite as important here. This is completely reliant on how fast can you kill these bosses. It's going to be very much, what is your team comp? How are you able to deal more damage than the other people? And then just get to the next boss relatively quickly. There's maybe 1 or 2 instances where portals will come into play, but other than that, again, it's just get there, kill the boss really fast. And these bosses in particular don't necessarily have a ton of mechanics. You're going to see things like Mursat Overseer go down in less than a minute easily. You're going to see Karen go down extremely fast as well. The main point where people are going to struggle or where things are going to be made or broken will definitely be at the last boss, Deimos. But anyway, like I said, you're going to fight that first boss, Karen. You're going to go through this little path. This is where you'll see some portals, right? And then you're eventually going to go into Mursat Overseer. Mursat Overseer in normal mode is really just a massive DPS golem. In fact, whenever I'm looking at and helping new teams, I often analyze the Mursat Overseer normal mode logs because it'll tell me immediately if someone knows how to play their class. Because if you know how to play your class, you do virtually nothing on this fight. You just absolutely blast the boss down, and then it's just dead. Then you're going to move on to Samurag eventually. Samurag will be, Samurag is a fun fight. I personally prefer Samurag on CM. I think that's a really fun fight, though definitely in this day and age very cheesable. But in normal mode, Samurag is very much about can you deal a lot of damage and then break a CC bar very quickly. Pretty much it. Teams will also try to control, probably at least to some extent, who is getting the fixate. That way they can optimize damage even just a hair further. Though that's not even super relevant because they're just going to deal, the break bar is going to be broken so quickly it almost doesn't matter. But they will probably control the fixate. It's going to be whoever's furthest away from Samurag. They're going to do that in particular so that the person who has the least CC is constantly getting, or people that have CC on cooldown. You're going to see teams really organize with absolute precision who is using their CC skills and when, so that they can have more and more damage skills. And one thing that we need to watch for on Samurag in particular is that Samurag is known to have, well, a few little bugs. A few little bugs there, so hopefully we don't experience that here today, but there are a few little bugs at Samurag, and we'll call them out if they happen. But then the last boss is my absolute favorite boss in the entire game, Deimos. And so this fight, we joked about the oils earlier. It's all about the oils, okay? So if at 60% these oils will spawn, and if you touch them, they keep expanding. And when they expand, they're dealing damage and you're standing in the oil. It's not a good time. You're also going to have somebody in particular who is kiting the hands. Whoever is furthest away from Deimos is doing that. And the teams that are very, very experienced are probably going to try to sort of double up on some mechanics and some rolls with that. It's a little bit riskier. We'll see what happens. But, chat, I'm going to need your help. If somebody touches the oil, you're going to need to put oilers in the chat. That is an absolute must. Anyway, my understanding is that we're already going.
Yeah.
We're already at Cairn here. What's going on, Teapot?
We're already at Cairn. I just came back, actually. I did not expect them to start. We're already going, actually. I just had to run back to my computer, actually, because we have already gone. The admins, I am loving the efficiency here. Okay, I love it. We don't need a ready check here at the Ready Check Cup, especially not for me. And we're already into the first boss. In fact, our teams are nearly done with the first boss, in fact. Unsurprisingly, it's very close. Actually, the teams I actually happened to load in just by frantically clicking on something. We've got Pack and Frogs.
Pack and Misfits are neck and neck right now. I don't know about the other
and the Frogs.
Sure, but
they killed
Frogs
almost
too.
the same second. This is ridiculous.
Trouble is just taking down Karen as well.
This is actually insane.
This is very close.
This is already getting crazy. Cute Gamer Girls, actually a little bit behind here, actually, in fact.
I'm not sure if there's a bit of a delay there.
Yeah, there's a bit of a delay.
Confused,
there is a little bit of a delay there on Cute Gamer Girls stream. It's about 10 seconds compared to 2 seconds on a lot of the other streams. So I think they actually might be very close as well. Of course, a little bit hard to say. But of course, now all of our teams going onto the full DPS Golem Boss, as you were talking about. A little bit of Thief Portal action here. I actually love to see that from Pack. That's exactly what you want to do here. High movement speed to actually get through this. You basically have to go get a shovel, pretty much, right? And then open... use the shovel to break through a wall. Very exciting. Let's see what's going on over here.
One of the reasons
Nostalgia
you want to
demonstrating
play Thief here as well is because after Mursat Overseer, you can open that door by picking the lock. It is the most role-play thing in raids. I love it.
It's huge. And that's why in any kind of speedrun, you're always going to see Thief here. Thief is essentially mandatory for Wing 4 speedrunning purely because of that skip. It's so much of a time save that Thief would have to be absolute garbage for you to not play it here because of how much of a time save it is in a full wing run. However, it's not. It actually does have a very respectable damage and, of course, brings great crowd control as well in the third fight in particular. So, like, Thief is not only a great choice, it also is best in slot for the speed run as well. Catch me up, though, Sneb. What is going on? Where is everyone at?
I'm looking at it. Looks, I mean, there's obviously going to be slight delays, but it actually looks like Trouble is ahead. But oh, Misfits is catching up. Their damage is very, very high. Same with Pack. Okay, those three teams that I'm watching right now are literally within 1% of each other.
I'm trying to load up some of these streams, and I think you're absolutely right here. Just looking at the health bars on Mercer Overseer, it's looking very, very close. Now I have loaded in Trouble.
No healers, by the way.
No healers. I mean, yeah, of course, that's definitely... you can do that for most of this raid wing, in fact, or certainly at least for the second and third bosses. You don't necessarily need to go for a healer. There could be some strategic differences on the final boss there with how many mechanics they choose to skip. Well, we'll get to that when we get to that, of course. I think Nostalgia is really pushing ahead. Where are the Misfits? Misfits are about to finish the boss there as well. I think this is another current advantage, though, for Team Nostalgia. After their very good performance in Wing 3, they look to be repeating it here in Wing 4 as well. Moving on to the next boss. Here they go. SG Trouble, as you correctly pointed out, they've now nailed down this boss. They're about to go onto the onto Samrog right after this as well. So it is very, very close. Yeah, Cute Gamer Girls in a similar position. I mean, how are we going to commentate this? I need to somehow extend the stream to show every single stream simultaneously. Like, that's the only way. I'm going to have to sensorily overload every single view. I'm going to melt your Zoomer brains. It's ridiculous. Yeah. But here we go.
To put this into perspective, Teapot. To put this into perspective. I'm watching Pack and Retired Misfits, and they are so close to each other that it's like watching the same scene. Oh, wait a second.
What?
2 people just died on Pack.
Wait, what? On this
They
boss?
just got hit into the spears.
Oh no. Yikes, I've just... Wait, actually, let me try some technology. Are you ready for some technology, Sneb?
I'm ready for the technology.
I have clicked stream replay. We may be able to actually see a clip of the deaths of Pack in just a moment. Let me see if this is actually going to work. I actually haven't tested this. Here we go.
Doing it live, folks.
Yeah. Okay, hang on. Did it work? No.
I see a screen. It says replay.
I think it hasn't fully downloaded yet, maybe. I'm not sure.
It's not working.
You know, it isn't
But
working.
it was close. It was a good attempt.
You know, I can show you a clip from the last raid tournament. Look, here you go. There's Tiny Ducklings. I can show you that one. But I can't show you that one. I don't know. It didn't work. I haven't tested it, to be fair. So, I mean, GG.
Anyway, you need to take a look at Trouble. I'm actually really impressed by Trouble here. They're holding their own here. Misfits doing very, very well as well. Pack is a little bit behind now because Pack has I mean, they're down 2 people, so naturally they're going to be a bit behind. They're losing a lot of damage. Whoa, 2 people in downstate on Pack as well. Where are they? Oh, no, they got the res. They got the res.
But they must have been in a spear, right? They must have been in a spear or something like that, taking that heavy damage. Of course, you know, this is actually kind of an annoying boss to lose players on, because it actually has a lot of health. It's a pretty tanky boss, because it's not only the boss health, but you also have to get through this intermission phase too, right? Where you have to deal with these 2 adds. So there's actually a lot of health. So losing 2 players is going to be a pretty sizable time loss. Oh no, wait, Pack is resetting. Snub, what? Wait, oh no. Oh no.
Oh no! Wait, why did they reset?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there exactly, but something very, very bad.
That's gonna cost them huge. That might kick them out of the top 8.
That's pretty brutal. Yeah, that's not what we like. That's very unfortunate for Pack. That's not what they want to be having here whatsoever, of course.
Oh boy, oh, we got 2 players downstate on Trouble as well. They're probably just gonna get res, but I think teams are struggling. They're getting kind of knocked around by the swipe attack from Samurog here.
Maybe a little too greedy on the damage there, like really, really going for it as hard as they possibly can. I think Nostalgia... Oh, actually, I think Misfits are actually leading right now, by the way, Sneb. As we actually do see them about to finish off Samrog, and Nostalgia are actually just kind of finishing up the second intermission. So, yeah, Misfits, I think Samrog just died. They're actually re-logging now. Straight away, Team 99% also there as well.
GG ever. It was,
yeah, it was crisp.
Literally perfect.
That was very, very crisp indeed. But yeah, this retired Misfits team, Seb, they're looking pretty juicy here. They're looking very tasty, actually, as we kind of finish up this Wing 4 here. Nostalgia continuing to blast, of course. Wicked Frogs also going into the final phase now as well. Misfits, though, they're going straight on to Demos with a pretty nice advantage, actually, here as well. Trouble, yeah, they're also getting through it. Yeah, I think Misfits are a little bit ahead, but I think second through to around fifth is going to be very, very tight, actually, between a huge amount of these rosters. Cute Gamer Girls, again, just finishing off some of these Defiance bars on Samrog. Misfits, portaling on their player. Again, one of the portal technologies. What you'll typically have is a player relog to the specialized Hankiter role, where you have to run around, because the boss has an ability that's baited on the furthest person away. So you have someone relog to a hyper-specialized build to handle that exact mechanic. And they portal them in to kind of account for that relog time. And here we are on the final boss. The only thing that could go wrong here would be an oil. Oiler! Do you think they're going to touch the oil?
I think somebody's going to touch the oil. It's inevitable.
Do you want them to touch the oil?
I enjoy it. I'm not going to lie. Because when you're the one who is in that situation, it feels horrible. But when you're watching, it's for some reason very exciting.
Yeah. It's just one of those moments where you can almost... Oh, you can very much empathize, right? It's a moment of empathy. Because you know what that's like. You know the panic, the fear of the oil. And you know that it could be over in just a moment. It's pretty exciting stuff. Anyway, as we see here... Let's see, where's Team Nostalgia at? Team Nostalgia, I think, is in hot pursuit. Yeah, here we go. They're a little bit behind in terms of their damage output compared to the retired Misfits. Oh, and actually a downstate here for Nostalgia. Can they get that revive? Yes, they can. They're actually back up into the mix. No problem there for them whatsoever. Cute Gamer Girl starting onto Deimos. Wicked Frogs also starting on. They actually did... Ooh, of course... Look what happened here with Wicked Frogs. They didn't get the one-shot pre-event. Basically, for this boss, you have to go into the Shadow Realm to kill 4 statues to spawn the boss. Oh, no! Wait, did someone get knocked off for the frogs or something like that?
Teapot.
What's up?
Misfits is almost done.
Yeah, I know. I know they're doing it. Shout out to Regal Power for running ads, by the way. No joke, actually running ads. Giga Chad. Yeah, Misfits, they're on the, I mean, they're, oh yeah. Oh, they're doing double sack. Notice how there are 2 players up here? They've done double sacrifice, right? This is the most aggressive variant of this strategy. So what they're doing is they basically say, you know what? You lot, you don't get to actually play the game. You have to run around in circles kiting Saul. And actually, Nostalgia is also doing that same thing as well. Have they actually gained time, though? I'm not totally sure if they have. We are going to see the players starting to die. Deimos is nearly phased. I think it has been phased. Actually, yes, it absolutely has. Here comes the Mega Deimos now coming into the mix from the depths. This should secure them a victory. Nostalgia, though, very much in hot pursuit. Where are the Cute Gamer Girls? They're getting down to that 25%. Where are the Wicked Frogs? They're at 100% because they did actually have to wipe there as well. Team 99% still on Samrog. Stick to Plan A, also getting to 25% here at the same time. Where is SG Trouble, Sneb? What is going on with Trouble? I want to check that out as well.
Trouble just had someone go downstate, but they res them really quickly. They're at about, looks like they're at about 33% or so. Oh, they just had 4 people go down. 4 people are in downstate.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. This is very tragic.
Hang on, it's loading in for me. I'm going to see it in a moment.
Hand kiter, I can't tell. They proc the oil. The oil is the
no, they oiled. They oiled. They fully oiled. That surely is that a wipe?
Oilers. Oh, they've GG'd. Oh, they've had to GG.
Yeah, they oiled. I mean, that, again, makes it spicy, because they need to perform pretty well here, otherwise they are not going to make the top 8. That is a painful oil. Things were going well for them. They were very, they're very high performers here. The DPS was on point, but that oil may have actually just cost them extremely dear. They're almost a little bit reliant on a mistake from their opponents now in order to get the job done. I think
they need some other people to slow down.
Yeah, this take Nostalgia is done. Cute Gamer goes, oh, no. Oh, no. Hang on, we actually do have some instability. They were able to revive, but we do actually have a Luren mainstream of the Cute Gamer Girls actually in the downstate. I think they should be able to pull this off, though. A lot of pressure from the double soul, though. They have the double soul. I think they're okay. They just need to power through this and get it done. They should be able to muscle it. Yeah, I think they'll be all right. And closing this out here.
They're just blasting it down. They're fine, but that is pretty close.
Yeah. It absolutely
is. Meanwhile, team has 2 people full dead as well.
Oh, goodness me. It's bosses. It's claiming people, huh?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Pack has 5 people down at Samurag with 4% left. Oh no, another person is down. So they've only got 3 people left. They're at like 3% or something. Oh no, 2 people just got smacked.
I'm trying to load it in. Oh, I see it. They did kill.
Oh, they got the kill just barely with 2 people alive. Oh my goodness.
Man, Pack is having a rough tournament, Sneb. They are having problems here. I don't think they've had a smooth wing just yet. And I don't know, is it enough? Can they make it through? I'm not sure, actually. It's going to be very, very close. Oh, hang on a minute, though. This could be good. Oh, no. This is just the double skip here. Gift of Envoy, they're actually doing the same strat. Again, the double skip strat, I believe, going into the last 10% here of Deimos. They should be able to actually get the job done here, in my opinion, and finish it. Pack, of course, having now to restart is certainly not what we like to see. Yeah, Gift of Envoy about to go into the final 10%. They're going to close this boss out pretty well. Trouble at 50% health on the boss. They're very much now kind of like almost racing not to wipe versus Pack their teammates as best as they possibly can. A lot of teams have gone for the double sacrifice strat there. Certainly something that's hard to pull off. A very strict DPS check to be able to execute this correctly. Plan A has now, of course, completed that run.
You know, I just gotta say, I get anxiety every single time I watch people rely completely on the Aegis. I don't know if it's because I have pugged so much that I just always dodge now. But every time I watch them, I'm like, oh my gosh, if it doesn't work, they're dead. I wonder if anyone died from that. I didn't notice if anyone died.
State of Flux got it done, by the way. They've now finished their wing. They did apparently have a bit of a crash issue on Samurag. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a bug in the game right now. Enjoy that. But they were still able to finish the wing in a pretty good time, actually. And wow, I think this leaderboard is going to be very, very interesting to look at, actually. State of Flux. Ooh, wow. Yeah, the actual top 8 here is going to be very exciting. We'll, of course, see how that develops. And we'll see how that develops in just a moment, as these teams have now essentially finished the job. Let's see what is still going on. I believe we're going to have team 99% still going for it. Yep, they're coming up to 25% right now. Where is Pack, actually? Let's see if I can load that stream as well. It's actually a bit of a 1v1 almost. Pack versus 99%. And of course, I think we are also looking at oh yeah, Team just finished them. They're now done with the wing. There we go. Very exciting. Regal Powers stream finishing up here as well. SG Pack racing against them. The DPS from Pack is very high, actually. Something we've seen them throughout the tournament, in fact. Can they catch up with Team 99%? Let's see what's going to happen. That's a scary all there for 99%. They don't touch it, though. That's good. They're keeping it calm. They're keeping it big. Can they finish this boss off? Another oil? Oh, no. Oh, Sneb, Pack is in trouble. Pack is in big trouble. They got 4 down sits right now and a full dead. They're having to call the GG!
Oh my gosh.
Oh, no.
I'm in pain. Trouble has 2 people dead. Trouble has, third. Oh, that must be the person that's down below. Are they going to be able to res them in time? I'm not sure.
Nah,
they should be able to catch this out regardless.
Yeah, they should be okay. But yeah.
They're going to be able to get the res. Are they going to res? Yeah, they did.
You need to have pretty high DPS, so it looks like they had that DPS. They were able to make it happen. And they're going on the 10% now. Oh, they did fully die, actually.
Oil, they're fine.
Yeah. The Kaita nearly got, or rather, the Heralds, rather, in this case, actually nearly got walloped off the edge there. Managed to hold on. Just finally using a stun break there. Nice. So
who all do we have left at this point?
I think it's mostly, it's 99% Trouble and Pack, I think.
Oh boy. This,
and Trouble's done now.
No spoilers, but this matters a lot. These last few points. Just say that.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Team 99%, they've now finished it. They've got the job done. And I think that's the only rosters left over, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, actually, how about Elysium? Where is Team Elysium? Oh, hang on a minute. No, Team Elysium, they're still going, Sneb. They're actually on Deimos about 30%. Are they in contention with Team Pack? I believe they are. It's Pack versus Elysium.
Here's the reality. If Elysium beats Pack, then Pack has no chance of getting top 8.
No.
I think... I actually don't know if Pack's going to be top 8 regardless. I think they might just be knocked out already. How many teams are left again? I'm very confused by this.
I think it's just Pack and Elysium now. I think.
And I think Pack is knocked out officially.
Oh, no.
It depends. I mean, we're still inputting the points, but it looks like to me that Pack might be able to get 9th, but they're going to be 1 point shy of 8.
Wow.
That's probably not true, actually. It looks like there's a bit of there's some inputting errors. It's going to be really close. We'll just say that. They're competing for 8, 9, 10 right now. So this actually does still matter quite a bit. They need to kill this boss and just get it done.
Yep, we leave the admins to their work. They know what they are doing. Elysium now at 10% on Deimos, and Pack actually really catching up. You can see their damage is really putting in the work here. Are they going to be able to actually get this win? Again, this could be potentially important. It's definitely not looking good for Pack overall in terms of points, as they have had some pretty rough raid wings so far today. But if they can get a really crisp burst, they might actually be able to clutch an extra point out over their opponents here, Elysium, who are now going into that final 10%. Here you go. The boss is sporting. How far behind is Pack? I think it's about 10 seconds in terms of that. Let's see if they have the DPS to make this work. Oh, it's going to be a real tough order, actually.
Blast this thing down now. They have to get this extra point. This extra point, it could be the difference. Again, still tallying, but it's within 1 or 2 points. So this point matters a lot. They must beat Elysium here.
I'm not sure if they can, though. The boss does not have much health in this phase. Of course, the damage is massive, but Elysium's DPS is also... Pack actually did it, I think. They actually did do it. As I was saying, it was going to be tough. Elysium's DPS just cannot hold a candle to the output of Pack.
There's a 5-second delay differential, no?
That is true, yeah. So it's a bit of a photo finish. Very close. I can't really call it. I feel like Pack actually did manage to pull that off, but of course, yeah, there's only a 1-second delay on Pack stream versus 6 on Elysium. So hard to say. Again, it's going to be and admins will be checking that, of course, just to verify that all the points are correctly sorted out. But that, I believe, is going to draw us to the conclusion of our first set of 4 raid wings. Next up, we're going to find out the top 8 from all of those teams. That does, of course, mean that 4 of them will unfortunately be eliminated. And that will be the end of their tournament journey, at least this time around. Very well played to all, of course. And then the top 8 are going to go head-to-head, again, in a similar format, where they have to complete 3 raid wings. So it will be 3 non-repeating wings. So we won't see a single wing. It's going to be random. We're going to roll a wing, then we're going to roll a ring, then we'll roll a wing again. And it will be a different one each time from wings 1 through to 4. Also, if the entire chat is full of copy-pastas, it enables wing 4 CMs.
Oh.
Pretty hype, actually.
Look at that.
Yeah. But there you have it.
Give a bit of a recap here. We have completed the first round of seeding. So we had, I believe it was 12 teams total. We're now cutting it down to the top 8 based on point system. So the way the point system works is you obviously get more points if you're in first, going all the way down to last. So you get points no matter what, but the points are higher if you do it faster. So it's less about if you just win 1 wing as it is about your overall performance in all 4 wings relative to other people. And so the top 8 overall performance across all the wings, or in other words, the highest point totals, those top 8 will go on to the next round.
Exactly. Yeah, and then we'll be repeating that process for the top 4, of course. And that's where the elimination begins, and we start to get that kind of sudden death, head-to-head situation. It's going to be a lot of fun when we get to that. But anyway, that's going to be that. Now our beautiful faces are back on stream once again. I think it's been a fantastic tournament so far. I want to thank everyone for stopping on by. I hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. Me and Seb, we do love a little bit of competition. We love a little bit of esports here as well. And big shout out to all the teams who have participated. Well played indeed to everyone. I think a very impressive showing, I think, so far from these rosters now. What do you make of the performance from the teams in Raid Check Cup 3?
Well, I mean, it's just really cool. I mean, these teams are very, very close. To me, it seems like there are about 5 teams that are like super speedrun-esque, and then there's a few teams on the cusp, right? They're just getting into that sort of scene, and both factions are very close to each other. So it's quite interesting to watch. Makes it exciting the whole way through.
Absolutely, and there's probably going to be a little bit of a break here for this, and we actually might roll our raid wings super early so teams know what they're getting into, they know what classes to log on to, but there's going to be a little bit of a break here, guys, because, of course, this is important. There's going to be eliminations now, and as a result of that, our admins are going to be double-checking these times to make sure that everything is shipshape and as it should be. So we'll be taking a look at the ratings pretty soon, but it's close.
Right now,
it's very close.
I really want to know who was first.
Yeah, it is unbelievably close, and that is being checked as of right now. Anyway, that's it. The goose is indeed loose. I definitely love the Twitch chat we've got going on here, guys. Keep this up. I want to see some more koi pastas, especially as we're about to go into the next phase of the tournament, where again we're going to be taking down our 8 teams down to 4. Your team needs your support. One of my favorite things about esports is cheering for your team, is, you know, that culture of kind of really getting immersed in it and having your favorite players, having your favorite rosters that you really want to see win, and supporting them in the Twitch chat. So, gamers, I want to see you've got to go big, you have to go crazy, and spam all over the place, and go absolutely berserk, guys. Keep blasting away like crazy, and spam some more copy pastas. More copy pastas, more juice, more content. Yes.
I'm just staring at the spreadsheet, Teapot.
Yeah?
Those last 2 teams, they were so close. I need to know if Pack actually caught up and beat Elysium there. I need to know.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. It's in. It's confirmed. Pack was 1 second off.
Wait, really? Is that confirmed?
Elysium beat them by 1 second.
Oh my god!
Oh boy. And you know what? I don't actually think it would have mattered either way, because they would have got 1 more point, right? But that still would have put them in 9th, I think. Oh. Interesting.
Yeah, I believe we actually do have a bit of a situation.
Yeah,
that is being resolved.
To a quick break, and then you and I can talk about it.
Yeah, there's a bit of a situation here, guys. Like, some people were actually crashing as a result of this, and some times are going to be adjusted as a result of this, because just to kind of clarify this and talk about this, we have some pretty serious bugs in the game right now that is causing crashes in raids. It's to do with cutscenes. I'm not totally sure on exactly what's going on there, but it's cutscenes and raids in general. There are some actual game crashes. This is it's not ARC DPS or anything like that. This is actually bugs, potentially, that is going on here. Essentially, is potentially the scenario.
So yeah, there's some time adjustments happening.
Yeah, so some adjustments are going to be made. But yeah, this is not ARC or anything. This is actually just a bug that unfortunately has been introduced to the game. It's been reported to ArenaNet, of course. But yeah, we actually do have, we do indeed have some bug issues that are causing some problems. So again, there's going to be a bit of delay here, guys. We're going to have to sort this out. But do not worry. We will do our absolute utmost to make sure that this is handled in a fair and competitive manner.
I think it's already been sorted.
Oh, has it? Okay, well, I'll actually wait on confirmation for the admins that it has been resolved before we go ahead and move on. So I think we can read off the top 4, Sneb. Should we read off the top 4 for the viewers? Because I think that's probably safe. I think the 5th through 8th, I will wait until the admins say so, otherwise I'm going to get flamed. So, in first place, so far, the team that has performed the best, it's actually going to be the retired Misfits, with very big performances. I believe they came 2nd in Wing 1, 3rd in Wing 2, 2nd in Wing 3, and then 1st in Wing 4. Very exciting. In second place, look at this, it's going to be the Cute Gamer Girls, with 9 points in Wing 1, which I believe is going to be a 4th, then 1st in Wing 2, 4th in Wing 3, and then a 3rd in Wing 4. Nostalgia is going to be number 3 in Wing 1 with 3 points. Then they 2nd in Wing 2, 2nd in Wing 4, and 1st in Wing 3. Funnily enough, the Wing 1 one, that was actually a bit of a meme.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of confusion.
There was a bit of confusion with when we were starting.
Scores are probably not really reflective.
A little bit weird for them. I believe they were not really ready, unfortunately, for Wing 1. But their very strong performances allowed them to still dominate the leaderboard here. And then in 4th, it's actually stick to plan A. with a very consistent score, actually. They were basically placing the exact same between 4th and 5th in every single round. So very consistent, solid performance there from that team. And again, going to wait for a little bit of confirmation from the admins before we actually go ahead and confirm our final 8 teams.
Yes, we're just about there, I think.
Yeah. Pretty sure that Wicked Frogs and Gift of Envoy are making it through. Almost certainly, I believe. And
yeah, it's really just about, I think, where Pack's at based on that admin call.
Hang on, I'm just actually confirming. I will show the spreadsheet. I'm not showing the spreadsheet if it's not confirmed, all right? They're so impatient, Snap. They're so they're so needy, aren't they? The Twitch chat viewers. Just getting this confirmed, then we'll take a look at the spreadsheet for the final placements. Yes. Wicked Frogs. Frogs. Did you know that frogs are banned in the official Guild Wars 2 channel?
Yeah, I actually got banned. Well, yeah. I got...
what did you get banned for? What emoji did you put?
Timed out.
Yeah. What did you put?
I put Feels Birthday Man because somebody said it was their birthday, and I went, oh, Feels Birthday Man. And then I immediately got timed out. I forgot about the frogs.
Frogs. Okay, I've got confirmation. It is confirmed, Snap. Let's take a look at the full leaderboard. Yo! Here it is. We have first, Retired Misfits, Cute Gamer Girls. Number 2, Nostalgia. Number 3, Stick to Plan A. Number 4, Wicked Frogs. Number 5, Gift of Envoy. Number 6, State of Flux. In 7th, SG Pack Snab. They made it. They made it just barely by the skin of their teeth in 8th position. And very unfortunately, despite some really awesome gameplay from these teams, we are going to be saying goodbye to SG Trouble, Team, I'm going to miss that team name, I really am, Team 99%, and Elysium there as well. Of course, very well played to them. I definitely want to give a shout out here to the new teams that have showed up here, Team Elysium, Team 99%. For showing up and absolutely blasting. And if I'm not mistaken, did Trouble play previously? I don't think they did, actually, correct? I think this is actually their first tournament as well, Seb. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, so I might be a little bit confused, and they're going to laugh at me about this, but I think that before there were some people on Team that played with Trouble. Like, I think there's a bit of a mix, and then they've expanded into 2 teams. But I could be slightly wrong about that.
Yeah.
So there's some new players on those teams for sure.
Indeed. So there you have it. That is our roster. So very well played to everyone. We're going to be moving on with our top 8 very, very shortly. So let's go ahead and we are going to roll our next raid wing. Again, just to quickly clarify how exactly this is going to work, we're going to be rolling random wings for the next 3 rounds. This will be non-repeating, so we cannot do, wing 1, then wing 1, then wing 1. That is not allowed, but we could do wing 1, then 4, then 2. It can be in any order, and it can be any of the first 4 raid wings. So, that aside, let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to get this going. Let's do a roll, Snab. Let's make it happen.
Let's do it.
Let's go. What is it going to be?
Spin that wheel.
I'm spinning the wheel. Here we go. All right. Oh, I love it. Oh, my God. I love it. It's wing 3, Snab. Oh, yes. Here we go again. It's going to be a wing 3 in our first round. So, of course, we can let our teams know about that. Ooh, out of the frying pan, straight back into the fire. From one of the more straightforward raid wings to run, which is, of course, going to be that wing 4, into easily the most advanced technical wing with wing 3. Here we go again.
Interestingly, when we ran this, obviously, in that first seeding round, Nostalgia came out in first with Retired Misfits a close second, and then Pack behind them. There's actually quite a differential in time between second and third, and then it just trailed on there. So curious to see if teams pick it up a bit here, if they maybe clean things up so there are fewer mistakes, or just what happens in general.
Yes, yeah. This was the wing where we saw the biggest differences, I think. Outside of wipes, of course. We, of course, did see some wipes on wing 4. We saw some wipes on wing 2, right? That did obviously kind of spread things out a little bit more. But this was definitely where the teams, I think, had the most room to demonstrate their mastery of the strategy, of the speedrun, the platforming element of the game, as it were. So, yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see this go down. Again, I just want to clarify, this is not elimination. So again, just like the first round, if teams maybe have a little bit of a rough wing 3, that is actually totally fine. They just need to, of course, perform extremely well in the other wings that are going to be following here too. The speed. I think there almost is going to be an element of tactics here too. So, because you mentioned that there was a slightly larger team differential. Now, what do you think about this? Check this out. Okay. Do you think that some of the teams are going to go, we do not have the technology to win this round. Let's play a really solid, safe, no wipe run, get it done, and just get some points on the board. Do you think that's the strategy? Because that's, you've also got to think about the meta element, right? Like the meta element of the tournament, right? That you're thinking about how the scoring system works. You're thinking about how it's going to play out. And let's be honest here. Realistically, I do think there's a pretty big difference here between the teams that are going to be like first through the third and then fifth through the eighth, right? So if you're in those teams and you're actually thinking strategically, I think you go super safe, rock solid, and don't actually go crazy because of how strong Nostalgia is, for example, on this wing, and how strong Misfits are on this wing.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm a team right now, I am doing exactly what you said. I'm thinking, okay, I got to try to get third or fourth here because I don't know that I can make up two minutes in 2 hours after I just did this wing, right?
Yeah.
I don't know that they can change the strategy enough to warrant that. So you're thinking, okay, well, if I just don't wipe but play really solid, I can get third, fourth, fifth, and be in contention in the other wings. That's definitely what I would be doing right now. Now, that's all just considering that, you know, they don't wipe. Because if one of those teams wipes doing these, you know, they're somewhat risky strategies, then that could change the entire equation here.
Absolutely. Because again, you know, the one thing you don't want to do on these runs is wipe. You do not want to wipe. Because, of course, that's just such a huge setback, especially on some of the longer encounters. And if you think about it, Wing 3 actually is on the longer side with its actual boss fights, right? Like, Escort is kind of meaty. You know, a lot, for example, a boss like Veil Guardian, that's going to be done in, you know, 1 minute and 40. Right? Like for these teams, it's going to be really fast. Whereas something like Escort, it's actually got a bit of meat on it. Keep Construct, especially with that unskippable intermission phase as well. There's going to be, and of course Zera has like also a large intermission in it, which you can't really accelerate. There's a lot of moments here where you can't really go any faster, which I think is very interesting. And I think our teams are getting ready. So let's take a look.
Yeah, there were quite a few wipes before. On this wing in particular as well. So if I'm the leader of one of these teams, I'm hyping up my team right now and I'm saying, hey, we just need to not wipe. We need to just play pretty solid. Just do not wipe and we will pull ahead of some other teams. But the funny part is if everyone thinks that and then one team takes a risk and it works out, then they're way ahead. So there's a little bit of a dance here. What are you willing to risk on this wing?
Yeah, because you certainly want to get points on the board here. There's less rounds, so in a lot of ways, this is actually slightly less forgiving, right? Like, if you make a mistake, and if you do have a wing where you don't perform quite as well as you'd perhaps like to, or maybe up to the standard that you set for yourself, it is more punishing, because you have less room to recover. So it's important. This is very, very, very important indeed.
Frankly, they just matter more now. You know, one less wing, these points are more valuable, harder to get.
They are indeed. They are indeed. We have the cute gamer girls. We have SG Pack, fully enabled, ready to go. Of course, we also have Wicked Frogs. And gamers, things are about to get serious. Things are about to get crazy. It is time to support the streams. You must go crazy. You need to go berserk. I want to see some spam in the chat. If you want Cute Gamer Girls to win, you have to put the Cute Gamer Girls pasta. If you want the Wicked Frogs to win, you've got to put the Wicked Frogs pasta. Do we have one for nostalgia yet? I don't know. You got to get that going as well. We've got to get one for the Misfits, the retired Misfits. There's a lot of old people. Nostalgia and Misfits? Like, what's going on here? It's the retirement home for Guild Wars 2 or something. But get in there. Let's do it.
You know, it's my birthday in like 10 days.
Hmm?
Oh, maybe a little more than that. 12, 13 days, 2 weeks or so. And I'm turning 30. I am now old. What do I do?
I don't know. Play Guild Wars 2? Have
It's
a midlife
over.
crisis?
Yeah, I think it's time for the crisis.
Yeah. Just waiting for our final teams to get ready to rumble here. Stay tuned. We're going to be getting into this very, very shortly. And there's going to be some pretty big gaming action, if you ask me. There's going to be some very large gaming. Would you consider yourself a big gamer, Snub?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you know, I cannon rush pretty well in SC2.
Yeah. Dark
Sometimes
Templar.
I make some DTs.
Yeah.
Good. Sometimes they survive with 1 HP and they ravage the mineral line.
Nice.
You know, there's nothing more satisfying. I know this is just a total derail.
Yeah, Snub. That's derail, bro.
There's nothing more satisfying than watching the perspective of your opponent and they realize that all of their workers are dead in StarCraft 2. And it's because you had invisible units killing all of them. And then they sit there and you feel that moment when they realize that they have lost the game and that all hope is gone. And they just leave.
They know it's over. And
Yeah.
the 2-minute warning has been sent. Our teams are mentally preparing to get in on the action. They're ready. Glenna is just over there. Everyone's stacked up in a little ball, as is the Guild Wars 2-way. And this will be an interesting one. Again, I think the teams to watch will be the teams that are going to be competing for the spots after Nostalgia, because this is clearly a wing that they excel at, which does change the dynamic a little bit. But again, Nostalgia can always wipe. They can always mess up some of these strats. It's very easy to do. Very, very easy to do indeed. There's razor-thin margins for actually pulling off a lot of these strategies correctly. You know, I want to do a little bit of a spicy one. So with these 8 teams, do you have a favorite right now? And when I say favorite, I mean, do you have one that you think is like, oh yeah, I'm thinking they're gonna win? Like, oh yeah, this is you know, which one would you bet on?
If I had to bet on a top 4, I think Retired Misfits and Nostalgia are going to be there. I'm rooting for Cute Gamer Girls because they've had so much, what's the word? They've had a lot of roadblocks. They've had a lot of times in the past tournaments where they were just shy of making the next round, or you know, something crazy happened. I'd like to see them in the top 4 this time, just to see how they do. Of course, I'm always a big fan of any of the SG teams, so I'm rooting for Pack. We'll see. I bet Pack right now. I bet somebody is giving like the most Lord of the Rings-esque motivational speech ever and being like, now is the time where we rise up, rise from the ashes like a phoenix, and we do not wipe again. I'm very curious to see how they pull up their socks a little bit in this next seeding round.
Pull up their pants. And indeed, that's exactly what these teams are going to have to do here. The team is now fully underway. The round begins. Glenna being prepared to be moved in just a moment here. The speed is about to happen. The pace, the gameplay is all over the place. Do you like all the different graphic settings that these gamers have? Like, some people like the game a lot brighter, a lot more intense, a lot more vivid. And actually, I think this is very interesting. I believe the Wicked Frogs player has, like, some crazy sharpness turned up on the game. The game is you know, my eyes are getting poked through the screen with how sharp the game is. A little bit of filters being applied here. But here we go. Wait.
I have a random question for you, Teapot. Do we have the ability to share the standings in the chat? Is that sheet public? Are we allowed to be public?
That sheet is editable by anyone, so we are not sharing.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah, we actually did have a DC for... we had a DC on the team of Retired Misfits, so that will be accounted for, of course. A little bit unlucky there, but anyway... Pack is now blasting away. Here comes the portal. They're getting up there instantaneously. Cute Gamer Girl's getting into position here as well, getting through here. Gift of Envoy pushing through at the same time. Nostalgia, once again, doing what they were doing previously, very quickly advancing on through this gauntlet, getting rid of these mines, and then capturing here. So the teams here, they've actually split into two sections, essentially. What you'll do is you'll actually have 5 players or so up on the towers, going from tower to tower, instantly capturing them. Then you have the remaining players actually just clearing the path down here, getting rid of those mines, and making sure that Glenna doesn't die, going from A to B as quickly as they possibly can. Really exciting and fun thing to pull off, actually. A lot of these players will be having a backup as well. You'll notice the mesmer portals here. This is because actually capturing the towers can be a bit finicky to do it very quickly. You have to use some quite precise knockbacks and pulls and so on to actually achieve this. So if that does go wrong, you simply have the mesmer portal as the backup there. SG Pack, by the way, Sneb, really blasting, by the way. Really getting through. Wait, after this commercial break.
That Lord of the Rings speech really worked.
It did, yeah. Apparently it did. You know, I do love a little bit of that, right? You know, it is not this day, you know. Yeah. Kind of meme. Like, you
today
know,
we fight.
Exactly. Today we fight, indeed. Waiting for this commercial break to be over on Enco stream. He's getting that Twitch partner bag. You know, we love to see that. We absolutely do. Gift of Envoy also pushing through pretty quickly here at the same time. I want to take a look at State of Flux.
Nostalgia at the end, boss.
Oh, yeah. They already... Wait, seriously, it's still a... Wait, how many ads is Enco running? What the hell is going on here? Hang on. Let me see if I can get Grimjack stream, okay? He doesn't run ads.
We were talking about the Mario 64 folks before, and you know, I had never experienced a community that likes ads as much as that community likes ads.
Yeah.
One time I was watching, and then you know, they're at like TikTok clock, and for those that know, TikTok clock is like near the end of the run, so things are getting quite exciting. 4-minute ad. 4-minute ad, by the way. Yeah. I'm like, wow, I'm just gonna miss the whole TikTok clock.
Yeah. I love that. That's, you know, that's pretty epic, I'd say. State of Flux doing very well here as well, actually. They're also already on the end boss, a little bit, just a hair ahead of the Cute Gamer Girls as of right now. Where are the Wicked Frogs? Wicked Frogs, also, yeah, a little bit further behind both of those teams, I believe, just about to go on to the final tower. Is that Plan A? They're also on end boss as well. Cute Gamer Girl's about to get there too. Gift of Envoy about to get to end boss.
Was able to start, by the way, which it's going to be very skewed because they had a late start that will be accounted for by the admins. But if we do show them, just know they're really not that far behind. They just had a late start because of some crashes.
Yeah, the streams for Nostalgia are completely unviewable to me right now. I'm just getting mass ads on both of them. But fortunately, they are now gone as they go on to Keep Construct. I believe, again, they are leading here. Of course, it will be difficult to compare because of the situation with Retired Misfits. But, of course, we will be able to kind of clean that up at the end after all of this. But, yeah, Nostalgia, again, performing extremely well. Already on that boss as Wicked Frogs are kind of finishing up this mini-boss here as well. Can be a little bit annoying here. You know, it can actually be semi-variants involved because the boss splits into 2 clones. One of them takes damage from half your team, the other from the other half. So, you know, if you have players who don't do any damage, essentially, being forced to, like, all attack the same one, you can get a little bit of a time loss there, but usually not going to be super relevant at the end of the day. Nostalgia, bringing the pain, bringing the blast, bringing the DPS.
I'd like to point out a few things about Escort. This is a public service announcement, okay? And you know, shout out to Mela. Mela is a big enjoyer
My queen.
Of this feedback.
Yeah.
So a lot of times you'll see people, especially in pug groups, they'll just stand at the stairs. Now, I don't really know exactly how that started, but my theory is that, you know, the wargs, they spawn at the stairs, and so it's just like this safe play. Well, it turns out that because power creep is quite high, the wargs pose virtually no threat. So if you're in there, you can leave the stairs and go attack the thing that has the color over your head. It's okay. And my understanding is also that one of the clones or whatever, it teleports and the other just walks. So it's probably in your best interest to just go chase them down and kill them.
Yeah. Yeah, funnily
Don't
enough,
just sit at the
that's the old school strat. That's what people came up with shortly after the release. It's very weird that that's still about, actually. That is a super old school strat. That's the kind of thing that you would do if you've never gone on the internet since, like, 2015. Because that's what everyone did back then, pretty much, when Wing 3 was actually vanilla. Yeah, it's, you know, it's still going, right? They're still going. State of Flux performing very well, by the way. They are absolutely pumping right now alongside the Wicked Frogs. Just a little bit behind Nostalgia. Nostalgia are a deceptively far ahead, though, because they went through the first intermission, which is basically just like a strict time gate as you go through that. But yeah, some very solid performances from a variety of teams so far. Gift of Envoy also on the boss. I believe they did actually have a crash. Oh, and they actually have a merge as well. That's probably not the end of the universe, I think, actually. In this particular instance, because they can probably just cleave it down. And honestly, these things are not that much of a threat. Another bit of a power creepy thing, to be honest. Back in the day, if one of these merged, you would be, you know, it wasn't a good time snap. You were pretty sad. In fact, even to this day, many groups will simply GG if you do get a merge, of course. But honestly, these days, not the end of the world. As long as you dodge its frontal slam that it does, then you're okay, because that will just basically steal all of your boons. But if you dodge that, it's not really the end of the world. You can kind of ignore it and just blast the boss down, because you're not as reliant on the intermission phases. It wasn't the ad's damage that made you want to GG. It's the fact that you essentially failed the mechanic, right? Like, you failed the mechanic and you would not have access to a burn phase.
Ooh, Pack had a bunch of people going to downstate, but they recovered well. They've recovered. They're fine. Ooh, that was close, though.
I'm loading the stream.
You know, a keep construct is very interesting because it can domino very quickly because the DPS checks are so precise, especially when you're speed running. So if a couple people go down and during like one of those spread phases, it's going to be kind of hard to res them, especially when you're playing you're playing so razor thin with regards to support. If the dominoes start falling, they could just all fall.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, you know, that's one thing that we haven't really mentioned that much, is that, of course, in runs like this, a standard composition might be a double healer setup. Here, we're not seeing that. This is going to be single healer setups, or in some instances, it will be 0 heal setups. Just to really maximize that damage, and simply relying on very passive sustain to actually survive, right? Like, and just basically just barely out heal the ticking damage and evading and reducing all of the damage from every single mechanic, essentially. That is exactly what these teams are doing. So that does, of course, magnify your mistakes. One of the reasons why running 2 healers or even 3 healers in challenging fights in Guild Wars 2 is because there aren't really DPS checks. But of course, there are going to be survival checks. So the more healers you have, the more forgiving the game can become. But here, of course, that is not an option for these teams. These teams need every bit of damage they can possibly scrape together.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny in the Guild Wars 2 community. There's a bit of a culture where, you know, the pug standard is going to be 2 healers. And that's just kind of it, right? You have 2 healers. They're both providing some boons. One of them is likely tanking. And then you have 2 offensive supports that are providing boons. But, you know, I theorized the other day, there really aren't DPS checks. So in theory, if you wanted to play super duper safe, you could just run 4 healers providing all of the boons, overlapping all of the boons, having a backup tank and doing all of these things. And you'd probably clear really consistently. Now, it would take you a little bit longer, right? It'd probably take you, what, 15% longer or so? I don't know. I haven't done the math. But, I mean, is it worth taking just a little bit longer, especially if you're a new team, in order to just get the kill rather than sit there for, you know, 20 wipes? I don't know. I think we often sort of pigeonhole ourselves into these very strict meta things when that's not probably going to be the best thing for every single team.
Yeah, and it's funny enough, that's exactly what my old guild did back in one of the older rated tournaments, right? Like the elitist raiding party, the amateur raiding party. Like their goal, the rule set was quite punishing, actually. It did involve Wing 4 challenge modes, and this is like the biggest boon to my team, actually, because Wing 4 challenge modes, very easy to wipe on. And their entire game plan, Mystic Builds, was do not wipe. Do not wipe. And you know what? It really paid off. They ended up placing extremely well just on the basis of playing a little bit safer with some solid strategies.
I just watched Yuru miss the jump, but
yeah.
I think that they had somebody else going for the end of Twisted Castle.
Yeah,
anyway,
Pack is going big here. I think we actually have maybe something going wrong here for Nostalgia. Oh, this is fun. You'll love this, Sneb. Enko crashed, and he was one of the players pivotal to executing Twisted Castle. This has now forced them to do a backup strategy, or maybe even a full reset. I'm not gonna lie, well, honestly, let's not dwell on this for too long. Obviously, there's no point in doing that. But certainly a little bit on the frustrating side that we have a very severe bug at the same time as our tournament.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. It's outside of our control, right? So we must, of course, the admins are on it and they're listening to people and trying to ensure that it's fair play when these things come up. But yeah, it does kind of suck. Hopefully, it's not in the next one.
Yeah. Yeah. This is absolutely bizarre as well. There's a lot of random game crashes happening, unfortunately. You really hate to see that. Plan A, now it's almost impossible to actually determine who is actually winning. In fact, we probably won't know who won until, like, the next round is over, realistically, because of how unstable this has been, unfortunately. But anyway, stick to Plan A now on Zera, actually. So they were very much keeping tempo, actually, with, of course, Team Nostalgia and also Team Pack. Pack doing the exact same thing. They're moving on to Zera. They're actually got on Zera first phase here. So I think Pack, in fact, they've rallied quite well here, Snub. It's actually entirely possible that they're going to place very highly, actually, here, I think, in this Wing 3. As, in fact, of the teams that are actually haven't had any issues, I believe they are actually leading as of right now.
Yeah, this is very interesting to me. The thing that's really messing with my head here is obviously Retired Misfits had that delayed start because of the crashing. So I'm very curious to see exactly where they're lining up with everyone else. I think the admins have a lot of work after this one with the crashes and whatnot.
Yeah, unfortunately that is the case, but hey, that's what they're not getting paid for, so they better do it. Well, let's see. Where is Retired Misfits? Oh, you got to hand this to Retired Misfits Snubs. They've actually really had a pretty blistering run, I think. They're actually on Twisted Castle. They're just going into the portal phase of that. In fact, they actually have a timer being shown on stream that is, well, very likely going to be accurate. They've only been going for 9 minutes on their run without this crash. And yeah, that's pretty good, right? They're going to be getting to Zera very soon for a very quick run in the end. So we'll have to see how it all gets added up. But yeah, pretty decent stuff.
Yeah, to give you an idea, the last time their last Wing 3 was 1450. So if they're anywhere around that, that's a blistering time.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Misfits cleaning this up in just a moment here. And stick to Plan A, also doing the same thing. Pack will be basically getting towards the end of the intermission here. By now, of course, Nostalgia are actually back in the mix. Yeah, they've now actually got through Twisted Castle after their reset, and they're just blasting Zera down to 50%. Yeah, I mean, the gaming is happening, right? Gift of Envoy also very much in contention here, as we can see. Going into the start of Zera.
Yeah, you know what? I'm surprised no one has died to the gliding CM. Usually one person dies to the gliding. Last night,
really?
I hadn't raided
really
in a few
though,
weeks, and I
feel like that's not going to happen.
It can. It just randomly, a little leg spike or something, or you double tap the space bar and you fall to your death. Usually, that happens in pug groups a lot. You all go to glide, everything's going fine, and like 4 people just randomly die, and then somebody says LOL leg, and you're like, okay, all right,
yeah.
Anyway, last night I was running with this really new HOT progression team, and we were kind of helping them out. And I was just kind of, we just kind of went all in at Zera. I had like no explanation. I was just talking through all the mechanics as we were going. And They didn't die to the gliding. So shout out to Team Mischief. They did not die to the gliding, and it was many of their first attempts at the boss ever. Usually that's the thing that people struggle with the most.
Wow. And it can be a challenge. One thing did happen that was a little bit tragic, by the way, Sam, and this actually could potentially be quite damaging to Wicked Frogs. They wiped. Wiper! It was on, I believe it was on Keep Construct. They had a wipe situation. We didn't catch it on the camera, but yeah, that is why they, when I panned into their view, they actually were still about halfway through that boss. Now they're on the Twisted Castle, but they're not going to be happy with this time, and they're not going to end up with a particularly good Wing 3 to start them off. And this actually might be one of the slowest, if not the slowest Wing 3s as a result of that. As they wiped on basically the slowest boss, right? Like a very, very slow boss, Keep Construct, and which is, probably the most painful spot on this wing to wipe on. Maybe the end of Zera is actually slightly worse, but it's not good either way. I'm not gonna lie. It's really not what you want to see. To see if the frogs are going to be able to redeem themselves in the next round.
It looks like Pack's all done, which is nice.
I believe so, yes.
And Nostalgia is just a short ways behind here. Just finishing up. I'm watching Miko's perspective. Miko has a really cool room. I don't know if you have Miko's stream, but that gaming room is pretty cool.
Wow.
The lights.
Oh, nice. Wait. Oh, dear. Nostalgia actually just died. Can they finish the boss? I think they might be able to finish it. They still have a couple of people alive. 2 people left alive there. But yeah, they died extremely low on Zera. That is actually not what you want to see whatsoever. And yeah, I believe what happened there, I think we can actually diagnose this. This is actually, unfortunately, a bug. So check this out, Sneb. Basically, if 2 people get the action key in a row and you have very, very high DPS, you are dead. Or rather, the same person. If the same person gets it 2 times in a row, and you have like very, very high damage, it actually breaks the fight. And unfortunately, that is what happened there, which of course is going to severely damage the time, as it was at literally the worst possible moment. They wiped like 2% there, unfortunately, which is not exactly what you want to see. Yes.
Ouch. Is it because you don't get the special action key?
Yeah.
Or what happens?
It's because it has like a cooldown before you can use it again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think there is still a way to use it, so I think it is a bug that you can semi-play around. I recall going through this issue in my own groups, funnily enough, actually, having very similar problems. There's kind of a way that you can play around it, and there's a way that you can still activate it in some way, even if it does happen in that situation, but obviously, certainly not ideal, right? You don't want to have that happen to you, because in the moment, it can be very difficult to respond. But yeah, really, really unfortunate there, unfortunately. Yeah, Misfits are getting a pretty nice run here, by the way. It's going to be around a 14.5-minute run. But yeah, what a absolute messy round there. A lot of technical difficulties here, of course. Not exactly ideal, but yeah, there it is. Nostalgia now pumping away. And I almost want to see if we can...
just finished with the 14:43.
Yeah, exactly.
That's their time.
Juicy time. Where are the frogs? Is this big for Wicked Frogs? Where are they? Oh, are they going on to the first phase of Zera? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, they're on intermission, actually. Oh, hang on. So this is very relevant for Wicked Frogs. This means they actually might be able to beat Nostalgia in this round as a result of this. Because, of course, both of these teams have now wiped. So they might be able to actually get away with this. Let's see if this happens. Okay. Yeah, Nostalgia done with the first.
It's a bit of an
50%.
update.
Oh, really? What's the update?
A bit of an update. The retired Misfits time was 7 seconds faster, which was 4 seconds slower than Nostalgia's previous time. So, unless something miraculous happened that I missed, I think that retired Misfits will probably take first in that Wing 3.
Very likely, yeah. Very, very likely indeed. Yes. Intermission is happening. Gaming is indeed happening. You know, do you know one of the worst things about running raid tournaments in Guild Wars 2, or just tournaments in general, Sneb, in Guild Wars 2?
Dealing with all the bugs?
Yes. Because I was running a massive PvP tournament. It had 4,000 viewers. You know what happened? In almost every game, someone got knocked into a wall. How do I deal with that? How I mean, how as the humble Twitch streamer, how do I deal with that? Okay, game is broken, and now we also have gigabugs in raids.
Yep.
Incredible. Yeah, Nostalgia finishing the job. The frogs are also doing the same. They're pumping away like crazy into the final phase. They're getting this little mini game done. They're not doing the skipper with the Spectral. Let's see if we can actually see it. I want to see the skip from the Spectral Nostalgia. It's really fun to watch this and see if it actually does happen to either of these players. Looks like it's not going to be, because of course Chronomancer can do the same. Grim doesn't have his continuum split, so he can't go back here. Let's see. Oh, are we going to see a go back strat here from the Necromancers? I believe we absolutely are. Here we go. Oh, never mind. No, we're not. They're just going to play it a little bit safer, I guess. Now we're going to go back, and they're going to pump the boss into Oblivion.
They're going to finish up here.
Nostalgia, get it done. There it is. Yeah. You know what's funny? I'm actually being told, I'm being told that there were 2 bugs that Nostalgia encountered.
Oh boy.
You know, Wing 3 is pretty broken, to be fair. I'm not super surprised to hear about that, to be honest. But yeah, that is something. I think State of Flux did very well there as well, actually. State of Flux were absolutely blasting the entire time. So I'm very curious to see how they end up placing. I think what we need to do is... I'm very tempted just to get the next wing going, and then we'll make sure Wing 3 gets sorted out there, because it's going to be a little while to get this sorted out, and I want to keep the action going. I want to keep I don't want to have to keep the teams waiting too long, so they can, you know, keep it nice and chill and not get
We're
too
probably going to need
rustled.
to sick a couple admins on just round 1 and have them figure it out, and then the rest of that.
Yeah, and just figure out the goddamn bugs. Every bug emoji in the chat, by the way, guys, adds an additional bug to Guild Wars 2. Every single one will add another bug. And actually, the more bug emojis you put in a single message, the more game-breaking the bug will be. So make that happen.
Wow.
Yeah. It's impressive stuff, guys. Impressive stuff. Bug gaming, bug content. I see. Awesome is actually going with the slightly more elegant pasta here. Going with the bug, beetle, and worm. Wait, what the hell is this? Wait, Jasper Anari has a Twitch emote that is Zoja kissing Shadow the Hedgehog.
What?
What is that?
Okay. All right.
That's pretty weird.
A man of high culture. Yeah, I mean that's.
Well, I mean, honestly,
that's not.
That really, I think that really kind of adds another layer to the lore when it comes to Zojagar, though, right?
Oh my, it all makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, there was a.
This is where Zojagar really starts to kind of get out of hand, you know?
Oh boy. Where do you think she's been all this time? Well, there is a very detailed fanfic of where she may have been. But anyway.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I have to show this. Oh my god. Sneb. Wicked Frogs.
0.02% wipe?
They wiped 0.02% on Keep Construct.
You know, that... Did anyone break their keyboard?
That is brutal.
It's a brutal loss there. Ouch.
Yeah. That was a flat 4 minute 30 second. time loss. I mean, that is rough. You have to give props, though, to Frogs. They, you know, head in the game, go next, and they sent it. There it is, right? Simple as that. Simple as that. Okay, so the admins are going to sort this out. I will actually go ahead and roll the next raid wing just so we can keep things moving while we are kind of finalizing what's going on there. Again, a little bit of a tricky situation, but let's see what we have got coming up next. Here we go! Rolling! So again, it's not going to be a wing 3. It's going to be a 1, 2, or a 4. And it's going to be a wing 1.
Ooh.
Spirit Veil coming on up. You know, this is almost my favorite wing. You know, I do like it a little bit more on the unrestricted rule set because you can skip a little bit more stuff and you can go really, really crazy with all of the gameplay. But this is just such a great wing to watch. It really is. All the bosses are really cool. They look great. They're visually interesting to watch, I think, from the viewer perspective. Loads of interesting technology, loads of movement, some good DPS checks in here as well for the teams to really blast away. Just all around, one of the all-time great sets of raid encounters in Guild Wars 2. That is for sure.
It's just so good because, you know, you can put in a fairly new team in here, and this is a really fun wing to prog, right? But if you put in a team that's really elite and you're trying to speed run, it's one of the best speed running wings because there's so many little things to optimize. So it's just across the board fun for all levels of play. And I think that's why everyone, when they think of Wing 1, they're like, oh yeah, that's just a fun wing. Because it was fun when you first started, and it's still fun now.
Exactly. It's aged very well, in my opinion. Maybe the bosses do die pretty quick these days, but certainly the mechanics, certainly the fun factor, leaning into the more speedrun elements, definitely, keeps it pretty exciting, keeps it fun to do, that's for sure. Gorseval. Tentacles. You know what I'd really like to see? I'd love to see them go ahead and go, oh yeah, Gorseval CM. You know? Gorseval CM.
Yeah, you know what makes such an interesting CM is if there was this guy that just followed you around and tried to pick you up, but it was just on every fight, and then there was like 8 of them. That would be really interesting.
Yeah, in other words, Doom CM. You know what my wildest fantasy would be for Guild Wars 2? Final meta event of Soto. Spawns Doom CM.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then what?
Multiple echoes. And check this out. The echoes, as they run, they leave behind them a pool of oils.
Oh.
Yeah. So whenever they run in a straight line, right, and bounce, and their path, they leave behind oils.
You know, what I would personally like to see in the next meta event is exactly what you said, but every time you get picked, you lose 1 gold.
I mean,
like
why
you have to pay a
would
tax.
you want that?
Oh, just the chaos, you know?
Mm-hmm.
1 gold, like, it just picks your pocket. You're like, oh man, I'm losing all this gold. What am I gonna do? And if you stick around and you kill the boss, maybe you get it back. But if you rage quit, the tax has been paid.
Okay.
Yep. And then the oils just they never end. It's perfect.
Have you been in guilds that have systems like that? That you have to pay when you fail a mechanic?
Every once in a while I'll join like some random group and somebody fails a mechanic that should be really easy and they just send gold to everyone and then they apologize. I've always found that really intriguing, but no, I haven't really been in a tax system like that.
Maybe you should start it. You have to donate to the guild. You have a guild, and every time you feed, you must give gold. You have to.
In SG, I guess we kind of have a voluntary tax system in a sense. Well, we just tell all of the teams to contribute a suggested amount of gold every once in a while so that we can keep refilling the food in all of the guilds. So each team contributes like basically it's just cost recovery. So they just donate like 5 to 10 gold every week. And they make that really easily by killing like one raid boss, right? And then they have food for the week. It's just paying for their food. For some reason it works. I don't know.
Yeah? You're a fan of social consequences?
Yeah, I mean, I do have the character name Social Consequences. I do have it. Big value name. What do you think Dag to CM is going to be like?
I think it's going to be an adventure.
If we have a tie, do you think we should force the teams to 1v1 HTCM and just whoever wipes first loses?
I mean, that would be good.
I think that's the perfect tiebreaker.
Yeah. I mean, do we have a tie yet?
No, I don't know. I just think it'd be funny.
What are we going to do if there is a tiebreaker? What happens if, in the finals, the last game of the day, if the teams finish at the exact same frame? I think we actually do have a rule for that. They basically just go again, don't they? They go again until someone actually wins. What if it never stops, though?
Oh, I guess we get a lot of content.
Yeah. And how long can you go? I mean, are you fresh?
Yeah, I'm pretty fresh.
Yeah. There's no double dragon in the system.
No.
Yeah.
Just incessant coughing.
Coughing. Okay. Yeah. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Let's move on for the content. The teams are in Wing 1. What are people running these days? Let's see what the teams are running. They're running, the standard array of classes. We actually have quite a lot of variety going on here. We have Reaper, we have Hollowsmith, Renegade, Harbinger, Chronomancer, Druid, Herald, Renegade even. Wow. Lot of cool stuff going on here, actually, guys. The teams are preparing. The Raid Wing is about to be underway. We'll, of course, make sure that everything's looking good here. Wait, what the hell was that? Like a rat? Wait, what? Wait, I'm getting trolled by the pack streamer putting a wide variety of images and memes onto the stream, I believe. No sky scale for Flint, apparently. That was actually a big problem in one of our, in some of the raid speedruns. I think QT has this issue as well, because some players in QT just, they cannot tolerate any kind of collection or open world. I think Subi just did not have any of the mounts for the longest time, which of course is now very important for raid speedrunning. The pack streamer now, right? Look how mature this is. Look at the culture in your guild, Snab. Just putting boobs in the calculator app. I believe they also did that last time as well. Yeah, this is content, guys. We love to see that. The teams are undergoing their preparation. Let's see what the other teams are running. So we swap over to Team Nostalgia, and we do actually see some similar things here actually in these teams. Again, we have the double Renegade here. We have the Herald. We have Chronomancer, Soul Beast, all of that kind of stuff there as well. Okay, but yeah, the teams are readying up, nearly ready to go there. Then we're gonna go big. And you know what? Do you know what I love, Sneb? I love that the first round was absolutely unhinged. You know why I love that? Very simple. Because it means we don't even know who's winning. Like, we have no idea. The teams don't know. We don't know. Nobody knows. And as a result of that, it's very exciting. We don't know the result.
Yeah. It might take a while for that one.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the game just won't crash. Surely, right? I actually think Wing 1 is quite stable, no? I don't think Wing 1
Yeah, it's
has
pretty
caused any
stable,
problems.
'cause there's not
I
a
think
lot
the
of,
issues that players have been encountering have been in Wing 3 and Wing 4, if I'm not mistaken.
cutscenes. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where things have been going wrong for our players, unfortunately. So Wing 1 and Wing 2 should hopefully be good. So let's hope we roll a Wing 2 next, huh? See, is there actually... Oh, no, though. There is a cutscene in Wing 2, right? After you do Trio, there's a little bit of a cutscene, right? Or is that only if you fail? It might only be if you fail, actually.
Only if you fail.
Yeah, it's okay. As long as they don't wipe on Trio, I guess they're okay then. So that's... Well, I guess that's the good news. That is indeed...
I don't think they'll fail that.
Yeah, you don't think so?
I believe.
Yeah, you believe. All right, the
Have you
remainder...
ever failed Bandit Trio?
Oh, yeah, it happens. It can happen. You know...
I actually think failing Bandit Trio is the most demoralizing thing that can possibly happen to a team.
It's definitely rough. It absolutely is rough. You know, I had a friend of mine, Frostball99. He actually got banned from Guild Wars 2 because he would join pugs and throw the green bomb on the cage.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, I do kind of wonder why they even made that a thing. It just seems kind of...
It's a bit weird, isn't it?
It doesn't affect anything except it allows people to grief.
And we're off, by the way. We begin. We have commenced. And here we have the portal being set up here for Nostalgia. Going to be portaling directly for the boss. Again, very similar strategies. We see the same thing over there for Pack as well, of course, is pumping through all of that. Let's see what the Misfits are doing. Again, clearing this pre-event, by the way, there's a lot of optimization to be made here. I think one mistake that a lot of teams make, and a lot of players actually make when they're kind of getting into this stuff, is they'll hold cooldowns, right? And they'll not go too hard on DPS to get through all of these ads here at the start. That is not what you want to do. These guys actually have a lot of health. They have much more health than the actual versions of these Guardians within the boss itself, funnily enough, actually. So you actually do want to make sure that you blast those as quickly as possible, as you can definitely get a decent time save if you're able to pump through that as quickly as possible. Now it's simply a case of burning down the boss very, very fast here, getting into these intermissions. And again, what you're looking for is actually who handles the intermissions better. I have no doubt that all of these teams are going to be absolutely fine when it comes to breaking through all of this, actually, and getting this done. What can slow you down is how quickly you're able to kill those Guardians. Pack actually, I believe, just barely failed the DPS check, by the way, and they got a second green, right? Or maybe an extra green circle, which is not exactly what you kind of want to happen there, but that is okay. They still made it through alive. Can cause a little bit of extra damage, but not the end of the world. Team Nostalgia really getting some work done, though, nearly through this first intermission, this first set of ads. But Misfits...
That looks like they're gonna go down. Oh no, they're gonna res them. It was pretty close though. They were at like 20%.
And I think that actually gave Misfits a bit of an edge, by the way. That slight slowdown on getting rid of that red Guardian for Nostalgia has in fact allowed the retired Misfits to actually push their way into the lead. Oh no, what's going on?
Ooh, Pack has a couple. Okay, Pack has recovered, but Pack had 3 people in downstage for a second as well. Man, you know what this just shows is that they are playing just with a razor thin.
Oh, Nostalgia's wiping though.
They don't meet the DPS
Nostalgia.
check,
They're Sneb. Nostalgia.
What?
They have 3 down. They're getting the reses. Oh, they're actually going to restabilize, but very rocky. Very rocky. Do they have the healing to restabilize? There's another player in the down state. We have a lot of DPS. They've got to get this phase. Can they get this phase? I think they've got it. Can they get back up? Everyone's very low, though.
Yeah,
Reviving here is tricky because you can end up with the wrong color
Pack has a full dead.
Oh, no. It's getting chaotic here. It's getting a little bit wild here in the semifinals. You know what's actually funny? I imagine you... Oh, no! Pack failed the green!
He's gonna wipe.
No!
Oh, my gosh.
No!
Oh, yeah, no, they full wiped.
It's a full wipe. The green failed, detonating their entire group and detonating their chances of clearing this boss. It is absolute brutality. And, you know, I was just about to say this actually because I imagine, you know, this is, you know, mentioned it's a great wing to progress, and you're absolutely right. But again, this Veil Guardian is actually one of the hardest bosses in the game to do fast. That's actually true, by the way. It's very, very hard. Mostly because you play it really, really tight on the DPS checks and also on the healing checks as well, and the survivability. If people are getting hit, if people are taking damage unnecessarily, it can completely implode immediately. And we actually see this from Pack. Maybe a little bit of flustering here. A player gets teleported immediately. That's not what you want. You're losing a lot of damage by doing that. And a few little mistakes can be so punishing. Oh, the same player got teleported again, actually. Not what we like to see. And another downside. Pack, they are having a rough one on this Veil Guardian, but they are able to get into that phase. They should be able to restabilize.
Yeah, man. You know, you gotta wonder. At some point, is playing safe just the play? You know, I think
at this level, I think you have. If you want to place well here, you have to do mid strat VG.
you just have to risk it.
You
Right?
have to do
man,
it.
right.
Yeah, I mean, because again, no, you must do mid strat VG. You absolutely have to. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I would still do mid strat. I think something just seems just a little bit off. I can't quite place what it is, but you pointed out earlier that their timing was just a little bit shy. I'm wondering what is going wrong exactly. You know?
DPS. With this technique that they're using, you do not want a second green. It's very difficult for the healer to actually top
I think
everyone.
They might wipe again.
Oh no! Wait, surely not.
They need to go in that green.
Oh no,
They have
that's going to go off, I
they're
think. Oh, they just barely got it. Wow, that was really close, actually. Now they have to go.
Yeah, they have to go in that green or it was over.
A few of them have the wrong attunement here. Shouldn't be the biggest deal in the world, but they do need to make sure they don't miss this green again, of course. Wicked Frogs, by the way, performing really well. They're also hot on the tail of Nostalgia and Misfits. Yeah, there is a downstate here on the Pack player, but again, should be revived. But yeah, you really want to make sure you only get one green spawning. Otherwise, the sheer volume of healing from deliberately skipping that mechanic, it is very, very high. And that is quite difficult to actually manage. And of course, over time, the Seekers will encroach on you. And if anyone gets hit by those, then the healing essentially becomes an unhealable fight. You can't really get away with that, to be perfectly honest with you. And here we go. Looks like Pack are going to get the job done, though. That is, of course, the good news for them. And Gift of Envoy, they're kind of getting into this meme phase here as well. Let's see, stick to plan A in a similar situation. So everyone basically passed the first boss at this stage. Where are the cute gamer girls? Let's see what's going on there. Oh, wow.
They're
what a
doing
surprise.
standing in a circle simulator.
Yeah, they're doing the standing in a circles thing. Okay, I like it, I like it, I like it. We love to
Have you ever played Farming Simulator, Teapot?
I haven't.
I have not either, but I've always wondered exactly what makes people want to do that. I don't know. It's just interesting to me.
Was
They drive in a tractor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they do.
I mean, it's probably very relaxing. You know, very cozy. It's kind of doing. You know what's actually weird? I think it's actually the same reason why people like games like RuneScape or Classic WoW. Or in a way, why people like Rifts in Guild Wars 2. Because you're just kind of... You're performing a task.
Yeah. There's some sense of fulfillment by having completed the task.
Mm.
Even if the task isn't super engaging. But, you know, maybe it's more engaging than we think.
I mean,
I always thought that tractors nowadays were like mostly automated.
Aren't there tournaments?
Someone in there.
Aren't there tournaments for stuff like Farming Simulator and Truck Simulator? Isn't this actually played competitively?
Are there?
If I'm not mistaken,
how
I
would you
believe
play that competitively. Like whoever can harvest the field first wins.
Yeah, I mean like who can pilot the vehicle the best.
I don't know. I've never heard of that, but
yeah,
if it exists,
I've heard of that. Yeah, maybe you're a little undereducated, Sneb. Maybe you need to wake up, buddy. As far as Sneb's out of the loop, man. He's out. He doesn't know what's going on. He's too busy looking at carpetless Mario 64. That's all he cares about.
No, I mean it's pretty good.
Yeah. And we do see a little bit of deviation here. Wicked Frogs a little bit behind Nostalgia and Stick to Plan A. Cute Gamer Girls are pushing very fast here. Just a couple of seconds, I believe, behind their opponents here. Cute Gamer Girls about to finish this up there, getting that portal up there. So it's actually very close. Misfits also here. This is going to be a very tight wing. I believe Misfits are actually ahead here, Sneb, if I'm not mistaken. They have actually made it all the way to the final wall. Plan A now getting that portal as well. But Misfits, they're already through, pushing forwards onto the button minigame. Where is Nostalgia? Yeah, Nostalgia also lined that portal up. I believe Plan A maybe a little bit quicker there. Cute Gamer Girls hot on their heels as well. And Gift of Envoy actually a little bit further behind here.
One of the things I don't think we mentioned last time people were doing Wing 1 is that there are these trip wires at this spot that trigger whether or not some of these things spawn. And so you'll notice if some of the teams are using Blish, they've actually marked where those trip wires are. It's pretty important that some of them, not necessarily in this spot with the circles, but it's important for some of the raid fights that you trip the wire, otherwise the boss just won't spawn. But in this case, you can strategically portal past the trip wires or go full Mission Impossible and just not touch them, right? And then the circles just don't spawn.
That's correct,
yeah. Interesting how that's all put up.
Well, unfortunately for us as players, that also can happen in Wing 2, right? Like we mentioned that bug that happens. It's the exact same principle. If you miss that tripwire, then the entire encounter stalls. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword sometimes, but yeah, this is definitely an interesting interaction that allows you to kind of circumvent some of these mechanics. Misfits on Gorstaville. Actually, State of Flux is pumping, by the way. This is going to be very, very devilishly close. Wait, what happened with Wicked Frogs? Wait, I don't understand. Wait, we must have missed something big. They wiped at some point. They must have wiped on Spirit Run, I think. Maybe they accidentally triggered something. Oh man, it's really unfortunate that we missed that because that would have been quite cataclysmic to watch. But yeah, now they're having to restart that entire event. That's going to put them at a fairly major deficit here, unfortunately, going into this.
We've seen quite a few wipes here, actually, in this Wing 1, which I find quite intriguing. I'm wondering if fatigue ends up playing a little bit of a role here. I mean, they've been grinding here for a couple hours now. I wonder if just having to consistently be so focused and so on the ball here is starting to lend itself to maybe some more mistakes happening.
I think another part of it actually might be a side effect of something that I think we would agree is actually quite positive, is that I think this is by far the most competitive raid tournament that we've, certainly the most competitive Raid Check Cup, right? I think all of these teams are really close together, and I do think that does kind of give you a bit of that nervous energy, that it can be really helpful to have that kind of adrenaline, right? To have that energy, but I think it can also you know, if you're not careful, that stress, that intensity, it can let mistakes start to slip in that would otherwise be somewhat uncharacteristic for teams of this caliber. Do you see that line? Do you see that, Steb, on Pack? He's got a Blish up thing. How cool is that?
So good. Oh, man, I love that people use that. I actually wish that I used that stuff more because I think it could be really helpful.
There we go. Pack is now through. Of course, Frogs have also managed to make it happen. They're going to the buttons over here. There we go. So Pack and Frogs very close, by the way. Cute Gamer Girls about to kill Gorsa. Wow. Yeah, this is great stuff. Cute Gamer Girls are actually on fire this tournament, Snap.
Blasting.
Yeah, they are absolutely
I'm
blasting.
super proud of them. They're doing awesome.
Honestly, the journey of growth it's honestly so cool to see. Right, they're one of the teams that has basically played in every single one of the tournaments that we have run, right? Like, they've played in all of them, more or less. And honestly, the growth is remarkable, right? They are absolutely pumping in this tournament. Every single wing, they've excelled themselves. And, you know, of course, even were they able to get the victory on the Wing 2, of course, in the seeding round. But anyway, yeah, this is just really, really impressive stuff. Going into this Sabbatha pre-event here. I think State of Flux, yep, they've just finished up with Gorseville as well. Wow, it's close. I think there's actually less than a minute between most of these teams. But Misfits, look at this performance from Misfits on Wing 1 step. They are about to take this portal directly onto Sabbatha. They are done. And I think they have distinguished themselves as potentially the masters of this
blood.
wing.
They want it bad.
Yeah, they want it. They're coming for those 15 points. They want to try and secure that position in that top 4. And I think they're going to be, well, doing a very good job of beginning that now. Portal is here for Nostalgia as well. But again, if anything, I think overall, I want to say that Misfits' damage has actually been a little bit higher. I think they may have the highest DPS that we've seen in the tournaments there. Would you agree with that? I think that's about right, actually.
Yeah, they're absolutely blasting. It's giving them an edge on a lot of these fights that are, well, pretty much DPS golems.
Yes. Indeed,
But I don't think we should
indeed.
underestimate their movement in the portals. I mean, look at... Oh, man. It's just been so good from all teams. I just watched cute gamer girls execute the Sabbatha portal perfectly.
Yeah. That one's tricky, by the way. That one's tricky. It's non-trivial.
Yeah, and if you mess it up, it's a huge time loss.
It is, yeah.
It's a bit of a risk.
To actually kind of explain that, because I think it's worth talking about, once you kill enough of the bandits, the boss spawns. So if you're too late on the portal or too early, then you either won't make it in time, or, and this is actually honestly worse a lot of the time, what will happen is that half your team will make it through the portal, but not everyone will. The portal will go away too soon. So it's actually very punishing. It's a fairly tight margin. It's non-trivial to pull that off because the boss, the boss doesn't wait for you, right? The boss will spawn regardless. So you have to be very snappy with your timing and be very aware when you're going to be taking this portal. It's not an easy trick to actually pull off, especially seeing as killing enough of the bandits can be a little bit annoying sometimes, depending on how many you are able to pull together in some of the earlier stages of this kind of trash event here.
Looks like Nostalgia lost someone on Sabbatha. Do you think that was to the portal, or?
It may well have been, yeah. They may not have made the portal. Well, I don't think it would have been a crash here or a DC unless it was actually just like actual internet issues and the game would crash here. But yeah, it seems very likely that would be the case. I don't think it's actually going to hurt them that much because they were behind Misfits anyway. Could Gamer Girls catch up? Actually, hang on. Never mind. They have. Yeah, that 9th player is putting in the work. Look at all these warriors, by the way, for cute Gamer Girls. They are just pumping.
Oh no. Take a look at Misfits.
Oh, wait, no. Wait, what?
They lost a player as well, and then 3 people are in downside. They just recovered.
Yeah, I think it's too late for it to be super important, in my opinion. But yeah, they've just got to hold it together.
I don't know. They're very close with Nostalgia right now.
Hang on. Another downside there, actually, with the retired Misfits. They do get rallied up almost instantaneously. So that is, of course, the good news. Yeah, I mean, Nostalgia, they're close. But, oh, actually, again, we see this kind of phase desyncing again. Do you notice how Misfits, they have their boss very, very low. Now they're going into the ad. It's going to be really close with Nostalgia and Misfits, actually, isn't it? Because I think Nostalgia has better timings, I believe. I think they were able to get a slightly better lineup on the boss HP. I feel like the lower health on Misfits might be enough to carry them, but actually, I'm not sure. This might be too close to call. Oh, no, wait. Misfits are taking a long time to finish off that ad. It took them a while to get that ad down. Now they got it. But it's down to the wire. I believe Misfits has the edge. Let's see if they do.
It's photo finish.
Oh no! Misfits actually. Oh,
somebody
that's actually the flamethrower. That's actually relevant. Hang on, that's very relevant. Hang on.
No.
Oh, no, there's multiple downsides.
They gotta kill the boss now.
No, Nostalgia steals it. I think Nostalgia stole it.
Oh my gosh, Nostalgia clutched it. It was the one.
I think they stole it.
The flamethrower.
Oh no! What a finish. What a finish. And of course, I think both of these teams are quite likely to go through, but obviously that's going to feel good for Nostalgia, getting those extra points for finishing in first position. Yeah. Wow. Really scrappy finish for the Misfits there. Cute Gamer Girls, they're also done. They just got that boss kill. Pack also blasting away here as well. Gift of Envoy coming to 20. They lost a boss. Wow, things are getting messy here. So another death for Gift of Envoy actually locked in there. Where is State of Flux? They're just about to kill. Here it comes. 60 minutes, so they're now done too. And Wicked Frogs, yeah, they are a little bit behind here, unfortunately, as they did suffer that wipe earlier in the wing. Certainly not ideal there. I believe, I kind of lost track of this team, actually, but Plan A, these guys are done. Yeah, these guys are done long ago, actually. I imagine they actually placed quite highly. I'd be very interested where they place. I think maybe even comparable with Misfits and, of course, the Nostalgia team as well. That team really did well on Wing 1, actually. Wow. What a round, though. What a round. This is chaotic.
It was within 1 second. I mean, depending on delay. I don't know what the delay was like. If the delay is relevant there, then it's photo finish for sure.
Okay, of course, we have one more round after this. One more round before we go to our elimination stage of this tournament. And yeah, Gift of Envoy just finishing that up real quick. Of course, Green Death stream here, Wicked Frogs also juicing up. going into that final ad. I believe that is the last team running as of now, if I'm not mistaken. Everyone else will be finished. So, yeah, definitely a bit of a rough one there for Wicked Frogs. A really frustrating wipe. Definitely makes it a bit tricky. Definitely a little bit tricky.
So if you're the leader of one of these teams, having just gone through that, I actually think that was perhaps the most stressful wing we've seen so far with regards to different mistakes, different wipes, people dying in random places. I think every team suffered at least a little bit there. So I'm kind of curious, what do you do? You're the leader of the team. You just went through that really high stress situation. What do you do to sort of rally the troops and ensure that the next round people are a little bit more settled?
I think it's really tough to do it. I think you try and put it in perspective as much as possible. It's like, we did okay on round 1, had a bit of a tough one. We need to blast this out. I'm a big fan of this. I think this is a bit of a personal preference thing. If I'm in that situation, I'm getting up from my PC, I'm getting, you know, cup of tea, drink of water, even go out. I like to go outside sometimes, just get a breath of fresh air, reset a little bit, and then go back in. I think it's really important to make sure that nobody feels like it was like their fault and you know, they're like, oh man, I'm trolling, right? Like, oh my God, like, you know, it's over. Like, you need to make sure that everyone is not feeling like, you know, people are pissed off at them, right? Or people are frustrated with them, but you've got that chill energy. You've got the right mental. You gotta have the mental. If the mental crumbles, the battle is already lost. So I think that it's really important as the team leader within Wicked Frogs to make sure everyone's in a good spot mentally, everyone's fresh, everyone's ready to go, and is kind of in a good spot to be able to perform in this final round, which is now going to be extremely important, especially for the Wicked Frogs. Because again, this is a fairly brutal round. We lost 4 teams out of 12 in the first round. This is going to be half of the teams. It's 4 teams out of 8. So this is brutal. It's going to be 3 rounds only against a 1 more round next, and it's going to be a tight top 4 here indeed. And again, our results are getting confirmed pretty soon, actually. And I think before we go into the next round, we'll actually have a brief look at them. I think most of the issues with the first round have now been resolved. We're going to roll our final raid wing. I will let Sneb do the talking about Wing 2 while I go and make sure that everything isn't exploding real quick. So anyway, let's roll our wing. I'm going to briefly show the headband once again. That is, you know, it now has been washed. Yeah. It no longer is covered in his juice, his slime. Ah. Clean headband. But anyway,
yeah.
Hope you guys have been enjoying the show so far. What a round that was. We've got one more before we get to our final elimination stage. Who is going to make the top 4? And again, come on. I'm loving the copy passes, guys. Keep up this energy. It's been a really fun stream so far. I love that everyone's getting behind the teams. Support them. It's going to help them as well. I think that's something that is important, right? Like, your teams need to know that you want them to win. Your teams need to know that you are cheering for them. So pound those copy passes. I want to have one for every team. I think we have one for State of Flux. We need one for Pack. Someone make a Pack one. We need to stick to Plan A one. We need Misfits one. We got Cute Gamer Girls. We need Nostalgia. We just get them all in there. We got the Wicked Frogs. I want to see more copy pastas. I absolutely do. But anyway, I am going to go ahead and roll the next raid wing. Sneb is going to walk us through it while I hit some things with a hammer, which, you know, that's going to be a good time. But anyway, here we go. Let's see what our final wing is going to be for the second round of seeding rounds. All right, here we go. Let's hit the button. This is going to be a wing 2 or a 4. 50-50. Let's do it. I'm kind of hoping for a wing 2, but let's see what we end up getting. Here we go. What's it going to be? Oh, haha. My wish is my command, apparently. It is going to be Salvation Pass. Wing 2. We're going back to the Sloth. We're going back to the trio and back to Matthias for another legendary bout here. Let's see if Cute Gamer Girls can replicate their performance here. I imagine they're going to be pretty happy about seeing this. In fact, given their performance in the first one. But anyway, Sneb, give us a bit of talk, give us a bit of introduction, hype up the round, hype up the juice, and I'll go make sure that
I got you.
Nothing's on fire.
All right, so Wing 2, like we said before, one of the most interesting wings because it's actually really, really fast paced. Speedrunning this wing does not take any time at all. But another kind of unique thing is that often the most touted the most difficult boss at the beginning, everyone touts this as the most difficult anyway, is the Sloth. And so teams will often play very risky at Sloth because if they pull it off, they can save a lot of time throughout the rest of the wing. So you'll see that people need to eat mushrooms in order to get rid of poison throughout the arena. And typically in an average team, you'd actually eat quite a few of those poison mushrooms, but we're gonna see people eat as few as possible so they can eke out just a bit more damage. When they do that, they will be able to finish much, much faster. You're gonna see a lot of power classes as well because it favors quite a bit of burst with the different CC bars that come up. Following that, there's gonna be a bit of some movement, perhaps a few portals used to get to Bandit Trio. Bandit Trio is, of course, on a bit of a treadmill. You have to wait out the timer a little bit. So while that's going on, people are going to be setting up portals for the next phase. After Bandits, you have the Matthias pre-event, in which you need to kill a certain number of bandits so that Matthias's door will open and the boss will spawn. So people try to spread out using the portals, kill all of the bandits as quickly as possible, then portal back to the beginning, or sorry, to the entry of where Matthias lies, which you probably just saw on the stream there, that little door. And then they go in and they fight the boss as quickly as possible. Matthias is a very interesting boss because the mechanics are quite volatile, right? You need to move out, drop bombs in different places. You need to put the little orange corruption thing in the fountains. And if you don't do that, your team takes quite a bit of damage. So what you see in a lot of pickup groups is people will play 2, sometimes depending on the experience level of the group, sometimes even 3 healers just so they can get through this without much trouble. But with this high caliber of teams, we're going to see some razor thin healing, and one mistake could mean doom for the teams. So in reality, this is one of the most interesting speed run wings because not only is the movement super important, but the first and the last bosses are super volatile. Anything could happen. You put the wrong skill down, the player with the reflect dies at Matthias, and you've lost a whole heck of a lot of time. So let's see how these players do this time around. And you know, this is it, right? There's going to be some big cuts next.
Yep, it's all going to come down to this one. We do actually have round 2 confirmed. Round 1 is still not confirmed, so I'm not going to go ahead and read out the results for that. I'm not going to show the spreadsheet because people will jump to the conclusion. We have a preliminary result for that, but you're not ready to actually confirm the result for the first round, in fact. But I can tell you the following. So, how about this? Stick to plan A were actually first. I think they were able to, because of the messiness of Nostalgia and Misfits, they pulled ahead right at the last second. They were actually able to clutch out the first place in that wing 1. Second...
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Okay, I just got to say this. The differential between 1, 2, and 3 is 2 seconds and then 2 seconds. So there's a 4-second difference between first and third.
Yeah.
4 seconds.
Yes. And then second was Nostalgia. Third was the Misfits. Fourth place, it was State of Flux. Fifth was SG Pack. Oh, no, sorry, no, I have misread this. Cute Gamer Girls were, in fact, fourth. Then it was fifth for Flux. Sixth for Pack. No, oh, I can't read. I don't know why. It's not in order on the spreadsheet, guys, okay, because of the way this works. That is not true. Just ignore everything I'm saying, okay? I'll show you guys the spreadsheet later. All I'm telling you, I'll just try again. First was Stick to Plan A. Second was Nostalgia. Third was Misfits. Fourth was Cute Gamer Girls. Fifth was State of Flux. Sixth was Gift of Envoy. Seventh was Pack. And fifth was Wicked Frogs. There we go. We got it. All right. There we go. There we go. And we, okay, I'm actually showing the spreadsheet because breaking news, we are actually confirmed. We are confirmed, guys. Breaking news. Here we go. This is the final confirmation for the round. So far, in first place, it is, in fact, going to be Nostalgia. Second place, it's Stick to Plan A. Third so far are the Retired Misfits. Fourth is State of Flux. Fifth is SG Pack. Sixth is Cute Gamer Girls. Seventh is Gift of Envoy. And eighth is the Wicked Frogs. Now, this is actually very interesting. This means Wicked Frogs must win.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at 4th, 5th, 6th there.
Yeah.
1 point.
Yeah, exactly. That's the real story here. Again, Nostalgia, they're probably okay no matter what. I don't really see a path of elimination for them at this stage. But you're absolutely right. Like, that 4th place spot is very spicy. Flux, Pack, Cute Gamer Girls, Envoy, and Wicked Rose, any of those teams could go through, I believe.
Look, a little bit of context here. So when we did Wing 2 in the seeding round, Cute Gamer Girls was first.
That's correct.
Nostalgia was second. Stick to Plan A was 4th. I'm like totally missing 3rd, but yeah, it's Retired Misfits were 3rd. So this has the potential to, well, I mean, this is it, right? I think if you get first here, you are in for sure, no matter what team you are.
Yep.
And then a bunch of these teams, they have to get top 4 or they're done.
Yeah. This is a scenario where they absolutely have to perform. It's Wing 2, so again, you mentioned this, it is a volatile raid wing 100%. So anything can really happen here, but yep, this is going to be a big one. A lot on the line here. There's going to be a lot of pressure. And I just love the fact that we have such an exciting competition to actually make it through. This is almost like the ideal situation for a format like ours, where that 4th place is razor-thin margins, right? Really, really close indeed. It definitely matters. Like, these teams have all got something to fight for, right? And that's, of course, the intent of our format, right? We don't want people to just go, oh, well, you know, it's over, right? Like, we're doomed. We want them to always go, right, we can actually still make it. I just love the fact that I believe even our team that is currently in the lowest position is actually capable of qualifying with a full pop-off here if they're able to execute.
Yeah, I really enjoy that as well. In prior tournaments, it seemed like there were 1, 2, maybe 3 teams that were always first, second, third, but that's not been the case this time around. We've had various teams be first or second or third, and that means that the points are much closer, and therefore there's much more on the line every round.
Now, we're going up in 30 seconds, by the way, so stay tuned for this matchup. We're about to get started. Wing 2, the teams are prepared. We see some warrior gaming, even the different weapons for the leap skill here on Gift of Envoy. I absolutely love to see that. It's getting started in 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. The timer begins. The rosters are about to get started here in just a few seconds. Wicked Frog zerging forwards, about to blast. Gift of Envoy also getting into the mix. I mean, anything could happen here, Sneb. This is crazy. This is a wild round. It's absolutely unhinged round.
Yeah, for those that are maybe a little bit unfamiliar with the speedrun strats here, what you're seeing from a lot of these teams is they're using mass invisibility from a Mesmer, and then they're using a portal so that they don't even have to kill any of the trash mobs prior to Sloth, and they can just run straight in.
Exactly.
Oh my, Pack had a bit of an interesting start there. 2 people went downstate almost immediately, but they've recovered. They're coming back.
Yeah,
One of the things that really people struggle with at Sloth is when those purple circles happen. You often see in pug groups that will just absolutely wipe groups. And you know what? It's kind of the same here. If you were to get hit by that in a speed run, you're just kind of dead because you're really not clearing a lot of space away. You're only eating maybe 1 mushroom and just blasting damage. So if you get hit by anything here, you're kind of dead.
Yeah. And I think it's not too bad to recover in this situation. If you go downstate inside one of these expanding AoEs or on the green poison zone here, that can be very rough. But there's not a lot of kind of passive pressure. It's more like key attacks that will get you here a lot of the time. So it is recoverable, I feel like, on this encounter most of the time. But certainly, yeah, you do not want to be losing damage, right? Again, we after all the hype we've been talking about here, this is important. Every second is going to count here for these teams, especially for the teams that are going to be fighting for that final qualification spot that we have available here. That 4th spot is very much up in the air currently right now. So far, Plan A is actually looking really good here in terms of the speed. Where are the cute gamer girls?
Have someone go down here, I think. Oh, they might be able to recover it quickly.
I want to see where Nostalgia
are all
is.
Very close.
Where is Nostalgia? Nostalgia are on the final Defiance bar. Are they ahead of Plan A? Wow. I believe their break bars on the last 10% actually were at the exact same time. Is this boss going to die same frame? Oh, no, actually, no. I think Nostalgia is... Oh, no, they're both on the... Yeah. No. They're actually in a very similar spot. Plan A maybe even a little bit
about
ahead.
to kill.
Oh, wait.
They got a break bar right at the end. A little bit of awkward timing, but they did just get the kill.
And I believe Nostalgia and Plan A killed almost to the second the same. Seriously. Almost to the second.
On my screen, Nostalgia and Retired Misfits killed literally like at the same frame as well. So it looks like we've got 3 teams that are neck and neck right now for sure.
We absolutely do. And Cute Gaming was a little bit slower this time, actually, on their Slothosaur, by the looks of this. As you can see here, they're actually still finishing it off.
Yeah, they had somebody wipe, and they had a bunch of down states. I was actually concerned they were going to full wipe. It was very close.
They've had this. I see that full death there that they've had, and of course they had that instability, so they lost a huge amount of time there. And that's definitely a boss where losing damage is very punishing. A lot of the DPS checks to skip and accelerate slot, they're actually quite tight. So losing players there can very severely compromise your run very, very quickly indeed. Now, I want to see what Wicked Frogs is up to. And I actually, they're fighting, Sneb. They are fighting right now for that fourth place spot, actually, as they are already on Bandit Trio. They're ahead of the Cute Gamer Girls. They are, I think, on similar pace as State of Flux and also as Plan A. So it's...
Yeah, from what I can tell so far, there's kind of a group that just did very well at Sloth, and so they're just a bit ahead, and there's 3 or 4 teams in that position, and then there's 3 or 4 teams that they had a few people go down states, or they had one person full die, and so they're just a hair behind those other 4 people. So now what's going to matter is how do they transition between bandits, and how can they make up time at Matthias?
Absolutely. We have seen some very crisp execution on that movement from a lot of these teams. So it might actually be quite hard to gain time on some of the really, really fast teams that get through that pre-event. I believe, who was the best at it? Well, actually, I'm not sure if I even know who was the best at it, actually, but I believe the Misfits had an extremely good set of pathing, actually, through all of that. And, well, I guess imagine the Cute Gamer Girls did as well. Pack, they're actually just setting up their portals as well. And, of course, a little bit of downtime here for a moment, actually, because, of course, this is a time-gated event with not really much acceleration possible between all of these teams right now. We have to wait for something to happen, pretty much. You know, we're going to have to, just, sit around for a little bit.
This is where the fun commentary happens, right? We can just talk about really anything, because there's just 3 minutes to kill.
We could entirely derail the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could.
We could.
I heard if people just spam random emotes enough that it could derail the stream.
You know, yesterday my stream was overtaken by Finnish cooking recipes.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Not really sure what why that happened. But it did.
Have you seen the Guild Wars 2 skateboard?
Wait, what? No. What is this?
I'm pretty sure it was a skateboard. There's a like a skateboard deck as part of the new merch. Of course, I am obligated to purchase such a thing at some point. I have not yet, but I might.
Yeah, you're gonna go for
coming
it.
Soon.
Are you gonna get the toaster?
Well, you know what? The toaster is an extremely rare thing. I did make an offer to someone for the toaster, and they declined it. So
how much was the offer? What do you offer them?
Offer them $500.
And they turned it down?
Yep.
How high would you have gone?
I wouldn't have gone much higher than that.
Okay, that's the limit for the toaster. What about $700?
I honestly, I couldn't really justify much more than 500. I thought 500 was a pretty generous offer.
I mean, that's a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of value.
You know, I was basically paying for the meme.
Yeah. But don't you want your toast to have a little Guild Wars 2 dragon on it every time?
Yeah, well, the funny part is that I believe that the plugins are only for EU, so I actually couldn't use it without an adapter, and, you know, using a toaster with an adapter just seems like kind of unsafe.
A toaster with an adapter? That's big. I like that. That's actually insane content. We love to see it. Going into the second mini boss now, here on the Bandit Trio. delay a little bit higher on Cute Gamer Girls, so a little bit difficult to judge exactly what's going on there. Plan A just completely obliterating there. Of course, there is a little bit of action to be had here. That final mini-boss, you need to actually destroy that mini-boss as quickly as possible. We see Plan A setting up all of their portals over here, just going crazy. Enko with the actual post-processing on. Look at that immersive necromant. Look at the screen going kind of dark and murky when he's in Shroud for the full immersive roleplay. We absolutely love to see that as well. And also, what do I see on Enko's screen? Look at that. He's using Guild Wars 2 weak auras. Wow, very exciting. Actually, this is a pretty cool add-on called Guild Wars 2 Clarity. Which is basically, it allows you to move your boon bar or to render your boon bar any way you want. And you can see it can even do super speed as well, right? Including all of the key boons. Makes it a lot easier for a player to determine what statuses they currently have at any given time, which is obviously very useful. Definitely a big pain point for newer players. It's quite difficult to determine, like, oh, what's my might uptime? Do I have stability, right? All that kind of stuff.
High up on my list of, different UI or quality of life changes would be the boon bar. I mean, people. The boon bar, if you press enough buttons and food and boosters and things, it just goes off the screen. So if you're playing, you actually you have to be able to immediately determine whether or not you have a certain effect or not. And I don't know. I actually find that to be an accessibility issue at some point.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. It's really difficult to kind of have your eyes looking at all of the screen real estate, right? You have to move your vision a lot because you have to look at your target, look at your boon bar, and then also look at the action going on. It's very stressful, especially when you're learning the game, to kind of have that level of eye movement. I know it sounds weird, right? But it's a big deal, right? When you're learning the game is that you have to be looking at all of these things, especially because the squad UI is also on the left, right? All the way on the left is where you see other people's health bars. It's very intense. Oh, no! I don't believe what I just saw. Enko missed the portal.
What?
He missed the portal.
What do they do? That means they have to just go and do it standard, yeah?
Well, no. I mean, it just means they're going to be one play. It's actually not that bad, to be honest. But because it's only one player.
You mean he didn't take it?
Yeah, he didn't take it. He didn't take it.
Oh,
I believe what may have happened is... I think he was quite far away, so he didn't have time to make it, but I think they probably just placed another one, right? And if you place another one, it despawns the other one. Potentially, that might have been...
I thought you meant that he went to go put down the portal. I thought maybe he was the Mesmer player.
Yeah, no. I mean, yeah, that would have been brutal. Yeah, that would have been really brutal. But it looks like it's not going to be the end of the world. Enko just has to basically finish off this one mob. Does actually get feared there by the mob, a little bit annoying. But again, not going to be the craziest time loss. Does put them behind plan A, though, by the way. So they are going to lose some points. Again, they're pretty locked in terms of their qualification. So a little bit of sloppiness here and there. Certainly not the end of the world for Nostalgia. And they're actually still going to enter the boss fight at approximately the same time. That's for sure. I want to see this fight, though. Where are the frogs? The frogs are actually nearly done with the bandit event. Where is Flux? Flux, almost in the exact same position, actually. And where are the Gamer Girls? The Gamer Girls are in an ad break. No. Okay. Nice. And Pack... Pack is just finishing off some of these trash mobs. Flux running into the boss. Boss is now spawned there. Pack a little bit behind here. I think they're in a bit of trouble because some of these bandits are still alive. They need to be eliminated in order for the boss to spawn. Oh yeah, Gamer Girls are actually on boss. Are they actually the first team out of the other teams to get here? Wicked Frogs now getting into the mix. I believe Cute Gamer Girls, though, they do have the advantage over the other teams in contention for that 4th place spot. This is the big drama here, guys. The big drama is Cute Gamer Girls versus Wicked Frogs versus State of Flux. And, of course, also versus Pack. That's the big deal. Right now, I think it is Cute Gamer Girls leading, Pack bringing up the rear by a significant margin, and Wicked Frogs and State of Flux are very close to each other indeed.
Yeah, here we go. It all comes down to this, right? You need to make that top 4. There are clearly a few teams that are very far ahead, but you are pushing for 3rd, 4th, 5th. You need to get these points.
Sneb, Wicked Frogs has a full death.
Oh, no.
A full death. I think that that probably is the break point, to be honest. I don't see a universe where they're going to be able to make it anymore. They're going to lose so much damage for that. I think what that might have been, by the way, was actually the respawn thing. There's a weird situation where you can't respawn all the time, and therefore you can't take the portal. It is play-aroundable, to be fair. It's kind of like a bug that you can play around, but Yeah, very unfortunate there for Wicked Frogs. Wait, what player was that, actually? What did they actually end up losing here? Oh, no, it wasn't a healer, so they actually will be fine. Yeah, that Druid is, of course, fully enabled. So I think...
Nostalgia's done.
Yep. Of course, the very fast teams just finishing this off, yeah. Misfits, they're done. We, of course, have... I think we have Plan A. Yeah, Plan A is about to finish up here as well. Nostalgia, of course, having finished. And I think Gamer Girls are going to lock their qualification here, I think. They certainly should
As a bit of a reminder for the viewers here, State of Flux has 17 points, Pack 16, Cute Gamer Girls 16. So it's really just whoever is ahead of those other teams... Yeah, they're going to get 4th.
Flux are finishing. I think Cute Gamer Girls are just barely going to finish fast. In fact, they are already, because there's a lot more. There's actually a fair bit of delay on Cute Gamer Girls. Yeah, so they're done. Yeah, they're done now. And Flux, I think, are going to be following up next. Where are the Frogs? Well, I mean, that's the top 4, right? Cute Gamer Girls. It's shit. They have made it. Yeah. That is going to be Cute Gamer Girls top 4, I believe.
What a redemption arc for Cute Gamer Girls after having gotten cut by just 1 point or so on some of the prior tournaments. Or had, you know, some kind of crazy thing happen. They've battled back and made it into the finals of Ready Check Cup 3.
Yes, indeed they have. I mean, I think that is confirmed. Of course, our admins will be double-checking everything to make sure the times are all making sense. But I think... our top 4 will be Nostalgia, Stick to Plan A, Retired Misfits, and the Cute Gamer Girls. Of course, as with all things competitive, that does mean some of our teams have reached the end of their journey, and that will be SG Pack. Wait, actually, where did Gift of Envoy come, actually, by the way? Did Gift of Envoy actually win? Did they beat Cute Gamer Girls? That's actually a really good question. I'm not sure. We might need to check that. I think they were pretty fast, actually. I think Gift of Envoy were pretty fast, too. But we'll have to see. We will have to see. Big blast overall there. And actually, really cool storylines here as well. You know, another team that I think was really exciting to actually take a look at here is very much State of Flux, actually. Again, another team that has very consistently been playing in basically every single one of these events. And again, you really see that improvement. This is definitely a team that has climbed the ranks, I would say, significantly over the course of competing and practicing for these events. So a really cool storyline. I don't think they will make the top 4 this time around. However, the growth is definitely very, very apparent, and I'm sure we have not seen the last of those gamers.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Looks like the times are just starting to come in here.
And while I wait for those times, do you want to go and explain what's happening with the next 3 rounds, and in fact, the finals of the tournaments? What exactly is going down here? Like, what? How does it look?
It's kind of this sudden death elimination, right? So we're gonna play a wing. Slowest team is cut. We're gonna play another wing. Slowest team is cut. Then we have our final 2. Winner take all with the last wing.
There you have it. So it is that sudden death format that we're about to be going into. The wings reset, so we're going to be rolling random raid wings again here. So it could be anything from wings 1 through to 4, again, non-repeating. So we'll have to see how this one's going to go down. We're going to be rolling very, very shortly. We're just going to wait for the confirmation situation here, guys. That is going to be the content. Yeah. Look at all the cheergies in the chat. Isn't that nice? I love to see it. Cheergy.
I enjoy that I can see on Cute Gamers Street on their stream. I can see like there's a DM conversation going, and they're just quite happy with how they're performing.
Oh, let's let you take a look. Yeah. Going well. I think we're having fun. Our practice has paid off. Less than 3. Feels good. I'm actually really glad to see that they don't talk in, like, uwu speak all the time. Can you imagine how brutal that would be? If, like, whenever you would talk to them, they'd, like, have the uwus in the normal words? That would be pretty insane.
Yeah.
1251 for that wing, too. Pretty decent.
If Cute Gamer Girls win, will you commit to saying uwu?
No. I mean, the chat will. The chat is going crazy.
Yeah, the chat's got your back. They got it.
Yeah. The chat has got it covered, you know. They've got it covered. Oh, Twitch staff has got it covered as well, apparently. All right, then. So, again, I'm going to check with the admins how we're looking. For our final standings. The standings, the gaming, the content. But yeah, it does look like it is going to be as we predicted. As far as I can tell, at least for now. Oh. Oh, hang on. Oh, wow. We might actually have a situation. What? There might be a tie.
No.
There might be a tie. Do not worry if that is the case. We actually do have plans for that. We have rules on how we actually deal with that. So that's the good news. So to clarify, if there is a tie in terms of round points, what we do is we actually just put both of those teams through, and then we'll cut an extra team. So in other words, let's imagine that we have 5 teams going into our next round. We would cut the lowest 2 teams instead of the lowest 1 team in the first round next time around. So that would be the procedure in this case if there is a tie in this instance.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Very, very nice. What about a tie in the last round? Well, I mean, that can't really happen because it's elimination now. It's not based off points. So if they somehow manage to tie... If 2 teams... If that did happen, we just send them to go again. If somehow 2 teams literally killed in a way that we couldn't determine who won, because it was like too close on the VOD, so like within... Realistically, we can't make a call if it's within... probably 100 milliseconds. Like, we can't make a call if it's within a 1/10 of a second. If that happened, we just send him again. And, yeah. Pretty unlikely for that to happen, but we'll see.
Oh, boy, yeah. I think, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, we're waiting on one final one to be confirmed, actually. One final time is... awaiting confirmation currently. Gift of Envoy. Must be confirmed. Massive shout out to our admins, by the way, guys. We have Lynn, the spreadsheet master, returning to help us out with this one. Plenix, of course, not only one of the most powerful WoW players and KOCM training players, but also the admin lord in this case. Plengar in the chat, guys. We have Wilster, who actually architected our rating system. And is also now adminning here as well. Renorb, okay, I let him out of the basement only to put him in the admin basement this time around. And, of course, we also... I think that's actually everyone, isn't it? I think no one else is there, actually. We had... Linker was going to help, but then he was like, fuck it. You don't need me. Yep. Spin my plen. Plen my gar. Pet the Plenga. Yes. Oh, it's going to be a little...
Has it been done?
I believe it's confirmed, yeah. I think we actually have it confirmed. I'm on the spreadsheet right now, and I do see that all times have now been confirmed with the little tick boxes that we have set up there. I believe it is time to actually have a look at the final results and what we're seeing for the top 4. Let's go ahead and get in there. Let's see who's going forward to the elimination round. And here it is. It is going to be the following. In rank 1, performing incredibly well, getting 2 first places here. It is going to be Nostalgia with 42 points. Second place is going to be the Retired Misfits with 34 points with 12, 10, and 12. And then, actually with an absolutely blistering second round there on that Wing 1 snub, Stick to a Plan A. It is going to be 33 points. It's a single point behind the Misfits. Cute Gamer Girls did actually make it, and it was not a tie, actually. They actually were ahead by a single point. It looked like it was a tie for a moment, but after the full results came in, they are, in fact, a single point ahead of State of Flux. So that is going to be the top 4. A clean top 4 there. Nostalgia, Retired Misfits, Stick to Plan A, and Cute Gamer Girls. You know what's fun about this? I believe this is half NA, half EU. And the first two teams, so Nostalgia and Retard Misfits, I believe are NA. And then Stick to Plan A and Cute Gamers, I think, are EU. I'm actually not sure about Stick to Plan A, actually. But Cute Gamer Girls play on... I think they play on EU. Pretty sure, anyway. Maybe it's all NA. I actually have no idea what server people play on. I legit have no idea.
Cute Gamer Girls, I believe, are EU.
Yeah. Yeah, and Plan A is EU as well. So yeah, we actually do have that now fully confirmed. All right. So I think what we'll go ahead and do, we're going to, of course, you know, teams are getting themselves ready, doing a little bit of preparation, all that kind of stuff. Let's go ahead and roll ourselves a raid wing and see what the hell happens. What is going to be coming up next? I don't know. Who can possibly know? Right. Let's get some rolling going on here, guys. It's time to see another raid wing. And again, this is Elimination Gaming. So, the team that will actually finish last here will be eliminated from the tournament. So, this is big. There's going to be a hell of a lot on the line here. No pressure, guys. No pressure. No big deal. No big deal. Let's see what we've got. All right. I press the button. The roll begins. What's it going to be? A wing 1, Sneb. A wing 1. It's going to be another Spirit Veil coming on up here. That is exciting, actually. We love to see that. Now, let's actually think about the results here. Let's think about the results. Is there any team that is notably different in their performance on this wing? Yeah. Yeah.
Take a look.
I believe all of these teams have performed somewhat similarly here. With the exception of Stick to Plan A, absolutely blasted. Right? They absolutely blasted on their Wing 1 performance, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, this one is a bit weird because Nostalgia, that first one had a bit of a delay, right? When we were doing the first round robin. And Wicked Frogs actually came out ahead in that one. Retired Misfits came second. So this is a pretty strong wing for many of them, I think. Cute Gamer Girls got fourth, and so they were only what?
That's scary then. They need to pump. They need to pump, right? If that's the case.
Yeah, they weren't too far off as far as I can tell. Yeah, they were they were within a second of Stick to Plan A.
Oh, really?
So,
ooh.
Yes, this is going to be a pretty big race between the two.
Yeah, that's going to be huge then. Okay, okay. Wait, actually, can we actually talk about the snub for Wing 1? So, on the Wing 1, Stick to Plan A finished in 15 minutes and 35 seconds. Nostalgia, 15 minutes and 37 seconds. Misfits, 15 seconds and 39 seconds. Cute Gamer Girls, 15 minutes and 40 seconds. I want to be clear.
5-second differential.
There is a 5-second differential overall for these four teams across the entire wing.
And I believe all of their times improved because, you know, we did it in the seeding round, which is what I was looking at before. All of their times improved significantly in this in this round. So I wonder if, you know, this is the moment where somebody just rises up, they cut that extra 5 or 6 seconds, and they get in.
Well, I mean, we're about to see exactly if teams are able to do that. But I mean, look, imagine if it does come down to a 1 second. I mean, it very well could be. In fact, if that previous Wing 1 had been this round, it would have been 1 second. Because Cute Gamer Girls would have been eliminated by 1 second by the Misfits. Are you mentally prepared for this, Sneb?
I think I am. You know, I'm ready to see some people try. when it's that close, you either stick to your guns and just kind of hope that you're that 1 second ahead, or you go, okay, is there something we can do, something we can pull off that'll shred a few seconds? Is there anything in the is there anything in the storage that we've got?
I really think if I'm in this situation, if I am Cute Gamer Girls, if I am a Cute Gamer Girl, or if I am any of these teams, I'm really thinking about Sabbatha, I think, Snep, to be honest. I'm thinking about Sabbatha, N-Boss, and that transition, getting from Gorseval to Sabbatha quickly. I don't think these teams have any really major issues with anything before that, right? I don't think that is where you're going to have time losses, or that's where you're not going to see much of a difference emerge. I think they're all really good at Veil Guardian. They're really good at Gorseval. They're great at Spirit Run. We haven't really seen many issues there. I think where it's going to be make or break is it's going to be how quickly they get to Sabbatha. That's kind of my prediction. What do you think about that? Are we in agreement here or what?
Yeah,
and what Nike says in the chat, do you actually just go YOLO and say we're only doing 1 cannon? Because I think a lot of these teams have been doing 2, if I'm not mistaken. Do you actually risk it, take the extra heat, and say, you know what, we're going to squeeze out a bit more damage? I think those are the kind of calls that these teams are going to have to make.
And they're going to have to make it at the end. I mean, I'm sure many of these teams probably have somebody, maybe even their Discord call, watching all the other streams, or watching our stream here and going, okay, where are people at, and then they're going to have to make a decision on if they take the risk or not. It's going to have to be a very calculated risk.
Yeah, it is. This is very intense. I mean, what a round. Within 5 seconds of these gamers, within 5 seconds. I can't call it. In a lot of ways, calling it for us would be foolish. What would we be basing that on? Like some kind of intuition or hunch?
It's anyone's game.
It's absolutely anyone's game. This. Yeah. Anyone can make this happen. And again, of course, then we get a repeat of this when we get onto the next wing as well. Okay. So, we're doing the ready checks here to see if these rosters are here. Of course, we can keep a good eye on all of these streams now because we only have 4 streams to look at. So that's kind of convenient, isn't it? We're able to really get a good look at exactly what's going on here with all of these situations, all of the teams. Nostalgia.
If anything is going to go wrong, it's going to go wrong, at least most likely, it'll go wrong either at Veil Guardian or it'll go wrong at Sabbatha. So it's kind of interesting. So it's either going to happen right at the beginning or right at the end. And man, the worst possible thing for a team would be if something tragic happened to Veil Guardian, because it'd be very difficult to recover from, and all of the other teams are going to know.
Yeah. This is one of those matches. I assume all of the teams are using stacking sigils, but this is the type of thing where you need that. Right, because of course on this wing, right, you can actually use stacking sigils to get even more attributes on your off weapon, basically, and that is a sizable DPS increase if you're able to do that. I think most teams probably are doing that. I haven't checked. It's a little icon, obviously a bit tricky to see, but I imagine that if they aren't doing that, well, they better do it now, right? Because they need every single percentage point of damage to get this done.
Using the stacking sigils could be that 5-second difference.
Absolutely. I think our teams are basically getting into the ready position about now. Most players are looking pretty good, I believe. So we're going to be getting started very, very soon. Prepare yourselves, my friends, for gaming. These teams are going to be battling it out for a spot in the top 3 and then the top 2 for who can win Ready Check Cup 3.
Put your predictions in the chat. What are you thinking here?
Yeah. I absolutely want to see who people think are going to win. And you better spam like there's no tomorrow. You need some big spams here. We've got copy passes for all of these teams. They need to be deployed immediately. 2 minutes timer has been given. We will be getting into this very, very soon. On the screen, on the left-hand side, we have Stick to Plan A. On the right-hand side, we have Nostalgia to start off. Of course, we are going to be looking at all of these teams here as well. We have the Misfits looking ready to go. A bit of Elementalist gaming here from Bug. And of course, we have the Druid for Luren on the Gamer Girls team. 1 minute to go. Prepare yourselves. Digging a hole. You guys want to see digging a hole back? What about Downstate Cucks? Bit of a fan favorite, I believe, actually. Diaxon, one of the most popular players in all of Guild Wars 2, known for his highly oiled up muscles. All right, here we go.
I've started a prediction in the Twitch chat. Who's going to win this round?
Cone.
Who's going to take first? 2 minutes.
All right, here we go. Get ready. 30 seconds. Who's winning the prediction? People are feeling nostalgia by the looks of it. Yeah, Nostalgia and Misfits looking like the favorites. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! All right, the timer is set. It's out of our hands now, Sneb. The players have full control. 40 gamers going head-to-head. Elimination is coming. And everything counts here. Every single thing is important, especially this pre-event. This is a great place to actually shave a couple of seconds if you can, and that's exactly what these teams are going to do, stacking them up as quickly as possible. It's actually important to focus the correct Guardians here. If you're a condition build, you got to hit the red one, because the red one only really takes condition damage. If the green one here ran in a little bit later for Nostalgia, they need to make sure that they're pressuring that one so it dies quickly and efficiently. Missing a green here, catastrophic. Getting teleported, also potentially catastrophic. Any damage taken can destabilize you, draining your cooldowns going into the actual boss fight as well. Retired Misfits also blasting away there like crazy. Cute Gamer Girls about to finish off the Red Guardian. I think all teams on par here. Nostalgia, though, I believe with the advantage. Maybe Cute Gamer Girls even, actually, as of course there is a bit more delay on the stream from Cute Gamer Girls, but we already see Nostalgia directly into the mix, and also Plan A following shortly afterwards.
Yeah, Plan A actually got teleported by one of those pre-event Guardians, so that slowed them down by maybe a second or two.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to competitions like that, that actually
it's relevant.
Be the difference.
Yeah, it's very important. That is a mistake that honestly they're not going to be happy with that, because they know that it could very easily come down to an absolute hair of a margin. As going into this first split phase here. Oh, look at this tryharding snap from Bug. We actually see the food swapping. That's illegal, okay? You know, you can get reported on Reddit for that. That's elitist, Sneb, okay? We don't allow that kind of stuff here. But anyway, pumping through
I have a quick
this.
question about that. So I'm kind of out of the... I don't really fully understand exactly how that changes things. Can you maybe explain for me and the viewers who don't know what the food swapping actually does?
There's a really interesting interaction that you can do with a lot of foods. What you can do is foods that have some kind of active component on them. Some of those, when you get a kill, you get an effect for a certain amount of time, right? That, oh no, oh dear! Misfits actually have some instability here. But anyway, it looks like they are getting back up, so it's not too bad. But you can kind of double up on food buffs. What you can do is use a food that has an active component. Oh, they got a second green. That's rough, actually. That's not nice. They do not like that.
has somebody that's... Ooh, they just saved their ally there. Holy, that was very close.
But anyway, now that things are a little bit calmer. But you can basically double up on food effects. Because what you do is you get the active effect, the buff, that from killing something, for example, which works in certain raids. Then you swap back to the other food. So oh no, Nostalgia actually had a porter here. We had a teleported player. That is not good. They do have the glint heal, actually, so they're not going to end up dying there. They are going to be pressured going into this green circle, which is not ideal. Looks like the blast is going to be good enough to actually make this happen. But yeah, again, some instability from a lot of these teams. Cute Gamer Girls, I think, standing firm, though, actually. And you know what's so fun about this, Sneb? These teams are running really different compositions. Isn't that cool? Look at how much they all have quite different approaches to the game, actually. And I think that is a bit of a testimony to, like, I think the game is in a pretty good spot balance-wise right now, in my opinion. But each team is actually running some pretty different compositions. Of course, you're seeing some familiar faces here and there, obviously. Like, the one thing, funnily enough, that you're probably never going to see gone is Druid. It's just, it is the best healer, just flat out. In Guild Wars 2 and has been for a very long time, actually. But nonetheless, Retired Misfits and Cute Gamer Girls have different ideas with the game. It looks like Cute Gamers huge fans of the Warriors. It's like loads of Warriors across the board for the Cute Gamer Girls.
Yeah, they did really well there. Yeah, I think we just got to give a huge kudos. Where we saw a little bit of instability, I didn't see much from Cute Gamer Girls there. They seem like they're extremely focused right now.
Yeah, I think Cute Gamer Girls, they're full energy. They are kind of getting to that full potential. I was really liking their gameplay there. It was incredibly crisp. It looked maybe even the smoothest out of everyone else's. I believe every other team had a little bit of a wobble on that Veil Guardian, if I'm not mistaken, which could potentially actually put Cute Gamer Girls being currently leading this Wing 1 even. But yeah, that looked smooth from them. They're looking good. I think they are kind of in the zone here, right? They've got their rhythm, they're in their stride, and they're looking to pump.
Absolutely. You know, this is one of those funny times where just a little bit of we're just kind of waiting until the circles are done so that there can be some time saved. There's not really much the teams can do right here to make up any sort of time. Just out of curiosity, as kind of a random thing, I see lots of people do various strategies here when it comes to the standing in a circle simulator. Do you have a preference when it comes to using portals versus splitting the team up and having, let's say, subgroup 1 go
Portal is the way to go.
one direction?
Portal is the way to go because, of course, and again, this is relevant at this level. What happens is, of course, is that the last circle is relevant, right? Because if you get the last circle cat quicker, that you'll shave off maybe a second. So portaling everyone around is definitely good. You have portals anyway for the next stage of the encounter, so you might as well. There's no reason not to. And yeah, it just makes it very consistent and a little bit faster overall. You want to make sure that you cap the circles as quick as possible because you don't really want them to get delayed whatsoever, right? Because something weird can happen. If the same circle spawns in the same location, you actually can lose time. It's a weird, there's actually a mild bit of RNG, in fact, on Spirit Run, actually. So there is variance in how long this takes. But yeah, there you go. So you want to cap them as quick as possible.
I think a lot of players don't even consider the Adrenal Mushroom. Just the average player probably doesn't realize how impactful that is for this fight.
Yeah.
That's how these Mesmers are able to consistently do portals, and that's why the portals are flying around everywhere.
Yeah, it allows you to
context,
reset
the Adrenal
cooldowns,
Mushroom recharges all of your cooldowns.
Indeed, 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 indeed. It's exactly what's happening here with these rosters. They're pumping right now, getting through this event. And actually, I want to quickly point out something. This is kind of cool that we actually have live split being used by the Cute Gamer Girls. Take a look at their split. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is how this operates. That actually might have been a PB on their Veil Guardian by 20 seconds, if I'm reading that correctly. I'm not sure if that exactly makes sense. But that was an insanely good Veil Guardian for them, as they were actually able to clear it at around 3 minutes and 5 seconds into the wing. And yeah, I see a kind of a glowy negative 25. That actually might signify this is pretty much their best ever Wing 1 so far by a fairly significant margin.
This is the time to have that.
I mean, yeah. If you're going to have a time to pop off, it is now, right? You know, this would be the time.
Yeah, usually if in speedruns, that's usually compared to their PB, unless they just haven't updated it, but I'd be surprised if they haven't.
Yeah, and now we do see, moving on to the next stage, and I want to say that, yeah, it's really hard because there is a bit more delay on the Cute Gamer Girl stream, but I very much think they could potentially even be leading here. Although, hang on a minute, Sneb. Stick to plan A. They are absolutely on fire. They are already pushing into this initial segment of the Spirit Run, blasting something. They do have a player down, though, actually. Probably not the end of the world. That's probably going to be a full death. They are all the way back there, so I don't think they're even going to bother trying to revive that player. So they're going to have slightly lower DPS.
I don't think it'll have an impact.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, wait, was it one of their portals, though? They're not doing the second portal skip here. Notice that they didn't do the tripwire skip. That may well have been one of their mesmers. I think it was, actually, because you do need 2 to pull this off. They only have the 1. They only have the Mirage here. So I believe that...
it was. It was a Chrono, I think.
Yeah, that may well be the case. So that actually is a time loss. So they have to be a little bit careful there. And that will, of course, allow other teams, including Cute Gamers, to kind of get back into this. Reform Misfits, by the way, kind of panning back over to that stream. They are also blasting right now. Going very, very quickly, moving over into the final stages here. Actually, it is very neck and neck right now. These teams are incredibly close together.
Meanwhile, Nostalgia's actually past all of that. They're going into Gorse right now.
Oh my god, what? This is actually colossal here. Yeah, Nostalgia has...
Wait,
what? They have eviscerated. They have obliterated. They are fighting Gorseville at 8:30. Can any other team match that? I don't think any other team can even touch that, in fact. Yeah, they're all actually trying to break through this wall right at the last second. Meanwhile, we actually have Team Nostalgia directly on the boss already. They have annihilated. NA is all over the place right now.
This is fantastic. This is just a fantastic display of skill, really. It is incredible. These teams are all so close, and then suddenly there's just one little moment, and now Nostalgia is pulling ahead.
They absolutely are.
Looks like all the teams are going to be at Gorseville now. Some of them are setting up their portals, about to port in. Looks like there was a GG to try to speed things up. Oh, it's because they didn't have their portal to get on Gorseville.
Ooh, yeah.
Plan A. They didn't have it because of the chrono. That's
didn't have the
big
portal.
Time loss.
Yeah, so there's going to be a little bit of a time loss. They are setting it up now, so here it comes. There's the portaler going directly in. This is actually a little bit spooky for Plan A, though, in my opinion. This is very scary. Because, of course, now I think they are actually in the current last place. Cute Gamer Girls in third, I believe. And then we have Nostalgia in first and Misfits in the second position. So this Sabbather is going to be very, very tense. I don't really foresee any major issues here. That's why I'm kind of already talking about Sabbather at this stage. These teams are going to perform very, very well here, I imagine. Nostalgia's pumping through that with absolutely no issue. Stick to Plan A, getting into that first intermission, but we already have retired Misfits through it alongside the Cute Gamer Girls who have also got through that first intermission phase here, as we can see, just blasting that boss down.
This is incredible. Like, Nostalgia is so far ahead now.
Yeah,
they
absolutely destroyed. Yeah. Oh, we do have a down state there, actually, but the boss is going to die, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, it's actually over. They are so far ahead right now, actually. This is
I know.
insane.
I am blown away. It didn't seem like that for the longest time. And then all of a sudden, they're just way in the lead.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They just completely obliterated there. They pushed through that Spirit Run unbelievably quickly. I think they had some very efficient portaling. Done their very snappy portals, very snappy burst rotations, taking down those walls. And then, of course, moving onwards into the button phase as well. Some other good portals there, too. But yeah, Misfits cleaning up Gorseville. Plan A in the second intermission phase. Cute Gamer Girls are just going to be finishing off Gorseville here as well. One player got egged, actually. That's kind of relevant, to be honest. You do not want to have that DPS loss there. Any eggs? Misfits, yep, they are definitely going to be the second position after Nostalgia. Cute Gamer Girls, very much hot on their tail, though. Absolutely hot on the tail of their opponents. There's Gorseville going down there. Might actually be very similar timing, again, accounting for that delay. Plan A, though,
this is going to be the moment where these teams are starting to talk, Teapot. They're going to try to decide if they should make a risk or not. I mean, I think they're going to see Plan A as a little bit behind, and maybe they don't do the risk. But will Plan A try to
Nostalgia is on Sabbather. They're already on Sabbather. That is crazy. That is such an advantage they have. Honestly, if I'm Nostalgia, I'm playing safe, right? Like you know, because you're gonna know.
If I'm Plan A though, I'm skipping cannons.
Oh yeah, if you have to go, you have to do everything. You have to do every risky thing that you can come up with if you want to stay in this tournament. The portals have to be perfect. They must get the portal onto the boss. Obviously, that has to happen. They need to make sure they get these bandits quickly and efficiently gathered up so they can cleave all of them down as quickly as possible. Everything has to be perfect. They have no room for error if they want to make it through here with Plan A. Absolutely no room for error. It has to be pristine. Gamer Girls,
Gamer Girls still executing the portals very well. They're going to go in and try to set that thing up for Sabbatha now. Cleaning up the bandits at the last second here.
Yep, here we go. Trying to get this done as best as they possibly can. Cute Gamer Girl setting up their portal. They are going to make it to Sabbatha very soon. Oh, actually, oh yeah, here comes, there's a running back now. We'll portal them in. No. They aborted. They actually aborted. No, I don't believe it. They failed the portal.
Now it is neck and neck with Plan A.
By the way, this is bad. Boss has a respawn timer here. That's actually a severe time loss. That is not good at all, actually, because it doesn't spawn instantly. They are going to get back here, but they have to wait a little bit for Sabbatha to actually respawn after that whiffed portal. There it is now. However, where is Plan A? Plan A is setting up currently.
Just a bit ahead of Plan A. It looks like Plan A is trying to clean up the bandits.
Oh, hang on, though.
Plan A does execute the portal well, though. They're in.
But Sneb, we've got Game of Thrones here. Misfits flubbed. They flubbed the pre-event. They failed it. They had to go back. They had to go back to clear bandits.
It is basically a three-way tie right now.
Yeah.
It all comes down to this.
This
Somebody's
script
going
is
to have
big.
to risk it, Teapot. They have to make that call right now. They know that they're all so close that if one of them can just get that extra bit of DPS from maybe skipping a cannon, they might be able to pull ahead of the others. But at this point, you have to make some risky plays.
Yeah, you absolutely do. I think, in particular, I feel like the danger zone is actually currently on Plan A and Misfits. Gamer Girls almost a little bit in the head, but actually, no, actually looking at the health bars, they are certainly not in a comfortable position here whatsoever. Of course, they lost a lot of time on that failed portal there. It's going to come down to almost a DPS race. We're on a boss, right? There's no more movement, no more anything. This is just all-out damage. They have to break through all of this as quick as they possibly can. Cute Gamer Girls.
Teapot.
Yeah, what's up?
I have something very important, some news coming in. You need to pan to nostalgia here for just a second. They're on literal world
boss
record
is dead.
pace. It might be just shy of it, but they are competing with the world record for this wing.
Boss is about to fall. 1430, 1429. It is over. Boss falls. What an unbelievable performance there from Nostalgia. That's pretty wild stuff. Second ad is now up for Cute Gamer Girls. I believe they are currently in that second place position. This is going to be so unbelievably close. It's going to be a battle to the death for Plan A and the retired Misfits. Currently, it's actually too close to call because, again, we're in that situation where their boss health is actually desynchronized. They're currently desynchronized. So one team's boss will actually spawn on lower health than the others. So looking at the timings of the ads, it's actually not good enough. The only thing that matters here is boss HP. Teams completely blasting for everything they've got. Cute Gamer Girls going into the final ad. They're actually going for a cannon.
I don't know if I agree with that cannon.
Yeah, they're feeling safe. Well, it's not that bad because the boss is going invuln, right? So they don't have uptime right now. They do on the mini boss, but not they're not losing that much uptime, and that they even portal back. So it's a minimal loss there, and to keep it a little bit safer. By minimizing some of the damage out here, but Cute Gamer Girls now going into the final phase here. Boss just going invuln with the third ad there for Retired Misfits. I think the Retired Misfits are. I think that Bandit pre-event has actually eliminated them. I think that Plan A and Cute Gamer Girls are going to make it
as well. Ooh, they're going to have to absolutely blast here.
Gamer Girls blasting. Oh, they're destabilizing.
Oh no, Plan A, 3 people in downstate. Oh, that could be the difference. I think that Retired Misfits is going to pull ahead after that. Those 3 downstates and that lack of DPS is going to completely change things up.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Gamer Girls have made it through. I believe the Misfits are going to make it, though. Yeah, I think they are going to make it, actually. That destabilization was very punishing with the full death, and the Misfits have actually cleared, I believe. I think it's going to be Plan A. They clutch it out by keeping it clean.
Oh.
And there goes Plan A. That's it. Yeah, a couple of seconds after. What a round. What a round.
We need to check the delays just to be certain. That was extremely close. But from what we can tell, it looks like Plan A, that might have been it. Those 3 downstates were the difference.
Yeah, that's just complete chaos. Absolute madness there from these gamers. Complete insanity. Completely unhinged content. Absolutely insane. Wow. What a round. That was absolutely awesome to watch. And honestly, what did Nostalgia do? Like, they just destroyed.
I don't know. They were apparently, they were probably within 15, 20 seconds of the world record pace. They were extremely fast there.
Yes. And that is what we like to see. Okay. That does mean it is time to roll another raid wing. So I believe, well, we'll get fully confirmed on this actually shortly. But we're going to the next round.
The times are coming in now.
They're coming in.
15:43, it looks like, confirmed from Cute Gamer Girls.
Yeah, that is now confirmed. We had a 16:21 for Stick to a Plan. I believe that's now confirmed. So we're waiting on Nostalgia and Retired Misfits. Let's see what's about to happen. Enko used fly hacks. That is true, actually. Yeah, that is accurate information. Oh, I think we're actually getting the confirmation for Misfits coming very shortly. And Nostalgia. Snails. 14:28 for Nostalgia.
Jeez. Insane.
Pretty beast. Beast mode is what that is. It really is. All right. While we wait for the scores, let's roll a wing, shall we? I think it's time.
Yeah, 40 seconds off pace, Nike's saying. Regardless, that is an incredibly fast time, especially live, you know?
It's happening. The wing is going to be wing 4. It's wing 4.
Ooh.
Let's hope nobody crashes. That'd be a bit awkward, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Let's hope. Cute Gamer Girls has many hearts on their screen right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it cute?
It is.
Wow. Oil. Now, let me tell you something. Are we going to see oils?
We might. Yeah.
Oilers. Well, better question. Do you want to see oils?
Yes. I enjoy the oils.
Yeah. Chat. I want to bring the chat into this. Chat, do you guys want to see oils? If you want to see oils, please put Oilers in the chat.
I'm going to put that in the prediction.
Yeah, it looks like the Oilers there. And actually, the winning prediction, yeah, people did predict actually that Nostalgia would win. In fact, I think the chat did a pretty... Didn't the chat actually predict it correctly? That most people bet on Nostalgia, then Cute Gamer Girls, then Misfits, then Plan A, which was the exact result.
The exact order, yeah.
That's crazy. Isn't that what they say, actually? You know, like, you know when you bet on real-life events, don't they actually predict things really well? If you have, like, a market that you bet on? Isn't that actually a thing?
I don't know.
I think that's the thing.
It is.
Yeah. I believe that is indeed a phenomena that can happen. Probably not with all things, to be fair, but with some things at least. The last Wing 4s were pretty messy, actually, weren't they? Overall. They were pretty messy, I think.
Yeah.
We had a couple of deaths across the board, I think. Obviously, some oils going down. So you can never really count that out, especially Deimos, right? Like, Deimos is just very punishing, very easy to make a mistake, very easy to just completely screw your run. And honestly, the strat they're doing is hard. It is just straight up hard, to be perfectly honest with you. Like, the double sacrifice strat that all of these teams are going to be doing, a lot of pressure, strict DPS check, and you really want to keep those players alive, so you want to burn the boss as quickly as possible and kind of get a bit lucky on who goes down, right? Like people who can survive a little bit better, so that you're actually able to just fully blast and have enough people at the end to save a little bit of time there at the end. So it's hard to pull this off. Let's see if they're able to do it. It's double sacrifice. Double sacrifice gameplay. And this is not CM. The videos you're watching are actually depicting CM, by the way. The reason for that is because these were actually made for Elitist Raiding Party 3, in fact, where we had these little wing intros to show them off. I've got them for wings 1 through 7, in fact, for every raid wing in the game. I really should make some new ones at some point, because then we could do a little bit better these days. But they are very cool, aren't they, I think? Really add to the immersive experience. With this one, I think. But yeah, that's they are showing CMs, but this is in fact normal. But yeah, people sack at 50 and 25. That's correct. Okay. Sneb, are you ready?
Oh, I'm super ready.
I mean,
Man, so I think that I think that Cute Gamer Girls here are probably a bit of the underdog in this round. However,
I would say so.
I think that they've played really well the last few rounds. So if they can carry that momentum here, and you know what? I think that Nostalgia just had a really dominating round last round, but I think Misfits struggled just a little bit there, right? So maybe there's some room here for the underdog to kind of come back. I'm thinking this will be perhaps one of the most interesting rounds now. It's going to be pretty close. And you know what? I believe in the oil.
The Plan A stream is offline.
Well, yeah. they're out.
Oh, I forgot about that. I've
But yeah,
loaded.
I actually do
I
want
have
to give a shout
loaded.
out to them.
I loaded the wrong stream. I will.
Okay.
Oops. I'll fix that.
I want to give a shout out to them for competing because I think they were very impressive, and it's my understanding that that's their first time as a team. Maybe there's some individual players that have competed before, but it's a new team name to me. I'm pretty hopeful that they'll compete again and continue on because they really challenged some of these teams here. So hopefully they keep practicing, keep competing, and stick together.
Yeah, and that's always our intention, right? We always have this intention that we want to encourage these teams to continue to stick together, to actually build the scene. One of the big problems that the Guild Wars 2 competitive scene always struggles with is churn, right? Like every time it's not the same roster, so you don't have that progression element. And I think that progression element is actually what allows these teams to have fun and enjoy the game. I think it's always really frustrating when you're like, oh man, I want to go hard, but every single time you basically get soft reset, essentially, by having to get new members or not having a consistent roster when people kind of just disband and reform every single time. I think that makes the entire scene less vibrant, less exciting, and it's something that we've I'm very happy that we've been able to cultivate with numerous teams actually coming back and continuing to play, right, and continuing to establish themselves in the scene. I think it's really cool. I hope we can continue doing it going into the new year as well. But yeah, it's a good thing. Yeah, and of course, yeah, massive shout out to all of the teams who played today, all the teams who have been blasting and are no longer with us, at least for this tournament. We very much hope to see you again. We hope you had some fun, and we'll see you next time, hopefully. Oh, wait, Crab disbanded? Are you kidding me? That's actually so sad.
Oh, I liked that name.
That's a huge Phil's ban, man. Yeah, like, that was a good guild name. Very nice. A lot of us aren't playing anymore. That's fair enough. Maybe Crab will rise again at some point in the future. Crab! Alright, the 2-minute timer. Here we go. Let me actually just reload these players here. See if I can get a lower delay actually on Lure. And there we go. Got it down to 10 seconds. That's good. Alright. It's DPS race time. It's time for the real benchmark brawl. These teams, they've got 4 bosses ahead of them, 4 health bars they have to remove and delete from existence. Easy bosses, except the end one, a little bit spicy. Full blast, all in. Who's going to make it happen? Do we have a prediction going, guys? Is there a prediction for this round? You better make it happen, because again, whoever is going to be the team that places last, they are out, and only 2 will remain for the final head-to-head round. Get the predictions.
I did make a prediction, but it is whether or not people will oil.
Well, I mean, that's a pretty good one. We can maybe do... Oh, I guess we can't do another one then. Wow, good job, Sneb. You know, now look what you've done. You've ruined the prediction.
People like the oil.
I think the oil is a pretty good... I mean, honestly, the oil is probably a better prediction than who's going to win. But anyway, make the calls, gamers. We've got 1 minute to begin. Get the copy passes going. Support your favorite team and be prepared for action. We have a dog follower notification on Lure End stream. Dog theme. Dogs on a treadmill, I believe. Dog.
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 Maybe I can get my dog to visit the stream. I don't know where he is. He's roaming.
Roaming, you say? He play Willbender or something? Like Thief?
Yeah, no, he's more of a, a Deadeye, max range, perma stealth kind of player.
Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. The timer has been set. The action begins. Retired misfits, cute gamer girls, and nostalgia are ready to blast. Sneb. Say something. Juice us.
This is it.
There's loads of hearts appearing on cute gamer girls stream, apparently. I know what's going on there. Entire stream's covered in hearts.
Is their delay just way different?
It is, yeah. It's 10 seconds. It's about they have a 10-second delay on the stream. The other streams are around like 2 to 3 seconds.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I was like, man, they're way behind.
That is the reason for the discrepancy. But anyway, Sneb, we're at the start of the wing. What's going on? Walk us through it. What are you looking out for here? What are the teams? How are the teams going to be saving time here? What is happening?
They're going to be saving time by not moving at all. Basically, that's kind of it.
I mean, that is definitely true.
Yeah. Well, and they need to make sure the proper people get the agony so that they can optimize damage and boon output. But beyond that, it's really just a matter of standing there, making sure everyone has stability, and just doing as much damage as possible.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. This is certainly a really big DPS check. It's all about getting that full blast off.
Someone just got ported.
Yeah, getting ported is not good. It's very similar to Veil Guardian. And of course, some eagle-eyed viewers, maybe who haven't seen raids before, might be noticing these green circles. And you might be thinking you're supposed to stand in those, right? And you would be correct. However, this fight is very, very strange on normal mode. On challenge mode, you get punished a lot heavier if you don't stand in the green circles. On normal mode, they just do like a pretty low amount of damage and CC you. But you can just use stability and completely ignore that. So you're actually seeing our wonderful teams completely disregard all of the hard work of the developers and just say, you know what? Nobody cares, right? And they're just going about their business. Nostalgia with colossal DPS, burning that boss down at about the same time as the Misfits. And also Gamer Girls finishing the job here very soon. What's going on?
Yeah. Based on the delay, I think these teams are all just within a few seconds.
It's very much neck and neck between all of the teams. We'll, of course, maybe see some slightly larger differences start to develop going on here. This next segment is definitely one to keep an eye on. This portal segment, I believe, is something that Nostalgia has been very proficient with over time, actually. Like, we see the Mirage going very, very fast here, setting up the portal for the shovel. Again, using that Mirage thrust, that ambush skill, in addition to restoring a lot of endurance on the player in order to get all of these jumps here. And then simply portaling the player back there immediately with the shovels, opening up into the next boss there. Normally, you have to kind of walk the entire way there and back, but this time, a little bit of portal action. Oh, no, 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 no. We are going straight there. Things are getting picked up, and we're going on to the boss at 254. Let's see where Cute Gamer Girls are at. Ooh, yeah, that was a very fast setup there for Nostalgia. Misfits are going in as well, but actually Nostalgia have actually completely dominated this. They're actually a fair margin ahead, and it's actually the Gamer Girls who are maybe in trouble. It's actually very close between first and second, though, actually. Now, actually, I might have to take that back. I believe the Gamer Girls are actually slightly ahead of the Misfits when we account for the delay at this point.
It's so close, it's hard to tell at this point. It's probably going to come down to the last review by all the admins. But I think these teams are all right in line with each other. It's really coming down to those transitions, right? How well are they able to get in place that can just start the fight? Any few seconds delay there is going to cost them very dearly.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I think that quite tragically, and perhaps entertainingly for us, I think this is almost all going to come down to end boss. I think, is how clean is their Deimos going to be, right? How clean can they get that sacrifice, right? Get the double sacrifice strat. That is what will make the difference here. Because that's probably the most finicky part, and definitely the part where if you perform really well, it's going to be hyper efficient. Oh, Misfits actually think they wanted the boss to be dead by then. Oh, yeah, they just kill it barely in time before those kind of little knights ended up giving them loads of damage and also applying a bunch of conditions. Gamer Girls DPS, pretty damn good as well. Again, I almost can't call it. I wasn't looking at the timer there. I was just too transfixed by the gameplay, but it is unbelievably close between these two teams.
I think they slowed down just a little bit there. I think that puts them a little bit further behind Misfits at this point. But they're all getting in there now.
Looks like they're going big.
No crashes?
No crashes. That's always good to see.
Hey, there you go.
And what I do like, actually, on that Mercer Overseer was actually the healer actually playing like a hybrid as well, going for the condition build. I almost feel like you could get away with this on this boss as well, to be frank, actually, because it's a very low-pressure fight, notoriously low pressure, in fact. I think the big differential here is you do want a lot of that CC, and that's where the Druid can really crank as well. Massive crowd control and having the longbow to push the ad. You can see these Defiance bars, one every 10%. This is usually like a big kind of bottleneck for your damage output. The Defiance bar here is pretty damn strong, so you really have to use a lot of abilities, and these teams are making it look pretty damn easy. The CC from everyone here, very, very robust.
I want to point something a little bit interesting out. Is Bug playing Heal Spectre? Or what is this? Look at the DPS meter here.
I mean, it may well be the case. In fact, that is indeed what it is. It's a good build, actually.
Very interesting.
It's a good Heal Spectre is actually a very solid build if you can be stacked. You know, if you're stacked, you heal a lot actually. And of course, it fills the thief role, right? Because you get to be the thief for this, for the entire wing, right? You can open the door, so you can then fit in some other DPS classes if you want to go in that direction. So yeah, it's really cool to see this build. This build is actually one of those builds that has actually been developing pretty nicely over the kind of like history of like the last couple of patches. Actually, now has much better stability access, a lot better boon access overall. It's getting slightly better next patch too, and the healing and sustain. It's actually a lot better than I think people think it is. Again, especially if you're able to stay pretty close together, it absolutely pumps. And that healing well heals for a colossal amount on a very short cooldown. And of course, its alacrity uptime is very, very good if you're able to just kind of go crazy and be on the group a lot. And Thief also sports very good CC. It's another big factor, right? Because you can see here that what Bug's doing, he's draining all of his initiative into Headshot, right, which is completely destroying that Defiance bar. And then alongside the Basilisk Venom, that Break bar has no hope. And I've got to say, cute gamer girls.
I think they're catching up to Nostalgia.
I mean, this is certainly a bit of a beast Samrock, that's for sure. Cute gamer girls, I think their damage is actually a bit lacking, and a big part of that is because they're a player down. And
oh no,
that is bad. Now they are a bit reliant on their opponents making a mistake. I think Nostalgia is probably going to be going very soon over to Deimos. Yeah, they are just finishing off the intermission. You are correct, though. The Misfits have actually saved some time here. Their composition is very heavy DPS. They're still a little bit behind, but they might even be able to overtake with their slightly superior composition going into Deimos. This does leave the cute gamer girls in trouble, though. They lost that player, not super deep into the fight, but, you know, not super late either. So it's, yeah, or super early either. So they're going to lose a lot of time for this. They need their opponents to mess up, unfortunately, which is never where you want to be, unfortunately, for the cute gamer girls. So it really is going to come down to, I think, a very exciting race is going to be Nostalgia versus the Misfits. And more importantly, is a mistake going to be made between these teams? Like, will any of them mess up and potentially lose a lot of time or end up wiping? That's the big question here.
They got ahead of Nostalgia here. Misfits are in the lead, unless there's some delay, but it looks pretty determined to me. And like you alluded to earlier, I think cute gamer girls are in a bit of trouble here. They're just a little bit behind from that death. Looks like they have a couple other deaths now. I mean, maybe one of them was from the break bar, but yeah, it's going to be a bit of a struggle for them to catch.
Big time loss. Misfits are in. They're actually in ahead. They are now officially about, I want to say, 5 seconds ahead of Nostalgia. This is a blistering fast Wing 4. We could be looking at, I want to say, around 11 minutes even for this time, which would be very, very nice for a Wing 4. Incredibly fast. Huge DPS. This boss is, you know, this is a boss that people actually really like to do on normal mode because this boss actually gets a damage modifier applied to it by an NPC that's helping you. You can see the little spooky ghost icon that just appeared under the status bar on Retired Misfits. You can see look at that health bar go down because that signet, that effect there is a signet that causes the boss to take far more damage. And you can see that almost instantaneously the boss just gets annihilated by all of the power damage burst at the at the beck and call of the Misfits. Of course, the gamer girls are basically going to be making it through onto Deimos as well, but they need something to go wrong. Yeah, they're actually now on just a little pre-event here, getting these, getting all the statues in. Oh no, did they miss it? Oh no, snap. I think they did.
Yeah, I think they did too.
Yeah, they did. They didn't get it. They didn't get it in one. Ooh, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, they need someone to touch the oils at this point.
Yeah, this has to be a wipe for cute gamer girls to win. Of course, you know, that is the nature of these tournaments, right? We see the sacrifice strat coming there through from Nostalgia and also from Misfits, of course. Yeah, Misfits going to be doing that very, very shortly. This is the nature of the game, right? Oh, man, look at that comp from Nostalgia as well. They're actually just stacking Scourges. Like that, this type of play here is just going to make it very hard for them to really have any kind of instability or any kind of wipe. Now we have the sacrifice strat coming through. We're going to see Grimjack kiting around all over the place to make sure that all of that is going to go smoothly. And yeah, Nostalgia now actually getting that burn. There's the next sacrifice. And in fact, their damage is so high that the boss is nearly at 10%. No oil has been triggered.
Has been catching up here a little bit.
Well, I mean, they have they are big DPS. You know, they are big pumpers.
Yeah, no. This is very close now.
It is. Who's going to hit 10 first? It's still Misfits first, I think.
Misfits did.
It's within about a second, though.
Yeah, just a second or two.
Well, the thing is that I think
it's going to come down to the execution of the last 10%. Who's going to take it? This is going to be very close.
Well, I think a potential issue here for Nostalgia is they're running Condi, right? Whereas I think Misfits is very power-oriented. So their burst is going to be higher.
And will they lose their teammates as well?
No, neither of them did.
They're all up. They got them. They got them.
And it's happening very, very quickly here. You can see it just 11 minutes on the timer, but I think the power damage here from the Misfits might be big. Oh my god, Nostalgia lucked out. They got the Signet. It's technically not luck, it's more the timing. Is that Signet going to be enough to get them the win? They got it. Misfits didn't get it on the last phase. Who's going to get this kill first? Misfits died?
Oh.
That was actually the same second. No joke, that was the same second where that died.
We're going to have to go to admin to see. Yeah, but it looks like this is going to be the end of the road for the cute gamer girls.
Yep.
You know, they had such a good tournament. I want to give them a huge kudos. It was extremely impressive to watch their progression. This has been their best tournament so far. They clearly had an excellent wing one there. I'm super proud of them. Awesome job.
Yeah, that is amazing. You know, they really have come a long way, and they are executing this strategy. It's getting a little bit messy. I think someone even got knocked off the edge there. I think they do have a full death. Look at those hands. They're all over the place. But, wow, what a team, honestly. What a team. So impressed with this roster. Coming third place here overall is a huge show of just a fantastic mindset and approach to competition. They keep coming back for more, and to be honest, though, I'm just going to say it now. I'm going to make the call. I think it's only a matter of time until we see the cute gamer girls actually claim a victory in one of these events. If they keep going like this, it will be happening, because the amount of growth and improvement that they've actually shown over the last set of tournaments has honestly been exemplary. It's been a real pleasure to actually watch this. So incredibly well played by them. They're finishing the job here. There's so many hearts. The boss is barely even
I
visible.
Can't tell what's happening.
Yeah, I can't see anything, and that is going to be that. Boom. It is over. Very, very nice. Boom. That's it. The round has concluded.
It all comes to this.
It all comes down to the final round. It's going to be Team Nostalgia versus the Retired Misfits. And actually,
2 NA teams.
Yeah, guys, this is actually...
Is this the first time that's happened in any raid tournament?
Yeah, this is the first time this has ever happened, guys. This is NA versus NA. That's what this is. Yeah. Feels NA,
Did anyone
man.
proc an oil there?
I believe that was an oilless run. Maybe there was an oil, I think maybe from Gamer Girls in the absolute last percent, but to be fair, that's actually just not even a mistake, right? You just go full blast, right at the end.
I think that counts, though, right?
I
mean, it procced an oil.
I mean, I guess so.
All right. I mean, does this mean that the prediction is a no?
I don't know.
Or a yes?
It's honestly a bit of a gray area, I feel like. But anyway, gamers, what a round, what a tournament. I'm actually really curious who won there, to be honest, like just for the first place. Oh, apparently, wait, hang on, let's see if it is it. No, it's not confirmed just yet, but we will actually, of course, get the confirmation on who actually did come first place there. It's actually not important. It's just interesting, of course. It is simply an interesting thing. Yeah, Nostalgia had the time 11:23. And I think Misfits were honestly basically bang on there. We might not be able to actually distinguish who won there. It's a little bit tricky to do sub-second timing on Twitch. Just because of the way that the scrubber works and the way that sort of stuff. It's a little tricky. You can do about half a second. But anything less than within half a second, it is really tough to actually figure out who won in that situation. Log timers are not reliable, by the way. So no, that's no good. Oh, I have the results.
The results.
In first place, with a time of 11 minutes and 21 seconds. It's retired Misfits. And the Nostalgia in second with the 23. And Cute Gamer Girls with a 1309 to round out their tournament here in an absolutely fantastic third place. But of course, there's something else. We have got one more raid wing. Are you ready, Sneb? Are you ready?
This was 2 seconds. The difference between the winner in this next round could be 2 seconds. Now that's competition. I'm ready for it. I want to know what wing we're playing. What wing?
Here it is. The roll begins now. Here we go. Again, it's going to be 3 or 2, right? Yeah, because we did 1 and 4. Oh, what a way to end the tournament. What a way to end the tournament. It's going to be Stronghold of the Faithful, Wing 3 for the grand finale of Ready Check Cup 3. I guess that's appropriate with the 3 in the name. Here it comes, Wing 3. Ooh, this is going to be exciting. What a run. I love that. That is fantastic. I am really hoping nobody crashes. That is a bit... You know, I was a bit scared when I saw the Wing 4 roll, actually. A bit spicy. Yeah. Yes. Very good. You know, I will address this, actually, because, you know, this is a good question. It's a great question to talk about, like, why are players like Grimjack playing in this tournament? And there's actually a number of reasons. The first reason is that we actually want to encourage high-level players to play with teams of all skill levels. It's actually a big part of our mission, actually, with Raid Check Cup, Benchmark Brawl, and CMI, and just our Raid Tournament series. So that's reason number one. The second reason, and this is actually, to be honest, the more important reason, it is impossible to draw the line on who is in and who is out in a fair way. Especially because there are actually loads of players who are actually extremely hyper-competent, but have never done records and have never participated in tournaments or played competitively, right? There's a number of kind of like no-names, right? There's no-names, basically, who are really good at the game. And as a result of this, and because me and Seb are thinking long-term, we're not thinking about like short-term memes, we wanted to make a clean system that actually will give us fair, competitive tournaments. And that's why we're using not some kind of like, oh, you can't do it if you've got a record. What does a record even mean? You can't do it if you've won a previous tournament. Well, what if you won it like 5 years ago? Like, what if you're way worse now? What if people are better than you? Like, what if people who are better than you haven't won a tournament, right? All this kind of
whether
stuff.
The record is valid or not,
yeah,
right?
like what does that even mean?
Lots of different entities that can determine that. Is it we just go off random YouTube videos? Is it
how do we know?
We tried that before and it
doesn't work.
It
was terrible. Disaster. Absolute disaster. It was a complete disaster trying that. And
we created the rating system.
We created this rating system to prevent people from bending the rules because we want to make a sustainable competitive scene. When we were doing it kind of on the records, right? That type of thing. It just incentivized people to bend the rules as much as possible, which was not only, to be frank, I'll just say it, shit for the competitors, but it was also really frustrating for me and Sneb to deal with. Because we had to constantly deal with people trying to bend the rules as aggressively as possible in order to get a free win. Does this mean... Okay, does this mean that we do have a little bit of a higher skill level in some of our tournaments than we'd like? Absolutely. However, I would really encourage everyone here to look at the results. I mean, look, it's Sneb. Look at Cute Gamer Girls. Look at Wicked Frogs. We now have these teams who are the exact players that we are designing these tournaments for. We see them rising through the ranks. We see them performing extremely well. Do we still have outliers? Absolutely. Yes, we do. Right? The system is imperfect. Benchmark Brawl was imperfect. Ready Check Cup was imperfect. But there is a very clear trend of improvement and honestly, really big steps up and steps forward in terms of the competitive nature of this. I think, and actually, I actually want to quickly say this, Seb. I actually find it a little bit disrespectful to the teams such as Cute Gamer Girls and Wicked Frogs that it's like, oh, they can't possibly compete with these players. I actually find that a little bit disrespectful because let's actually talk about the numbers. I really want to point out here that in all of these matches, and very notably on that Wing 1, Cute Gamer Girls were within 5 seconds of this. And Wicked Frogs were, again, highly competitive. State of Flux, highly competitive. The SG teams, highly competitive. I think we are doing a disservice to these new and up-and-coming teams by kind of implying that, oh, there's no way. No way, right? I think that's, it's wrong. You shouldn't do that. It's incorrect. And also, it's not right it's not right within the statistics. The statistics show that actually this is working out pretty well, in my opinion. But there you go. Yes. That is the deal. Yeah. Big. Incredible gaming. Incredible content. But yeah, we just want to make a robust system, guys. And the rating system works. That's the important thing. It works. And, yo, Diaxon in the chat. Diaxon, you got to come back. When are we bringing the cucks back, bro? Get out of Lost Ark, man. You still playing that? Come on, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man. Alrighty, then. I think it's time for us to get into our gaming. I think it's time for our gaming situation.
It's time.
It is time. Here we... Oh, I nearly pushed over a mug. That would have been... I mean, that wouldn't have been good. Okay. Let me actually set the streams up here. And we will get into this. It's going to be... the Misfits versus Nostalgia. And right now, it's actually going to be Preparing Your Stream versus Preparing Your Stream. Prepare DM, absolutely can. Yes.
Can we take a 1 second pause? I need to let my dog outside.
Absolutely.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Yes. Very big. Yeah. Very big. Oh my dog. We actually have Misfits versus Misfits. Let's get them up on the screen. We've got two POVs. Melting my computer. We got Grimjack and Enko over here. And of course we have Bug, an insect, playing the game for the retired Misfits. It all comes down to this. Let me see if I can actually get the delay a little bit lower. Let's see if we can make that happen, guys. I believe we can. Yep, there we are. Should be looking nice and crisp. Oh, look at all these software improvements, guys. You love to see it. Very, very nice. Insane. All right, let's do this. Yeah, this is NA, guys. We have an NA. Oh, wait, we are starting, by the way. Yo, Seb, you better get back here pretty soon because we're about to start the timers in 30 seconds from now. Get ready. Prepare yourself mentally. Prepare yourself psychologically. You aren't ready for this, I guarantee it. It's Nostalgia versus Retired Misfits. Stronghold of the Faithful beginning with one of the most intense parts of this wing. It is the escort event. I honestly cannot wait to see what these teams are doing. They are probably doing slightly different setups, and honestly, because we only have two teams, we have the absolute pleasure of watching both of their setups simultaneously to see these distinctions, to see these differences with exactly what the hell is going to happen here, guys. Let's go. All right, it begins. Of course, it will begin very similarly for both of these rosters. And actually, I guess I kind of forgot to mention this, actually, to be fair. But bear in mind, this is it. This is for the championship. This is for the crown of Ready Check Cup. Whoever wins here wins. That is it. All other teams have fallen in battle. It all comes down to this. We're going to see a Thief Portal here from the Retired Misfits. By the looks up. This is actually, again, a very common strategy. Let's see if we see the same approach here from Nostalgia, or if they're going to do something a little bit different. See what it's going to be. Yeah, it looks like it is a relatively similar setup here. Just moving Glenna over, and we're going to see a Thief teleporting up to the wall directly over here. Here it comes. Any second now. Yeah, there we go. The Thief is going to juice this. And then simply does a little bit of a jumping puzzle to get over there. Meanwhile, Nostalgia, yeah, I believe did actually execute the same technique. We can see the little blue dots where all the players have already made it. I mean, this is going to be such a fantastic watch. I have to say, I'm pretty excited about this. This is going to be very, very good. Okay, here comes the Mesmer portal up there as well into the first tower. Then the groups will start to separate. This is where things really get spicy. Utilizing the stability efficiently, this is how the content is really going to be made. You can see the players trying to clear these mines out as quick as they possibly can and then move Glenna onwards. Right now, I think we see a little bit more aggression actually out of Retired Misfits, if anything. The first tower not actually working out here for Nostalgia. Wait, did they have to do a backup? I think they had to do a backup, actually, as they were not able to get that portal. What on earth happened there? Must have been some kind of backup situation, as their Thief had to run through. And now they've been significantly delayed, whereas their opponents have already kind of powered on to that tower very, very quickly. Now here comes the Mesmer portal to actually ferry those players up, I believe. Wait, what on earth is going on here? Something is not quite right here, I believe, for this team. The Scrapper is trying to heal. Portal? Yeah, something very, very weird has happened. Nostalgia is in a lot of trouble. They have managed to get the capture now. Now they're going to push forwards, but I believe there was some mishap with the initial portal, forcing them to do a backup strategy.
Were they doing the Infiltrator Signet Thief?
I believe so, yes. I believe that was their plan.
That's actually very tricky because sometimes the mushroom goes just out of range and it's so close. And so if you use the Infiltrator Signet just the wrong time, when it's just out of range,
it won't port you.
It's just kind of over.
Yeah,
you have to go to
and they did. That's exactly what happened. They had to do the backup with the Thief going through. A bit of a tough disadvantage here. Now, I think one thing that Nostalgia does have going for them is they do have an exceptionally good Twisted Castle. We saw that last time, actually. They are very good on that execution, and that could give them an advantage, but they have lost a significant amount of time, as we can see just on the geography here, right? Like, Retired Misfits are significantly further through this, and they're about to be going on to the mini-boss here very, very quickly. Oh, yeah, I like this as well. What the Thief did here from Retired Misfits is very intentional. Ported in there with Daggerstorm to not get CC'd, and hit the boss. If the player here is able to hit the boss and kind of get aggro, he won't teleport up to the tower. That's basically the technique they were employing there. Nostalgia, though, are really trying to blaze past this as quick as they possibly can. They're going to have to get a very quick capture and maybe even try and skip a phase. It's honestly not super consistent, but you can actually skip these split phases on this boss by doing so much damage while he's mid-animation that he doesn't trigger his split ability. If they could pull that off, that would be very, very useful indeed, but again, it's not exactly consistent, to be honest. You're able to get it, so a little bit of luck there. And you can see here, Nostalgia are essentially 2 phases behind compared to their opponents, who are actually going to be finishing off the boss very, very shortly. Okay, let's see what we can do here. There's the burn, and boss is now dead. So I think the real key is going to be looking at this timer. We see the relogs coming through here for the Retired Misfits, and we'll see what time they actually end up starting Keep Construct or finishing Escort, depending on this loading time. It's possible that the boss is actually dead before we actually see the load in here from the Misfits.
What do you do to come back here after that Infiltrator Signet miss?
You have to do Twisted Castle really well, and hope your opponents don't have a good strat for it. That is, in my opinion, thing. That's the big thing for sure. I like this movement here from Glenna from Nostalgia, moving her over. And actually, I do think Nostalgia rallied pretty damn well there, to be honest. Again, the thing to look out for here is going to be this timer. Here we go. So when does KC actually get engaged? Because we can then use that as a reference point for Nostalgia. Okay, and here we go. It's going to be around 5:10, I think. Maybe a little bit later. Well, it's taking its time, isn't it? Here we go. Yeah, more like 5:20. Yeah. So they started Keep Construct at about 5:19, 5:20. Let's see where Nostalgia starts. I feel like there's not a lot of time to be saved here on this boss, to be perfectly honest with you. And that's purely on the basis that it's a very straightforward boss strategically. Like, you can obviously maybe flub it and, you know, not have a clean run. There's a bit of variance in what mechanic you get. Not the biggest deal. Getting the spread AoEs over and over again would definitely disrupt the damage output here. And a little bit of an annoying tanking maneuver was necessary there for the Misfits. They had to move because of the ad positions. And they do actually get the spread AoE. And it was, ooh, yeah, about 5:53, actually. So it's about a 30-second deficit right now for Nostalgia. That is gainable if their Twisted Castle is absolutely sick and their Zera is absolutely sick as well. It's certainly not over. Yup.
Yeah, you know, I'm actually quite surprised they've been able to recover so well from that. Whenever I'm in my static and we miss that Infiltrator Signet, it feels like all hope is lost. I'm glad they had a backup, because usually I don't have a backup. We just reset and go again until the Infiltrator Signet works.
Yeah. That was definitely good presence of mind to realize that it wasn't over. Because, of course, resetting there, that would have been a far worse time.
Oh, yeah, way more time lost.
If that was the direction they were going to go in there. Nostalgia pushing into that phase. And again, Retired Misfits about to get out of it. Again, this is a time-gated phase. There's no acceleration possible here whatsoever.
I think Nostalgia's catching up.
I do think they actually did gain a little bit there. And we can see they entered this. We saw the cones coming out at 6:53 on Misfits. So let's go ahead and see what it's going to look like for Nostalgia as well. I do think there was a slight gain in output there for sure. Nostalgia's DPS certainly very, very high indeed. A very crisp burst, though, actually, from Retired Misfits there. The boss health is absolutely melting, pushing it into that execute range. Good ad spawn as well. That's exactly what you want to maximize your damage output. That should be very, very smooth. They're going to be super happy about that. Honestly, I don't think they really lost that much time. It's still about a 30-second differential between the two teams. They're pretty evenly matched here. Did we get a merge there for Misfits? No, I think it died right at the last second, I think. Yeah, they have a good mechanic as well. They actually got lucky. They get the ad spawns. That will actually make this even cleaner. They can probably entirely skip that. Yeah, they absolutely can. Wow. Very good DPS from the Misfits.
Very impressive. I think they're very calm and collected right now. It seems like they're just doing the plan, going through, doing what they've practiced, and not getting too excited and not getting too nervous.
Absolutely.
Either.
Yeah.
Whenever you're in competition, having that mindset where, you know, your highs aren't too high and your lows aren't too low, you're just kind of strong the whole time. That's a winner's mindset, and that's what we're seeing on display here from the Misfits.
Yeah, absolutely is. I really think Twisted Castle is going to be the thing to watch here. It really is. I don't actually recall. This is unforgivable. I don't recall what exactly Misfits did on Twisted Castle. I do know that Nostalgia do the full speedrun strat. If Retired Misfits don't do the full speedrun strat and their opponents do, Zera, oh boy, that's going to be a nail biter. That's going to be a snail biter. Let me tell you that. It absolutely is. There's some potential for instability here with Retired Misfits in the final phase of KC. Can be a little bit spooky with the triple cones going off while you have the ads and while you're getting this burn. They handle it really well, though, and they get a good mechanic. Nice. Oh, they're not going to be able to quite skip that. That's pretty insane to try and skip that DPS phase. They're able to handle this mechanic and finish off the boss very, very quickly. Nostalgia, of course, hot on their heels. And again, we're going to be looking at kill time here, right? We need to be looking at exactly when this boss is going to die so we can have some kind of comparison. Ooh, kind of awkward ad spawns there for Nostalgia. Let's see how they handle the triple cones. Looks like they're also handling it well. Some good stacking and good movement here. They get the annoying mechanic, though. That's a bit of a pain, but not the end of the world, of course, because they're going to have to basically lose uptime on boss anyway. Boss at 6%, and Twisted Castle being kind of started running down the ramp at about 9:30 for the Misfits. Let's see how that looks for Nostalgia. No crashes as well. We're in luck. Oh, yeah. No, it's full. Oh, yeah, it is full strat for Misfits, I believe. Or at least a variant
upon
it.
Good. This means that they have a really good chance of maintaining this lead.
Yeah, this is huge.
Just need to execute
now.
Yeah,
this is necessary. Like, the fact they're doing this is very huge for them. If they weren't doing this, this would be a problem. But yeah, they're doing the full strat here. Of course, this is going to be done here by Misfits. I think there's a little bit of a catch-up, actually, by Nostalgia, just by a couple of seconds. Not much, very minor. So maybe if their execution here is incredibly crisp, they can actually make a recovery here. Let's see if they can make it happen. We do have this strategy now being executed by our Mesmer, by Grimjack here. He's going to go for the leap when he has the endurance for it. Here we go. He makes it. There it is.
Oh, jeez.
It's scary, isn't it? It's really scary.
Yeah, barely hit that.
Yeah, just barely you can make it with that leap ability. And yeah, Misfits are through, I think. Are we going to see them? Yeah, it just looks like they're moving towards the final gateway. Yeah. Oh, that was nice, actually. There's the respawn. Where are they going to start, Zera? Here it comes. 10:32. When does the event start? Let's see what happens. And boom, there they go, 10:36. What's the differential here? It's probably going to be 20 seconds. Because now we do see the Mesmers for Nostalgia running towards the end. There's the GG. Ooh, it's actually very close. Now we see the relogs now coming through for Team Nostalgia. They're done. Yep, the event has now been completed. We're going to see the relogs very, very shortly. Here we go. I think maybe some weird class switching going on there.
Yeah, they're getting held up by the swaps here, I think.
Yeah, they're having some problems. Oh, wait, they had three of them crashed. Oh, yeah, they had 3 crashes. I thought that was a relog, but no. 3 of them actually crashed right then and there. That is very unfortunate for them. They are, of course, going to attempt the recovery right now. Okay, and Misfits were not crashing. Have now actually made their way onto the final boss here. It's looking like a very juicy run, actually, here for the Misfits. Blasting down Zera. Nostalgia, of course, waiting here. Yeah, the DDoS kicks in.
Okay, yeah, man, that crash is a bit of a bummer, isn't it?
Yeah, it's rained on my parade a little bit because this was going to be very exciting, I think. I would say overall. Of course, Misfits definitely with the advantage. They're actually just like a full phase ahead at this point over their opponent.
They're past
so
the first 50%,
yeah, they're already done. They're already through at this stage. They're going for it. We do have this cool Necromancer strat, of course, coming out from Nostalgia. Yeah, like, you know, absolutely. You know, we do see that. That would obviously, I think that would actually be a good strat. I think it does actually give them a time save if they're able to execute correctly. Again, also, you can do that with the Chronomancer too with Continuum Split to save even more time by kind of like completely avoiding and mitigating that mechanic. However, gaming. That's all I can say. I'm saying gaming. Gaming content, gaming gameplay. Here we go. Nostalgia getting to that first phase, and Misfits about to get to the intermission. Or the end of the intermission, rather. Bit of a time gate here, of course. You actually can't really accelerate this. You have to just enjoy it. I like how the timer has actually stopped on their stream. Like, it's just, you know, the split got a bit weird. It's like, yeah, sure. Yeah, 10:33. Good time.
4-minute save. Let's go.
Yep. We love to see it. It's fantastic. It's epic gaming. We love to see it.
What I really like is that they have the helicopter. You know? So that's a good skin.
Yes. I do like the helicopter skin, yeah. Oh? Wait, I almost thought that Retard Misfits crashed there, but it was like some random Windows notification. That would have been unbelievably amusing, but also incredibly tragic simultaneously. It's going to be the big boss strat here for Zera. Zera being dragged right on over to the edge. And preparing for the blast hit. There we are. Boss getting obliterated. Nostalgia in intermission. Of course, this is basically going to be the end. There's no real way for Nostalgia to actually recover themselves and to actually retrieve their position in this match. And Misfits...
Unless, of course, there was some like completely unhinged, totally unexpected bug, but... You know,
yeah, that also could happen. Would that be the icing on the cake for you? Like, if Retard Misfits actually got a bug that then wiped them at like 2%, and that allowed Nostalgia to
I mean, I guess
gain the
it's
lead?
possible.
Yeah, it's
or if the game just decided that they all were forced to dodge off the edge of the platform all at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's also a possibility.
Yeah, so like Darkbringer got into the instance and just completely bogged them. Is that what you're saying? Just destroys them?
Yeah.
I guess it's not impossible. Not super likely, though. And Retard Misfits They're about to
I
finish
think
it.
this is it.
But, yeah, oh, let's see if they got the bug. Very likely, nope, they didn't. So there's no worries
You're
for them.
looking at what, I mean, we'll confirm with admins, but I'm pretty sure you're looking at the winners of Ready Check Cup 3.
We will obviously
Retired.
adjust the times, but to be clear, even adjusted, I think Nostalgia still loses. In fact, they definitely do. In fact,
Yeah, I
actually, for
think
the
so,
crashes. Because they were already significantly far behind. I think what we will do here, and I think this is going to be maybe a call we make, I will probably give the option... I'll probably give the option to the winner. Well, we'll obviously check the adjusted time first, but I will give an opportunity for a rematch on the wing of choice for the winner, assuming that there is a time dispute. Like, if there is... but if they don't want that, then that's fine. But we'll sort that out with the admins, guys. Bit of an unfortunate way. Unfortunate, slightly anticlimactic end to this tournament, of course. But we'll definitely do some adjustments. So we'll figure out how much time was lost on these crashes and all that kind of good stuff. But again, I believe that even accounting for those crashes, I think it's still going to be in retired Misfits' favor. However, in the spirit of competition, if there is a desire for that, I think we can do a rematch on the wing of choice for retired Misfits. So because they basically won, if they want to do a rematch, they can, to basically, you know, kind of be nice. But they don't have to, they don't want to. Because I think to kind of spring that on people is a little, you know, a little bit of a meme. A little bit of a meme.
I think they were quite far ahead. I think they were roughly 30 seconds ahead going into that. So even if we adjusted for the crash, I'm pretty certain. I mean, they played so clean at Zera, right, and Twisted Castle. So I'm pretty sure it's Misfits win here.
Yeah, we're confirming. We're actually confirming this right now with exactly what's going on, and the actual victory. The admins are adjusting the time right now. So, yep. Bear with us. Bear with us, bear with us, bear with us. But honestly, a very, very clean Wing 3 there by Misfits. You know, a little bit of a slip-up at the start there for Nostalgia. And then, you know, very unfortunately having that crash. Really not what you like to see, of course. Really not what you like to see. To be honest, it wasn't actually the worst time to crash as well. That was a time where everyone was relogging anyway. But still, a definitive time loss. That's 100% sure. Look at Sneb coughing.
Yeah, I'm suffering. That's why I didn't talk that much. I was coughing and coughing and coughing.
Yeah.
Rough.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He is the sickly gazelle. Everyone's ill. Yeah, I got ill. My brother got ill as well. Constantly. Everyone I know is ill. Seriously. Everyone. It's crazy. Yeah. It is the season. The season of the disease. The season of the diseasen. Mucus. Mucus Lord.
Double dragon.
But anyway, what a tournament. You know, and before we actually figure out the final result, don't worry, we're not getting ahead of ourselves. I want to take the time while we're actually figuring this stuff out to actually give such a massive shout out, actually, to everyone who played in the tournament. All of the teams, I think, really delivered above and beyond what anyone was expecting. Like the amount of work that clearly went into the preparation, the amount of energy the teams brought, and I think a lot of the really fun character that we saw on the stream. I definitely encourage everyone to check out all of the streams that were here today and all of the streamers, because a lot of these gamers don't just stream purely for the tournament. They also actually stream just gameplay and for the content as well. So yeah. Really awesome stuff, and a massive shout out to all the teams. So to Nostalgia, Retired Misfits, Cute Gamer Girls, Stick to Plan A, SG Pack, Gift of Envoy, Wicked Frogs, Elysium, Trouble, State of Flux, Team 99%, and Team. I think everyone in the chat, and certainly from me, you have my round of applause. An incredible show. We have been highly entertained, and you know what? It feels damn good. And I also definitely want to give another really big shout out to our administration team. Again, so to Lynn, to Renorb, to Plenix, and to Wilster for making this possible. They've been hard at work behind the scenes, even with some pretty stressful situations, with some very unfortunate technical difficulties with a couple of bugs in the game causing crashes and so on. They did an amazing job at compensating for that and making sure that everything stayed fair and competitive despite some slightly unfortunate circumstances. So I want a massive round of applause there to our admins for donating their time here to make stuff like this possible. So absolutely fucking legends, I'm going to say that. And of course to Sneb for joining me here today, hosting the show, and you know, just being a good guy. Good, high quality human, Sneb.
Been a lot of fun. I'm thankful that I get to do this with you. It's a highlight of my week, of my month. It's super fun. I think these teams did an excellent job. In particular, I think these were some of the closest matches we've had in any of the tournaments.
Oh,
I mean, some of the cutoffs were within seconds.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Absolutely insane.
Oh yeah. I'm just looking at the. It looks like the final times are coming in here.
They are, yes. Yeah, we're just waiting on final. We're waiting on final confirmation for Nostalgia's time, I believe. Because the crashes have been accounted for, by the way. So we're just waiting on final confirm. Let's see. So bear with us, guys.
I heard that if you put snails in the chat, that it actually makes this process go a little bit faster.
True. That actually is true. Wait, why do we have a Diaxon emote? But it's just a clip of Diaxon's stream sped up really fast, him killing orbs on Gorseville. That's a pretty big emote. I mean, that is... I do like that, actually.
That is good.
It's pretty epic. That is pretty epic content. Here we go. I don't know any of the lore, guys. I don't know the lore. Is Diaxon's finest moment also his last? NA's finest, huh? NA's finest. Incredible. How impressed? Were you with us? I was really impressed, Lewin. I think you did amazing.
It's confirmed.
I'll reply to this first, then we can do the confirmation. But yeah, no, I think I was really impressed by the growth that you guys have had, and you better play in the next ones too. It'll be absolutely criminal. You'll be robbing us all of content if you don't. But anyway, as Sneb said, it is confirmed, and here is the deal. In second place, with a time of 15 minutes and 6 seconds, accounting for the crashes, it is Nostalgia. And in first place, Retired Misfits with the 1454. Now, I will actually open this up to Retired Misfits. If they want to offer a rematch on their choice of wing, that is acceptable to me if they want to do that. But I will say they do not have to. If they want to take that result, it has been accounted for. That is absolutely fine. And they will be
I think some of their members had to go and stuff already, so I think it's probably just going to be final. But
that is fair enough. Yeah, that is of course completely acceptable. Again, we've tried to kind of keep the integrity as clear as that. But again, if they do want to offer a rematch, that is fine. If they want to take the result, that is also fine. Yeah. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, the time lost at the beginning is what got them. If they hadn't had that mistake, they actually would have won. The count for the guys. I mean, honestly, I feel like saying that's kind of rubbing it in a little bit, but that is the nature of it, right? That is indeed the nature of it. Yes. Nice. But there you have it. The winners of Ready Check Cup 3. The Retired Misfits. Good game. Well played. That is the end of the tournament for now. Oh, yes.
Jeez.
GG's. What a tournament. What an event. Absolutely fantastic stuff. A lot of fun casting this. A lot of fun. And some great games. Some very good gameplay from everyone. I hope to see all the teams come back for more. Ready Check Cup, probably nothing for the rest of the year, guys, in terms of tournaments. Me and Seb do intend to keep stuff like this going into the new year, if we can find a good way to be sustainable. You're probably aware we had a couple of issues with this particular tournament that we are going to need to iron out. We'll keep everyone updated on that, of course. But if we can make it smooth, if we can make it convenient and make it a possibility, we will continue to blast. And hopefully the teams stay together. You know, that would be my recommendation to everyone. And again, the evidence, or rather the reasoning to do that, would be 100% look at the teams that have stuck together. They have thrived, they have grown, and they continue to blast in all the events there as well. But there it is. Yes. GG, I was the bugs and crashes.
GG to everyone involved.
Yeah. GG to everyone involved indeed. And yes, we'll be back in the new year at this point for tournaments. You know, honestly, you know, if the PvP people, like Floody was in my DMs, okay, Floody wanted some PvP tournaments going on or something like that. So, I don't know, maybe we'll do that at some point as well, okay? Like, so we can make that happen. But anyway, thank you very much, everyone, for watching. I'll probably do a little bit of an after show on my stream, but I declare Ready Check Cup to be formally over. Again, a massive shout out to the teams. I very much hope that we'll see you all in the next one. Hopefully sporting a bit of community hero. Yeah, what's up?
We have a commitment.
Yeah?
Enco has pledged 40,000 gold for prizing to the next Ready Check Cup, Ready Check Cup 4.
That is big, actually. That is pretty big. I can 10x that. Funny thing is, Scales actually can. Yeah. But that's pretty epic, actually. That is pretty epic gameplay. We absolutely love to see it. DX's coming back. Let's go. We love to see that, guys. We absolutely love to see that. But anyway, we'll see you all next time for Ready Check Cup. Make sure that you sign up for that. And again, I actually want to reiterate here, every single tournament we run, the rating system is going to function better and better and better. We're able to fine-tune the cutoff so that the matches are more competitive and more in line over time with our vision for these events, including stuff like Benchmark Brawl, including stuff like Ready Check Cup, and including stuff like Challenge Mode, Invitational, all this kind of stuff. I guess, do you have any final thoughts on the tournament, Sneb? Okay, you want to tell the teams how amazing they are, the admins how cool they are, or the winners, what epic gamers they are, or do you want to do an uwu?
Yeah, I think we've said it all. We did not say, or whatever.
I like how your mic actually cut off there. They didn't get it. They didn't get it. It cut out. It cut out again, actually. The mic doesn't want to hear.
Yeah,
it. The mic is so horrified.
It's actually my voice cutting out. It's getting destroyed. I tried. I did my best. But yeah, huge shout out to everyone that participated. I think this was super fun. I'm excited for more tournaments in the future. But of course, we do need to make sure that we can get the proper prizing and everything. So we will look at what the timelines are. And then we will, of course, announce things as we have more information. But it'll likely be in the new year.
It absolutely will be. So stay tuned for that in our Discord and, of course, on the website and social media, all that kind of good stuff. And, of course, follow the stream for more tournaments. Subscribe. Hand over all your money, okay? You better do that. And buy the game using my referral link, okay? And subscribe on YouTube. Probably try and get this tournament up on the Hardstuck YouTube channel as well, where I'm going to have all the tournament repositories. And actually, because I stream this on YouTube, you can actually watch the full VOD on my YouTube channel as well right now. But we'll probably formally upload it to the Hardstuck channel at the same time. But anyway, I think we've done enough stalling. I'll be back in a moment after a quick break on my end, guys. Going to grab a snack, I think, and then I'll do a little bit of an after show. We can talk about the tournament. Okay, but thank you all very much for watching. I very much hope you enjoyed both playing in the tournament and also, of course, watching the tournament. More content to come. Have a wonderful rest of your evening, whatever that might entail. And of course, gamers, we'll see you next time. We are out. And we're back. Yo. Let's do this. Welcome. Sometimes escort wins. Can't wait to see the next one. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that escort strat is tough, right? That's a really tough strat. Thanks for all of the raids, by the way. Participators. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, escort, the speedrun strat there is tough. You have to put a lot of time in. And it's hard to get consistent. It really is. It really, really is. I think a very good show overall, though. Very happy with how that ended up going, actually. Very good, I think. Very, very, very good indeed. It was great to see all the support for the teams, actually. Really great to see the support for the teams. I think cute gamer girls definitely... it's a bit wrong to pick favorites, but I really think that I have to really highlight the teams who have been consistent, actually. The thing is that I really liked that State of Flux, Wicked Frogs, and Cute Gamer Girls just continue to improve, right? They continue to get better again and again and again. Like with every tournament, actually, it was really good. Prayers for the nerves. Oh, that's very understandable, and I think that that's a really important thing. I think that really helped the existing teams too. Again, kind of the State of Flux, Wicked Frogs, Cute Gamer Girls teams. What really helped them is that they're used to it now, right? They have kind of been in that situation. They've been under that pressure, so they're very much kind of adapted to that situation. You'll definitely get there, right? Like you will, you'll make it happen. You absolutely will. Does that mean we'll have 440k prize pool for the next Raid Check Cup? Well, I don't think Scales is actually going to 10x. Well, I mean... he might 10x, but... it might be another situation, if you know what I'm saying, Enko, maybe we have to be a little bit careful. Yeah, he only has a lot of winter berries. A lot of winter berries. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed, Bug. Of course, congratulations on your glorious victory. I hope your roster stays together and will continue to play. Yeah, a bit of a nails situation. What were the top 4 placements? The top 4 placements were, at the end of the day, it was the Retired Misfits first place, Nostalgia in second place. We have Cute Gamer Girls in third place, and Stick to Plan A in fourth place. It was very close, actually. Very close. It was a real nail-biter, actually. Some really crazy games, really crazy matches. Like, especially on the matches that were the elimination rounds. I think that was like a really big highlight of the tournament. The elimination rounds in particular, I think, were incredibly exciting because all of the teams were so unbelievably close together. And everyone played super well, I think. A snail-biter. Indeed. Hope to get some more teams next time. I want to do a much better job of kind of promoting these events and making sure that we get a lot of teams playing, actually, in 2024. I want to do a lot more trailers. It's hard to make the trailers. They're really hard to make, but we need more trailers and stuff like that. Big shout out to Vivi, guys. And actually, I just want to kind of go over something because this I think is a real testimony to the character, right, of Vivaloof, guys. So let me just go ahead and take a look at some of these logs. So let's take a look at the logs, guys. If we go here to the logs, you'll actually see the parsers. We have Vivaloof 15 pars. 15 pars here, guys, on the Evoker. And that is actually why, that he has actually fully volunteered and he has said that he will be playing Org. He's finding regular DPS to be far too challenging. The rotations are too complicated. The gameplay is too fast-paced. He's actually going to step down and really relax next here, okay, and play Augmentation. Very nice. But yeah, to be clear, actually, I think everyone actually did a really good job. These pauses are basically meaningless because everyone here wasn't padding. everyone was focusing very heavily on boss damage rather than padding on the ads. So everyone's pauses suck, but that's just the kind of the name of the game. What you'll notice is that the classes that do a lot of AoE, very noticeably the tanks, and the Fury Warrior, the Retribution Paladin, the Rogue, and I guess the Priest as well, actually, and the Shaman. These have very heavy AoE damage, and you can see that they obviously perform better because basically that's kind of like the way that they were playing the fight. Jester was literally pure single target. I think he basically did nothing, Like, he barely did anything to the ads. He had nothing on the Glimmers, right? Like, on the Glimmers, he only had 2.6 million damage. Like, so, yeah. Very, very nice indeed. Yeah. In the filter expression. Okay, here we go. Target.name not equal null glimmer. You got it. All right, here we go. Boom. And there you have it. And that's what that looks like. Yeah. It's AX with the pump. 119k DPS. Would you look at that? Insane. Vivaloof, 107k. Yeah, it's that DK. The DK absolutely blasting Vic with the highest damage. Dude, look at AX, man. He's literally Minion Mancer. New God comp is Guild Wars 2 Alacrono, QDPS Herald, 3 times Berserker on November 28th. And it's, yeah, I mean, I definitely think that Heal Alacrono and Herald, that's going to be a really nice combination, that's for sure. Yes. Yes. Yeah. 98 passes wild for your first clear. Well, honestly, not really. In general, this is actually a big difference between WoW and Guild Wars 2. People in WoW play very passively on tanks. It's kind of like the opposite of Guild Wars. Like, in Guild Wars, you go super aggro, right? All the time, no matter what. In WoW, tanks don't really focus on damage that much. So, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty easy to pause on tank. Because I do try hard damage, because I think it is important, obviously, when we're all, when we're trying to do our best, we want to do as much damage as we possibly can. So yeah, like it's not super hard to pause, but yeah. Bounce back instead of wind walking. I'm not gonna lie, bounce back was probably a better choice, but I thought maybe giving everyone some movement speed wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Yes. Incredible. Huh. So let's see. We need to get the filter. Get rid of the filter. I did 102k DPS. And this is the Sakarath pauses for the top 100. Oh, dude, let's fucking go. Wait, this is a bit strange, though. So, hang on a minute. If I did 102k DPS, then this pause, it's going to put me about... Oh, yeah, there's me. I'm number 18, guys. Look at that, guys. Oh, I thought I wasn't on there yet because it hasn't been reset yet. 18th best monk pause. Ha ha! Not bad. To be honest, my phase 3 was actually extremely mediocre. I was playing very safe there. And to be honest, I flipped my rotation a little bit. To be perfectly honest with you, I'll make that admission. I was very focused on not fucking up. So I had less kind of brain power left over for pressing the right buttons. Did I have Sark Cloak? Of course, bro. Of course. It will keep up Perm Berserk. I think using Outrage on cooldown is easy peasy. Yes. Cheat death trinkets. I mean, realistically, Angels, both tanks are running that trinket because it is literally going to be from M+, right? I think you'd actually be insane not to run it. I think it's very strong, actually. And also, we're going to be going into unnerfed bosses with very low eye level. into Mythic. I think tanks 100% are going to be, unless, I guess, if it's not hard to survive, if the bosses aren't that heavy on tank pressure, then you can definitely do it. It might be like a boss-by-boss thing, right? For example, you know, on experiments, something like that, with a lot of tank damage, cheat death 100%. But honestly, on something like, I don't know. There's definitely a few bosses where there's not a lot of pressure. Yeah. Watching the Max VOD. Have you watched it? I actually haven't yet. I absolutely just fell over after I was like, fucking hell. I did a bunch of admin and went straight to bed. I haven't watched the VOD yet. I will, though. Yeah. Yes. Cheat death ring equals less pulls. Yeah, I just thought that the movement speed was pretty good. I was, in particular, actually, I guess it's not super relevant, but I think that having the speed made some of the positioning at the start of Phase 3 a little bit better. But I do agree, actually. I didn't really think about bounce back. That was probably the way to go. Decent bit of extra survivability on that. Yeah. Yes. I like the part where Max relentlessly flamed the X. Well, I mean, I think that one thing that we definitely need to fix is the mental. Dude, I need to do, like, you know what I need to do, guys? Oh, man. You know what? Maybe I should do this, guys. Every season, at the end of every tier, Scripe does, like, a full review of his entire guild's performance. Maybe I should do that. And I certainly do think that our weakness was the mental, actually. We were dangerously close to not getting cutting edge on Sunday. We had a really big regression, kind of mental wobble a couple of hours in. There was definitely a lot of stress. I don't blame people. It was obviously really intense, and people really wanted to kill it. It was really intense. Very stressful. But we definitely need to get better at handling that, controlling the emotion, right, and just being able to kind of push on and persevere. Quinn's take on Guild Wars 2. What do we got here?
Okay.
I think you should give Guild Wars 2 a real try, Quinn. It will most likely change your perspective on open world games, or at the very least, MMORPG.
I mean, maybe. She might be right. But if I've seen Guild Wars footage, she kind of looks pretty good. Like, genuinely. I kind of look at that shit and I'm like, hey, maybe.
Oh.
Maybe I can fuck with that game, for real.
Bro, if you wrapped that...
Dude, I was actually expecting him to completely say the game was total dog shit. But I like that. That's actually Giga Chad. Good take, yeah. Yeah, nice. Very nice. Yeah, the thing is, he started off with the, you know, kind of the laugh noise. But then it went crazy. Yeah, not flaming. I'm almost disappointed. I like Shroud's take. Shroud's take was really fucking funny. Yeah. Yes. Nice. Yeah, maybe I'll rank everyone. Yeah. I'll rank all the members. Jester. Yes. Shroud tape became Mela Sublette? Wait, really? Do it now. Convo with Max was really good. Yeah, it was a very good conversation, I think. Very nice. I mean, real talk, though, I don't think I'd really flame anyone. I think everyone did really well. I don't think anyone was a big problem, overall. I don't think there was anyone who really stood out as kind of anchoring the group overall. It's actually a little bit hard to say because there were... Some people were replaced, right? So in a way, we already did do the raid member review. It's just that, you know, we also did the raid purge as well. Are you going to Poddy C? I mean, of course I'd love to talk to them, right? Of course, you know. Absolutely. You know, I'd absolutely love to talk to Max, right? I mean, that's Max, Dratnos, and Dorky, right? I think it's Potty C. Yeah, I'd love to. But obviously, I'm not going to just kind of like barge in there and like invade, right? Those guys don't know me, right? Like Max is obviously a little bit familiar, but Dorky and Dratnos, I've got no idea who the fuck I am, right? I got cleansed. A lot of the same died over and over. To be fair, it's very easy to die, right? It's very easy to die. And also, it really depends. It really depends on what class you're playing as well. Like, for example, Madness, right, who was the Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest, very, very squishy, right? You're slow as fuck, and your defensives are not that good, and you're also just not very tanky overall. Whereas you compare that with something, you know, like Warrior, it's pretty tanky. Like, obviously, Ret is very tanky. You can survive pretty well. Like, DK can heal itself pretty well, too. There's, like, some good defensives on that. So, like, very much depends. Please check this out. Wait, what the fuck, bro? I actually had no idea Dratnos played it. Guild Wars 2, Episode 1, Arise Sir Dratnos. What the fuck? That's actually insane. Dude, the Guild Wars 2 actual... Before WoW, there was Guild Wars 2, guys. Look at that. That's actually insane.
Let's try out a pistol, and we get a bag.
A bag?
Cool. And we just leveled up as well.
Wow.
Leveled... Oh. All the way through to level 2.
Level 2.
Cool. Put on our leather bag there. See what's in these supply bags.
Wow.
A few different things. And let's put our pistol in. Okay. So right now I have my pistol in my offhand and my knife in my main hand.
Wow.
Or I could go the other way around and have my pistol in my main hand and my knife in my offhand. And that actually changes which abilities I have. So a pistol in the main hand gives you these 3 abilities, and the dagger in the offhand gives you those 2. Or you can swap, and you can have the 3 main hand abilities from the dagger, and 2 different...
You see, what's really interesting about watching a player like this, every Guild Wars 2 player who says that it's not that the game is way too hard to learn and impossible to learn, needs to watch a player like Dratnos or Max play the game. Because even I was actually a little bit shocked about how easily Max understood the concepts in the game. I am used to dealing with people who struggle with the absolute basics, right? Like the absolute basics. But the thing is, if you do exactly what Dratnos is doing there, he's reading, he's looking at the abilities, he's playing around with stuff, he's being a little bit curious, yeah, you can pick up the game very quickly. Like, you can very quickly adapt to the game. And bear in mind, guys, this must be like almost like before Dratnos was like hardcore, I feel like, right? Was he playing like hardcore WoW at this point? Or was he just like kind of just like memeing around, like playing some stuff? Yeah. Defensives. Madness. 2.6 per minute. I like that. That's actually fucking giga, Chad. Holy shit. 468. He pressed like 50% more personals than anyone else in the entire raid. Yes. In Legion. Okay, like Warlords in Legion, yeah. It's super interesting, guys. And this is why I mean it's all about the mental. It's all about that mentality that you have going into it. Like having that curiosity, right? Be willing to kind of get in there and play around with it and like try stuff out and give things a bit of a poke. You know, like this is what it takes to pick up these games. It's like, that's how you pick them up. Dude, where is everyone in World Blast All, by the way? Nice. Nice. Invincible Havoc next here. Yeah, honestly, this is going to be fun, guys. Tank player plays melee DPS. What could possibly go wrong? Hoping to see some more Heal Scourges in the cup. The 0 arrive out time is pretty good. It's just... Heal Scourge is just not very aggressively slanted. You're always going to end up seeing a lot of Druids. in Rage Check Cup because it handles mechanics really well and just enables DPS uptime. It also has extreme heals. Like this is not really a balance concern because it's kind of irrelevant, but Druid is, and by the way, this is why people always found it a bit of a meme to run like Lingering Light on Druid. Druid is by far the best solo healer. It is very good at it, actually. It's extremely good at it, in fact. And this actually means that it's very overrepresented in kind of like speedrun-oriented stuff. And that's without talking about the fact that you can kind of do 10-player alacrity with some careful positioning. Let's put that aside. It ends up being pretty overrepresented because it's just so good at solo healing. It's very, 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 very good at it. Much better than the other healers. And that's why you see it a lot in these runs. Yes. There you go. Hope Dagda keeps ticking. Oh, really? You want Dagda to keep ticking, huh? A lot more CCs than other heals. That is also true, yeah. It also has amazing CC, which is obviously heavily advantageous for any kind of speedrun. Well, just raids in general, really. Oh, there is a thief here as well. Oh, I got him with the elixir. Is he just dead now? He actually might die to that. Yeah, he will. He's downstate. The elixir. Dude, I can let the spider kill him. Check that out. Oh, shit. We actually need to rally this guy. Need to actually res. I think holding is the correct play here. Unless the Lord just kills him. Yeah, we got him. I think the Lord actually bonked him there. Yes. Life force generator for them with spirits. Ah, yes, that is true. Yes. I'm probably going to try and put a good amount of gold for this Raid Check Cup because, look, of course, we did know this. You know, there's no title for this one, unfortunately. But honestly, a good learning experience. I actually want to be really clear about this. There isn't really public documentation for the partner program stuff. Me and Sub were actually not aware that there was a limitation on the time of when we could run tournaments. I'm not, like, salty about this. That's fair enough, right? You know, we should have asked, obviously. That's, you know, fair. But there isn't public documentation. We didn't know about this. But now we will know, and I'm going to get an answer so we can actually make sure that we don't run into this issue again. And make sure that we have, you know, the schedule correctly, so we space the tournaments out. The really sad thing is that this probably only happened because we delayed Benchmark Brawl, right? Like, Benchmark Brawl got delayed, and that kind of squished Ready Check Cup closer. We never intended to run Ready Check Cup so soon after Benchmark Brawl. So, yeah. Hey, we live and we learn. We should not run into this issue again. That's basically the good news in this regard. Here we go. Doing better for keeping everyone alive. I mean, it's very good at keeping people alive. Like, especially in scrappy situations. It's very, very good. Druid, like, double heal Scourge is some of the most, like, disgusting sustain you can possibly have. Still S tier for PvE Condivert? Oh, yeah, definitely. The Sark Cloak is entirely wasted. Wait. Dude, my fucking proc was actually worthless. It was pretty... I guess it was, like, a little bit okay here. But yeah, it was totally worthless. Did it actually... It basically just activated, like, right in the intermission, I guess. Very nice. Listen, guys. If you're ever saying, oh, wow, griefing DPS, that's so wacky, just look at my pars. Rank 18 monk, guys. Rank 18 monk world. Okay? That's what we do. It's all regions, all factions, all item level. All item level, and that's where we're at. Okay, and it feels damn good. Nice. Well, this isn't really going to work, is it? I'm going to elixir them. There you go. Have an elixir, guys. Yes. Ego, boys. Ego. Let's go. Top deaths. Yeah, I just needed to get my cooldown sorted out for phase 3. That was the big one. The thing that really threw me off is, one, I did not have a good day on Wednesday at all. I thought I was okay, but my performance was actually extremely poor on that Wednesday session. But we also changed the tanking as well, because it worked out a lot better for... There's actually a lot of tank damage in P2, and it was really hard for Angels to live on the Demon Hunter. Consistently. It was hard for him to live on the Demon Hunter. So he swapped it. We completely inverted the tanking there. And that really, for a start, it actually makes it fucking brutal going into phase 3. Because I actually have the tank debuff explode on me going into P3, which actually kind of sucks. Which is a bit unfortunate. It means that, you know, I'm a little bit less juiced. And it also means that I have to be really careful with cooldowns. Because I need to have really big CDs going into P3. Otherwise I'm just dead. Yeah, it also made the I had to play P3 extremely conservatively as well. Yeah. I had to be very conservative with cooldown usage in phase 2. Because if I used too much in that phase, then I wouldn't have anything for phase 3. It was definitely a good little puzzle to figure out. Got there in the end, though. And I felt like I was very consistent when we actually got into progression. Once I actually did like proper review and figured out how I wanted to play it. Here we go. Another really, really annoying thing, it's very Monka-esque, is that I have to attack the boss while I have to get shuffle up. This is a little bit finicky to do on the Brewmaster. I needed to hit the boss to double my stagger effectiveness. So I had to get like a blackout kick and also a keg toss while moving to the meteor position, while also using a global for transcendence as well to get in position. And then also fit the defenses in as well. Yes. Very nice. Number one thing Guild Wars 2 players failed at. I actually think that I feel like my movement is actually pretty decent in WoW. Probably because I played a lot of Guild Wars 2 and practiced that sort of stuff. Did Darren's feed? Darren's actually had one of the best feeds I have ever fucking seen. It is so glorious. It's such a Giga Chad death. I can't even... it's hard for me to describe how Giga Chad this death... You're going to like this, Snizzle. Maybe you already know, actually, but this is a good one. So, what he did was that he was like, the third soak came up and it went on Emissy, who can invuln it. But Darren's didn't understand what was going on there. So he thought, ah, yes, it's my time to bubble sack, right, with Guardian Spirit. So he literally charged full speed into the black hole, forgot to press Divine Shield, and then just died to it. Oh, man. Absolutely fucking hilarious. But yeah, that's basically what happened. Is there a clip? I'm not sure if there is a clip, actually, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, the bubble is definitely the important part. The bubble did not get pressed. Darren's already knew the boss is dead. There was no need to bubble like a coward. That is true, actually. Ah, yes. Big. Darren's the selfless. Bro is not letting me die on my own. Exactly. It's the respect there. I do respect. It's pretty Giga Chad. He's like, yeah, I don't need to press that shit. I'm not pressing bubble. It's for losers. Yes. There's like a queue to get into this map, and there's nothing going on. What the hell's going on here? This is lame. AHCM, 5KP, QDPS, ALAC DPS, DPS. Okay, I'm joining. ALAC DPS. Here we go. He forgot that he needed to bubble. Yeah, that is big. I mean, that's what you gotta do. I mean, our run was pretty clean in the end. I think the kill time is pretty reasonable. I mean, honestly, the one thing I did hear from Max is that he did think our damage was good. So, hey, I'll definitely take that as a compliment. We didn't even kill on our best pull. Our best pull going into P3 was 41% boss HP. Our kill run was 42%. I think that was actually mostly because our phase 1 was actually a little bit sloppy on our kill run. So I think we lost over 1% there on P1. Yes. Very nice. Thoughts? I need to be a lack DPS. Let's go. Man, I'm pretty tired. I did not have a lot of sleep. Holy shit. I had almost no sleep last night because I had to do the admin and I just finished the Sakura. I'm actually fucking dying, bro. Holy shit. We can get a lot more damage, though. I was watching Gromnak reclear, and they basically got to 64% on P1. And they were entering the boss at about 40% HP in P3. Yeah, no, I am drained. And doing the tournament stuff is very high energy. It's very, it's like really intense to do the tournament stuff. I've been yelling for like 5 hours. It's pretty, pretty wild stuff. Did someone post adverts in the raid LFG, by the way, guys? Someone on the Reddit is complaining that people put fucking adverts for the raid tournament, like in the raid LFG. That's kind of weird. We have 29s to do, bud? Oh, I guess it's after Guild Wars 2 tomorrow, huh? Oh, fucking hell. Oh. Alt raid? Oh man, yeah, I do actually want to do an alt raid. Maybe we can throw something together. I kind of want a day off, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I want to take a day off and maybe we can just play WoW all day. Because I am really tired right now. Holy shit. I do actually want to game. Look, I'll admit this, guys. Okay, here's a real big meme. I kind of want a day away from the computer. I'm not gonna lie. I've been looking at a computer a lot for the last week. I kind of want to take a step away from the computer for a bit. Yep. Tomorrow? Yeah, we can maybe get something going tomorrow, Eddie, for sure. I'll see. I'll see if I'm fresh or not. If I'm like dead, then maybe not. But if I'm like still conscious, then yeah, we can make something happen. Dude, look how fucking brutal the damage is on me, by the way. Okay, I was like soaking everything. Holy shit. Like, I was actually like the sponge on this fight. 90k damage taken per second the entire fight. 38.4 million damage taken. Jesus. Actually insane. Yeah. Nice. You love to see it. Oh yeah, like 2 million damage taken per second here. I mean, it's mostly just tank damage in P2 here, really. It's just like the tank's getting walloped a lot. You got the duress, right, and stuff like that. You can see the duress is going off. And some stacks, obviously. Not much in P3. That's P1 where all the damages. Get in here, by the way, guys, for this Aether Blade Hideout CM. Did you get nervous when Max was watching? No. I don't really mind stuff like that. I was actually pretty hyped about that. That's pretty cool, you know? It's really cool that, and it's insanely good for me. Holy shit. Look, it's actually wild that this is the reality I'm living, guys. I have started streaming WoW, and within months of that, I am on Discord with Max. I've spoken with Preach. I'm talking with Scripe about doing fucking events, okay? And I'm, I also chatted with Preach about Guild Wars, with Scripe about Guild Wars 2. It's actually insane. That is pretty wild, right? Hey, it was really cool that we killed, while Max was watching. He was like sticking it out, Oh, for sure. I think it's really good. That was great. Obviously, very beneficial for me. Max's chat seemed to like me as well, so that's maybe also some good news. We're in, you know, we're in the mix, guys. We're in the mix. Get in here. THD liked you? Well, I mean, look, you know, THD is very zaced, right? So, I mean, look, that's how it is. Yeah. We don't like you? Oh, man, brutal. Holy shit. Explain those gifted subs then, Mice. Like, what's going on there? What do we got here? What's this clip?
What's orange?
Yep.
What's this one?
Oh,
dude, the clip. Yeah, look, here's the clip. Yeah, look, guys. This is honestly a very, very base maneuver. Watch Darren's here, guys. Look what he does. This is so fucking based. Okay, look, he sees the mechanic. He's like, I'm horsing in. He horses in, and then boom, just doesn't divine shield. Doesn't give. Oh fuck. Okay, like.
Sacrifice.
Runs in with like max movement speed. In he goes.
I'm eviling.
Nice.
Wow.
Get knocked to orange here, guys.
You know, do you know the problem with Guild Wars 2 raids? Playing this raid has, I think it's given me a lot of insight into what Guild Wars 2 raid's missing. It's one mechanic at a time. That's the problem. What's really good about this fight is that there is a shit ton of stuff happening simultaneously, right? You've got the soaks, you've got swirlies, you've got tank mechanic going off. The tanks are swapping, going down, placing the holes in the right spot. You've got bombs, you've got duress positioning happening. There's a lot happening simultaneously here. I think that's where Guild Wars 2 actually falls. I think you really see this on Silent Surf, right? The Silent Surf fractal. It's literally one mechanic, one mechanic, one mechanic, one mechanic. Yeah, and ads, for sure, yeah. I do think that having, like, really threatening ads is important. And this fight also does that well with Phase 2, to an extent in Phase 3, but definitely, like, Phase 3 of Echo of Neltharion, obviously. It's very dangerous there, which I think is actually very good, yeah. It's like very intense. And also, this is something that Angel said a while ago, and I'll just rip off this point. Angel says that one of the issues with Guild Wars 2 raids is they're basically concentric design. And what he's trying to get at there is that the phases kind of build on each other, whereas the phases in WoW are totally different. Like, for example, there's some similarity between P1 and P3 Sarkareth, but ultimately they're actually extremely different mechanically, right? They're very, very dissimilar in how they actually play out. Like, Phase 1 is very different to Phase 2. Phase 2 is very different to Phase 3. It's almost like 3 fights connected together, rather than a fight that, like, layers on top of itself there as well. And there's a reason why, of course. It's obviously way more expensive. It's way more expensive to make a fight like this, because you have to basically design 3 fights in one in a way. But, yeah. Kadeem might have some stuff going on in parallel, but you're quite right. It's in parallel, but it's also isolated. I think that's also an issue that Guild Wars 2 raids have. A lot of the time, you are kind of doing your own little mini-game in a way, with not much interaction with other players. That's kind of true on WoW fights. For example, in a way, tanks are kind of doing their own little mini-game here, but not really, because what I do with the boss affects everyone else, if that makes any sense. Whereas that's not always the case with a lot of Guild Wars 2 specialized mechanics. You're just kind of doing your own thing on your own. And yeah, you don't have to do that much at the same time. Mostly what I'm doing here is I have to dodge the swirlies, go down at the right time, and not fucking die, right? Pretty much. And this guy hits like a truck. Holy shit. Hits really hard in Phase 3 here. Monthly AT. Honestly, you know, I should just get the WoW guys. We can go win the monthly, right? We can get, you know, we can get fucking Angels. Me and Angels can team up again in the monthly. You know, we can get a Bindo in here. Oh, man, that's going to be beautiful stuff. We can get Nico in, right? We can get Nico, a Bindo, me, Angels. You know, who else we get? Feifei. There you go. That's a team right there. That would be a very intense team. I'm not going to lie. That would be, you know, that would be intense. Yeah. Yes. Get in here. We need 4 more gamers for the challenge mode. I am sad I missed the monthly. I actually don't want to give up streaming the monthly, straight up. I don't. Because I still like doing it. I like the competitive PvP in this game. So I don't actually want to give up streaming the monthly. I will try to make sure it happens as often as possible. Yes. There's definitely some really good fights in Guild Wars 2, though. No joke. Like, I'm not like flaming Guild Wars 2. I just think that the design in WoW is actually really good. They design good encounters. I think Guild Wars 2 could learn a lot, and I want them to. I think they should learn a lot. Going at the same time. I actually think Matthias is a very good fight for that reason. There is a lot going on, and it's very chaotic, and it's very interactive, right? Like, you know, what everyone does is relevant to everyone else. I think Wing 2 does this pretty well. Like, Sloth, I think, is good for this. There's like a lot of things going on that you have to kind of deal with. Like, Sloth is really good. I think Matthias is really good. That kind of stuff. Doom is pretty good, too. There's, you know, quite a lot of things going on there at the same time. I've read the telegraph-based design those have. Well, I mean, you could just, you know, telegraph them as well in WoW. I mean, I talked to Max about this, and he agreed with me. Like, the thing is about WoW is that they literally design stuff around RP, right? And that they would sooner compromise the telegraphing than compromise the RP, which is very interesting, but also very understandable. Like, there are going to be red swirlies on red backgrounds, and you will fucking like it. And it will be swirlies, not circles, because circles aren't RP enough for World of Warcraft. Very interesting. Like, very, very strange, but that's how it is. Yeah. Also, chat, get in here. Ratio of great to mid fights has gotten worse. That's fair enough. Yeah, again, I've got no perspective, so I can obviously only defer to your expertise. It's actually really interesting because I am, you know, in some sense, yeah, I definitely look at something like Sepulchre and I go, holy shit, all the bosses are fucking insane in this raid. They're absolutely insane. You like imagine having something like Holondrus, then you also have Anduin. And you also have Rygalon at the same time. And then you have the Jailer, which is a bit of a weak aura fight, right? But it is what it is. A lot of pretty interesting stuff in there. That's a fat raid right there. But I guess they also made it like the raid so that nobody ever complains about it being too easy ever again. Ah, yeah, Side and Athreus as well. Yeah, that was some good stuff. Ah, people have made it. Very good. It's fine. The tree is going to be big. I think the tree is actually going to be very exciting. There looks like some really good bosses. You know, I am a little bit suspicious of the dragon riding boss, but outside of the dragon riding, it looks mechanically very interesting, I think. Which is pretty hype. We love to see it. Let's go. Ah. While we wait for our player. Yo, dude, I should get Eddie in voice, man. Okay, let's make it happen. How about Vivi footage review? Full footage review breakdown. Actually, real quick, boys. Also, boom. Like the video and subscribed. More importantly, guys, UI review. What do we think? Guys, UI. Thoughts? Thoughts on Vivi's UI? What are we thinking? Let's crank it up. Oh, it's already in HD. There you go. Boom. Decent, decent. Yeah, it's pretty clean. Yeah. Yeah, the list is kind of overlapping onto the priests over here. I guess that is going on. Dude, oh my god. Do you guys actually have like does anyone have like a good version of the MRT notes, by the way? Because it doesn't fucking work. It doesn't do the format properly. Yeah, and I actually turned this off for this exact reason. I got rid of this because it doesn't handle the formatting correctly. So I was like, this is shit. It just covers like the entire screen. Yeah. Yes. Darren's UI is unbeatable. I mean, yeah, Darren's UI is insane. He's taking every tick of the breath. Wait, did he actually take multiple ticks? That's crazy, actually. Oh, boy. Yeah, he did get breathed a little bit there. I just need to make sure he got the cleanse. Need to make sure. Oh, dude, look. The swirlies are so troll on this fight. We got perma-griefed by the swirlies, right? Yeah. And you can get bonked off the edge here with that. Very nice. He's kind of using the vanilla Plater profile. I'm not a huge fan of vanilla Plater, to be honest. I really like Dorky's profile. I think it's really good. It's bold, but it's not too soft and jarring. I also like the color palette he uses. It's really good. Has some kind of cooler colors, but also like high contrast as well. Like the contrast is really good with his profile, especially in M+, and it's quite nice and it's quite compact as well. Very low APM spec. So how does this spec work? What do you do? Let's see what he's doing. Because you have like a resource that you build. You build like essence and stuff. Then he's just like disintegrating the boss. Let's see if he fucking griefed. Oh my god, he actually did. Look at that. Non-unhinged lunatic gameplay. That's what we like to see. I like it. It's throwing 3 buttons and using another 2 off cooldown. Yeah, I mean that is, you know, that's World of Warcraft right there. And you've got loads of little minions, right? You got all the little imps. Honestly, Demo Lock looks like such a cool RP spec, right? Because it's just like you have like a massive army of imps just all over the place. Yes. Bookmark. Oh, have you got like an unfucked version of it? Oh, this one? So wait, does this one work correctly then? This one can do like the proper setup? Okay, nice. I'll save that for later. Here we go. Let's go. I am ready. I'm ready for action. Yes. All right. Here we go. It is time. You press disintegrate, then let it rip for 5 seconds. Nice. I think Madness is streaming too. That's actually really cool. I kind of want to encourage as many people in the guild to stream. I actually really like it when the whole guild is streaming. I think that's really fun. I think it's very cool. I like that Vivi was streaming. I like that Madness is streaming, Angels is streaming, I was streaming, I think. I like that.
Now.
It makes it. This is what I really do like about WoW, and maybe I can convince some people to bring it back in Guild Wars 2 because it's just such a. It's such like a team feeling, you know? Like when we were blasting Mythic. Oh yeah, of course, Planets and Darrens are streaming too as well, of course, yeah. Like everyone's like part of the team, you know? Like everyone's working together. It's very, 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 very social actually. Very social, very collaborative, and very team goal oriented. It's like you do what you do for the guild, right? Like you play for the guild. And I really enjoy that. It's just such a fucking hype experience. You know, like you're playing for the fucking guild, right? You're building the guild. I miss that. I miss that in Guild Wars 2. I wish I had that in Guild Wars 2. Okay, here we go. Get in there. Nice. Let's see. Am I going in? I'm going to go in. No, don't run away. No, no. Okay. Okay. Unfortunate. Yeah. It's over. Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. Hard to enter, do then get content to you had to be good on the get-go? Hell no. The entry-level endgame content in WoW is easier than the entry-level content in Guild Wars 2. Way easier. Like you literally have LFR raiding. LFR is arguably too easy, to be honest.
Years in the mist, you meet the most fascinating people.
And then for dungeons, honestly, everything up to everything up to around, I want to say, Mythic plus 11 is very easy. You're not really going to have that much difficulty. Well, honestly, Mythic 11, you start to have to press some buttons, I guess. I wouldn't, like, say it's a complete meme at, like, level 11, but... Oh, no, it's not too bad. Here we go. Oh, nice dodge. Okay, who is going to go in? I'm staying out. Okay, there we go. We go. The jump isn't that bad. To be honest, I think they do something quite clever. They basically make the... Well, I don't know if this is standard or not, but the last heroic boss is harder than the first mythic boss. I would definitely say there is a massive step up when you get to the real mythic bosses. Like, the real mythic bosses. So when you get to Rashok, basically, that is a huge step up compared to, say, heroic Rashok. It's not even fucking close. I guess similarly with Echo and Sarkarath, right? Like, Mythic Sarkarath is way harder than Heroic Sarkarath. It's not even fucking close. Not even close. I mean, I think Heroic difficulty is, like, perfect for, you know, like, the Raider who just wants to blast, but not, like, no life. It's, I think, actually very well tuned. It's perfectly puggable. But also is actually challenging to the point where, you know, you can't just be a dickhead, right? You're going to have to actually play the game. Otherwise, you will lose. Here we go. Okay, I'm trying to basically be the last person so I can always back up. Is harder than 3 out of 9 Mythic? I actually agree. I think that's a smart thing to do because it makes that transition way easier. Can you guys imagine if fucking Mythic Kazara was harder than Heroic Sarkarath? That would actually be kind of fucked up if you think about it. Like, I'm not sure if you'd really want that. Let's go. There are other classes than Ranger that can push Tormented Dead in the Souls Horror fight. Mech can do it. Guardian can honestly do it pretty okay as well. And also, you don't actually have to push it. For example, you might be interested with the strategy that I used on progression, which was we actually had Mesmers focus pulling it to the edge. Both me and the other Mesmer focus pulled it. So, you know, you can do a lot of different strategies, to be honest. I'm going to kill this bomb, right? Yeah, I think this... Oh, no, we need to swap here. No, we need to swap. Here we go. Get in there. Wait, where is this guy going? Wait. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, he knows. Okay, alright, yeah. Okay, no, I almost thought this guy got lost, but no, he was just doing a little meme there. Hardcore servers? How much copium? I mean, that's never going to happen. There is no audience for that in Guild Wars 2. I think people in Guild Wars 2 are really against the idea of losing your progress, right? It's like the whole WoW thing, right? Because your progress kind of gets reset whenever there's a new tier or something like that. People do not like that in this game. Like, the idea of that is not really something that a lot of players are interested in. Oh. Combat replay, huh? No, I think the difficulty in WoW is set up pretty well, to be honest. Like, the biggest obstacle that you're going to have with raiding Mythic is honestly the lockout system. I was chatting with Max about this yesterday, right? But if they made the logout system less dog shit, okay, nobody came in the green. Nice meme. Unlucky. Remember wiping to amalgamation and experiments? Yeah. Dude, amalgamation, like experiments, that was fucked up. That was kind of fucked up progression. Oh. Experiments. Stronger. Nice. Pro was stressful. Yeah, absolutely. The orb mechanic, you know, if the orb mechanic was a little bit more reliable, it would be a lot better. It's just that orb just being a bit gimmicky, a bit weird. Makes it a lot less fun. Experience Rashok, Echo, and Salt were all learning experience? Absolutely, yeah. I think we really got a lot of We learned different skills on different bosses. On Rashok, we learned how to press buttons. On Echo, we learned how to do mechanics, basically. And also live, basically a lot of living, and we started to learn the movement. And then on Sarkareth, we learned how to do actual strategies, right, pretty much. It was kind of like the strategic mechanics boss. Very good. Yo, Dranet. By far the most powerful. By far. The most powerful Wrath of the Lich King Raider in the game. I love to see it. Have you killed Heroic Lich King yet? Yes. 42%. So, okay, help me out here. Matter is hard stuck, Heroic Sourfang. What do we need to do? How do we fix that? That's what's going on. Switch games. Unfixable. If you can't kill Sourfang, your only option is to quit. When is the Guild Wars 2 simp going to send me a Chak egg sack? Well, I think you know who you got to talk to about that, Nike. I think you know. You might not like who that, you know, you might not... Maybe the option isn't what you're looking for, but I think you actually do know what you got to do to make that happen. Oh. I'm going to go in. Yeah. Right, if people aren't in the green on the last percent, I will just suicide. Oh, I'm not even talking about duping Nike. I was talking about the simp part. Okay, here we go. Nice. Any of the new bosses? Very briefly, but not really, no. I haven't had time. I've been very focused on the, you know, the current progression, of course. Okay. Hey, Sam Silver, thanks for the tier 1. Really appreciate that, my friends. Do a guild meme for 10-2 for boss strats? Oh yeah, we definitely should. I mean, we want to be doing heroic week 1, right? Yeah, that's good. Heroic week 1 has got to happen. Oh, man. How can they not take Jupiter's insane when I got banned for 150 gold and a friend at RMT without telling me? I don't know, actually. At least 2 mythic week 1. Wait, is the 3rd boss really hard or something like that? Teaching a WoW player playing Guild Wars 2? Hey, you're welcome. All the WoW people who watch my stream taught me how to play WoW, so, you know, it's kind of like it's the cycle of life. Very good.
We should finish this.
Don't enjoy the commitment to a guild anymore, though. Yeah, that's totally fair. And to be honest, that's what I think Guild Wars 2 raids are great for that, or like heroic raid in World of Warcraft. Mythic is a big commitment. Mythic is a very, very big commitment. And you know what? That's definitely not for everyone. Okay, let's kill this thing. Need 12 hours of raiding a week. Yeah, we may have to do some adaptation. I think we're good here, right? Yeah, we're good.
How did you...
Me CC. Yeah, we can definitely have a go. We'll try and maybe extend some of the hours. Maybe start a little earlier, play a little bit earlier, or maybe squeeze in some extra days. Oh, fucking hell. Jesus. I should have signated there, but I was maybe a little bit greedy.
We should finish this.
Ooh, it unbugged. That actually is very unfortunate. It's a lot more damage. And amphetamine, right? Well, you guys heard Plenix, right? The man was juiced out of his mind. It's a shame he's actually not raiding Mythic with us. You know, like, Plenix, unfortunately, and this is, you know, it honestly pains me to even say this, but Plenix actually has a real life. Like, he is obviously, he's got a lot of busy things, and I don't think he can really fit, like, the Mythic raiding into that schedule. Okay. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good, actually. Very nice. There are a few systems in game which aren't integrated well with the rest of the Guild Wars 2 systems. Guild Bank, Trading Post, Wizards Vault makes it hard for them to control, monitor those systems. Well, to be honest, I actually think it's a staffing issue. It's nobody's job to look for this stuff. Like, for example, there are some people in this game who... It is genuinely hard to understand why they aren't banned. And well, it is easy to understand when you actually think about it. It's not really anybody's job to handle that in Guild Wars 2. PvP, it's just nobody's job to really moderate that. Same as World versus World, to be honest, and to be frank, even PvE, it's just not someone's job to do it. You got to bear in mind, guys, before Roy worked at ArenaNet, he was harassed by people for months, right? Like, no joke. Months on end, and they'd record it, and there was nothing they could fucking do about it, because it was nobody's job to deal with it. And that's just the way it is. Yes. We did it. Excellent work, team. I'm gonna rift, guys. I'm rifting. Very nice. Does Roy still work at Arena? Yeah, he does, yeah. He still works at Arena. Dude, Mithran's tomorrow, Tuesday. Look, I know this is a bit of a meme. I will tell you when I wake up tomorrow, alright? Yeah. We could try and get something going. But we're definitely going to be doing... I tell you what we can do. I'm pretty okay with doing, like, back-to-back runs on Wednesday if we want to. So we're going to be doing a quote-unquote, like, official clear 5 out of 9 with the boys on Wednesday. I'm fine to do another one just straight after that as well, if we want to. So we can just do double. Yeah. Yes. One before? I mean, yeah, I can do before. I can do before on Wednesday as well. But again, look, guys, I'm fucking drained, man. Holy shit, dude. I streamed for like 11 hours yesterday. And I had a tournament today with no fucking sleep. Okay? I'm dying. Love every single video. Hey, I'm really glad you're enjoying it. It's we aim to please here. Aim to be a little bit useful. It's push week. Yeah, I do want to do a 29. We've got an Altharis. Like we can play tomorrow. We'll do the Guild Wars 2 raid and then we'll do some WoW. I'll do maybe some keys. I don't know. If we're gonna raid tomorrow, we should raid after the Guild Wars 2 raid and then do keys after that. Oh man. Alt week is over, man. Alt week is fucking dead. Your purpose in life is to organize mythic alt raids. Honestly, I guess the main thing is I need to gear my other tanks. My eye level is still putrid. I'm like 430 eye level on my warrior and my DK, and about like 410 on my demon hunter. I need all of those geared. BlizzCon opening ceremony. To be honest, I probably won't know. I might comment on things that happen if I find them interesting, but I don't think I'm just gonna sit down and watch it and like react. I don't think so. Maybe if I really have literally nothing to do, I have zero content, maybe we would do that, but I don't think so. Oh man, I am very tired now. It might be sleeping time, guys. It's 10 p.m. I've been live for 7 hours, actually. React to Max. Honestly, that's what I should do. You know what I should do right now, guys? I should react to Max reacting to our raid kill. That would be big. There's like the actual content, guys. You want to see some real content? That's the real content. And then, oh look, I need exactly 2,000 kills for Ultimate Dominator. Wiki hasn't updated the skill description in over a year. Really? Oh, that's very unusual. Is that like an oversight here? Reduce the... Wait, what's the... What? Yeah, what's wrong with it? Rage, break out of stun, extend the duration of Berserk. The essential Berserk mode increases if an enemy is nearby. Yeah, didn't they change this though, didn't they? Yeah, they did, yeah. Yeah, this is what needs to be updated, right? Since November 29th. That's kind of interesting, actually. It's usually very on point. I guess this one just got overlooked. Just got missed for whatever reason. Ah, yes. Surely fungus run what we scuffed by 20 crashes. I'm not gonna lie, that's gonna be very triggering, because that is gonna happen. We are gonna crash. You know, this, you know, I talked with the admins about this, and they're absolutely right. They say that it's really hard to admin the tournament. There's no way to say this without like kind of like low-key flaming the game here a little bit. It's really hard to admin and run the tournaments when you have to like almost adapt on the fly to like new bugs that you've never seen before and didn't even know existed. And you have to react on the fly to that and try and come up with like a semi-sensible ruling. And it's very true as well, actually. One of the really difficult things that we have to deal with is how do we deal with bugs? How do we deal with like really serious bugs like the Zera bug? How do you deal with like really serious bugs like the crashes? It not only makes the tournament a little bit less good to watch, obviously, because it kind of takes a lot of the energy away, like you lose some of the wind in your sails. It's also just like really hard to make these calls. Not the loading screen hack, interacting with cutscenes. I have been told it's just a game bug. It happens regardless if you're running loading screen hack or not. Very good. And also there's some really dubious ones. So, you know, like the Zera action hotkey bug? I believe you can actually still use the bubble, even though the icon won't appear for you. So the bug that killed them on Zera, I think it actually has counterplay. And it's like, fuck, how do you rule around that? Like, holy shit. It's like almost impossible to deal with that because you know there's like really niche counterplay to some of the bugs in the game, but it's like very unintuitive like counterplay to a lot of these like really weird issues, you know. But it is what it is. These things happen. They do. They do. Yeah. What are they picking? What are people playing in Dota these days? All right, I'm going Dota 2. Where's Dota 2? Let's see. I'm doing React content. What are people playing? Okay. Do they still do the thing where like the champions get superimposed into real life? They do like the augmented reality thing. I think that's actually really cool. I like the production on this tournament. The Dota production. Okay, we've got Magnus. Oh, yeah. Well, this is not the augmented reality, but yeah, their overlay is really good. I actually wanted this for PvP. Actually, we could have done this for ERP3 maybe. This is really good. I like this a lot. So what they do here is they have like an interactive overlay so that you can actually mouse over and click on all of the heroes and see what they do. Actually very cool. I like it. It's very good. Oh yeah, they have that in the booths. Yeah, I like it a lot, yeah. Gets the action key. G's kind of meme. Yeah, exactly. So there is kind of counterplay to it, but it's like really scuffed. So we have Magnus, Enchantress, Faceless Void, Grimstroke. I think that's a new one, isn't it? Then you got Wraith King, Muerta, that's also a new one. And then Nature's... Ah, yes, finally, an actual good character. And Primal Beast. What the fuck is this shit? Primal Beast. My god. It's crazy, guys. Yeah, I wanted to actually make some stuff like this for Guild Wars 2, but it's really hard to do it without basically hacking. Well, oh yeah, I love this. It's so cool. Look at this. Check this out, guys. So you can actually see they do augmented reality and superimpose these heroes into the real world in the camera view, so that you can see the team logos here, them facing off, and you see the heroes. This is a really nice production. Actually, it's very good. Yeah, very, very, very good production. It's definitely one of the things that I look at. In terms of production, it's like this and the stuff that Blizzard do, notably the stuff they used to do with StarCraft 2. I actually really like the stuff they had actually at the what was it called, the tournament in Saudi Arabia. The production there was also exemplary in my opinion. It was very good. Yeah, this is really nice. Stuff like this is great. Again, I might try and make something like this for Mota. It's really hard though. Because doing it without hacking is not really possible. Yeah. Look at him. Look. There's oh, dude, Morphling. This guy's really fun to play, actually. This one is really cool. It's just, this guy is one that I used to enjoy playing a lot, actually. I like playing Nature's Prophet because this is actually just griefing. I played a lot of techies. I played a lot of
sitting back.
Oh, does it have sound?
In your face, so it looks like Gamon's adapting to the series. They might sort of have a.
Oh no. Yeah, this guy just griefs people. You grief people really hard on techies as well. It's really fucking fun. Yeah, that's good. Oh, what's this one? Pangolia. I think this is a new one too. It's been a while since I played Dota. So there's like some new characters, and some of these have probably been reworked a little bit. They probably don't work exactly how they used to, as well. This guy is really fun actually. Magnus, you can like charge people and then also pull them together and stuff. It's pretty big. They can no longer stack mines. What the fuck? That's bullshit, bro. What's the point of playing if you can't just grief people really hard with the mines? Look, yeah, you can see here that the overlay it hasn't gone away yet. This is actually the thing with this is a thing with Twitch that's really hard to do. You can see here that even Valve can't do it. You'll notice that the overlay is still active. Now you can send a signal to it to obviously deactivate it when you're going into a different phase of the tournament. But you'll notice that it's still active here. And that's because it's very hard to actually synchronize. Yeah, now it's gone. See, now it's caught up, right? It's gone. But it's actually really hard to synchronize this with your stream because, of course, people have variable delays on their stream. And also, it's very hard to actually determine when something happens on the code side relative to the stream. And funnily enough, this is not really Twitch's fault. This is actually just a limitation of like how video works. We actually at Hardstuck, we had a little bit of a poke around into figuring out how we could synchronize streams with videos, but it just turns out that the video codecs that are used for this stuff don't really have a concept of time in them, as unusual as that might sound. And as a result of that, you can't really determine delay, right? You can't do it. Not really, anyway. Even the delay estimation we have on the streams, it's not right. It's not actually exactly accurate. It'll be pretty close, but it won't be completely correct. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The augmented reality they have here is really good, actually. It's one of the things that really caught my eye whenever I saw TI for the first time, actually. It's Team Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators. Let's go. I guess Team Spirit is currently up 1-0, huh? Looks like it's a best of 5 scenario here, which makes sense because obviously a MOBA game is relatively long. You wouldn't really want to go above a best of 5, honestly, for a MOBA because these games can be pretty meaty, right? I think at high level games are a little bit faster. Like MOBAs like League and Dota, they can be quite slow at lower levels because people don't know how to finish the game. But I think in general, these games can be pretty aggressive. When I was playing Dota and League, I found Dota to be much more aggressive. Like you would how would you describe it, right? You did a lot more like very aggressive maneuver. There was like almost like a little bit less laning than in League of Legends when I was playing, but I don't actually know how the game is now. Yes. There you go. Incredible. Leaks. There's 5 days until BlizzCon. There's no definitive leak. What the fuck is going on? Well, I think it's entirely possible that a lot of leaks are actually done by the companies themselves. So maybe they're just a little bit like, okay. Maybe they're a little bit worried. I'm not going to lie. Look, let's be honest here, guys. It seems pretty likely there's not going to be a 10.3 for WoW. That is going to be a shit show. And we know that. People are not going to like that. And I think with good reason as well, to be honest. So that's going to be a little bit rough. Maybe they've got something up their sleeve like Classic Plus. For example, like they're actually going to basically do like, I think that would be intelligent actually. If they do, if they actually did like old school RuneScape but with vanilla, I think that actually would probably be very successful. That's definitely an option that they can have if they have the resources to do it. But yeah. Yes. Big. Bury the bad news, exactly. Yeah, bury the bad news with like Classic Plus or something. What else they got? I mean, they got fucking Warcraft Rumble or some bullshit. I don't care about that, though. DF roadmap? Exactly, yeah. They're going to just hit you with a bunch of good stuff and go, hey, is it really that bad? There's no 10.3? Ooh. Yeah. Alright, what's going on? Are they feeding? Yeah, they have, like, the triple cam POV here as well. This is actually something... Funnily enough, we actually... I could do this for Mota, by the way. Do you know what the actual main issue, by the way, with doing stuff like this is? Like the triple cam stuff and the double cam stuff? Is that you actually need a production team. So I actually have the technology to do a split screen, funnily enough, just like that, with the kind of the trapezoid shapes. Or the, you know, that kind of stuff. I can actually do that. I have the code to do it. But the problem is that you need one person per camera view and one person controlling the overlay. So the production here on something like this is like absolute minimum, basically like a 3 or 4 man job. Even with Ray Check Cup, it's very difficult for me to actually commentate and also control the overlay at the same time. Because I'm basically hosting the show, but I'm also producing the show at the same time, which is actually very difficult. And with a show like this, of course, they've got some, you know, they've got some like serious production behind them there. Yes. Didn't really appeal to me. Yeah, I mean, they're not going to spam best of 5s because that's just going to be very, very long. Because, you know, a best of 5 in a MOBA, that's a serious time commitment, right? It's going to take a long time. Camera clap. Yeah, I presume they missed some of the action there, I guess. Yeah. Who is the minimum of WoW? What does that even mean? Yeah. Best out of 3 files, a lot of CS tournaments a couple of years ago. Okay. I mean, are games long in best of us with 2 draining on players? How long is a game in CS? The matches can go on for like 40 rounds. Oh shit! So they can be pretty long then, huh? Oh, 1.5 hours. Oh shit! Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, that's actually insane then. Like, my god. Yeah, that you don't want it going much longer than that for an individual match. Yeah. Yes. Maximum must clearly have a counterpart. And I guess so. I guess there has to be a minimum. Who knows? Well, maybe it's Scripe. Maybe Scripe is minimum because they're head to head, right? They're the adversaries, the 21st man of the opposing guilds. Very excited actually, because bear in mind, guys, this is going to be epic. I get to play the new Mythic tier, and there's going to be Race to Worlds first going at the same time, so I can steal all their strategies. It's going to be great. Bogged. I feel like Dranet's going to bog us, honestly, in the next tier. Daily reminder that Dranet's guild couldn't mentally handle Sarkareth, mentally broke, and then disbanded. And then we poached all of their remaining members, and now we killed Sarkareth. What does that tell you? What does that tell you about the caliber of WoW players, guys, okay? Guild Wars 2 players clearly have the superior mental. Yeah. Are you in the Race to Worlds first? Mythic kit? No, absolutely not, no. We are not even going to be close. I mean, pushing top 200 clear, top 200 guild, is going to be a really exciting challenge. We'll see if we can do it. Again, I think it will be hard. We'll see what we can do. Some mental booming. Dude, there was mental fucking boom. Holy shit. Yeah. There was some big mental boom. Our guild had a rival guild in the same server that also disbanded in June, right before they would have killed Sarkareth. However, we poached none of their players because they were all dog shit. That's a good call. I like that. Yeah. Top 500 would be impressive. I mean, maybe we just have to grind like absolute degenerates, right? Like, at the end of the day, like, maybe we just put the hours in and we'll get there. I think we have good players. I think people have with, you know, we have players with good mentality, right? Like, put the hours in, get the grind, fucking farm the bosses. SC is getting poached by a World 1600 guild. Well, actually, I mean, like, what, yeah, is that what we were? We were World 1600? That's actually surprisingly good, no? Only 1,600 guilds have actually cleared Cutting Edge. It's pretty good. I don't hate it, to be honest. Yeah, I do think if we're going to do Hall of Fame, there can't be any raid loggers. It needs to be people are logging in very frequently, grinding M+, like grinding the absolute best gear possible, grinding their button pressing, making sure that people are willing to relog if we need to. Like, if we need a specific class for whatever reason, we fucking get it, right? And people are willing to adapt, willing to play different things, and, like, willing to kind of put the work in. Yeah, log in and do some fucking M+, right? Yeah. Yes. Indeed. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. Like, top 1,600, I don't hate it, right? Not bad at all. From first cutting edge to Hall of Fame seems kind of impossible. Hey, I mean, we'll see. I'm certainly not expecting it, but hey, you know, pie in the sky, right? You got to go for it, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, I mean, 40,000 people clearing Mythic is a lot. You got to bear in mind that how many people have killed HTCM? It's probably like 2K or something. No, it's probably more than that now, actually. We can just look it up. I haven't really kept an eye on the number. I don't think there are any Twitch drops with the next thing. Actually, weirdly enough. There's no Twitch drops with the next patch, I think. Maybe there is, actually. Maybe they'll announce it this week. Well, how do you do this thing again? How do I see the statistics? Ah, yeah, here we go. Stats. Let's go. Achievements. Unlock statistics. Wow. Guys, just think about that. So, there are only 3,534 people in the entire game with Voidwalker. And bear in mind, at least 1,000 of those are buyers. It might be close to half are buyers at this point for Voidwalker. For HTCM. So, that is not that many. Yeah. Let's see. Legendary. Let's do, like, Legendary Harvest Temple. Because that might be a little bit... Yeah, it's slightly more. Dude, imagine being a poor little peeper. You get the temple, but you don't get Voidwalker. That's fucking tragic. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got... I mean, I would say, like, you can probably write off half of them because of buyers and alts. Because I know... I mean, I've cleared on, I think, 3 accounts, actually. I know Plenix has cleared on, like, 3 accounts. A lot of people in Fungus have cleared on more than 1 account. And definitely a lot of people in the HTCM community play on alts as well. So a lot of that is going to be alts. And a good amount of that is going to be buyers. Yeah. How much do boosters ask for HTCM? I think it actually goes for, like, 4K gold these days. I think it's less than that. I think it's quite cheap. I actually don't know what the price is. But yeah, it's like... I'd guess around 3K. Yeah. Half the dog walkers are bought. Then I did Raiden Guild, so to break like a week before Heart of Thorns. I came back, never got around to doing it. Ah, well, it's a good time to get into it. Very good. Legendary under strike category. Oh, yeah, that's a good point, actually, yeah. Unlock achievements, group. We got like strike missions here or something. Ah, here we go. Oh, can I just do all strikes? Oh, I guess not. Okay. So yeah, Aether Blade and Junlai are about the same. Kaineng is half of those. Old Lion's Court. Yeah, I do think Old Lion's Court actually is a little bit harder than Kaineng Overlook, to be honest. Especially with power creep, actually. You're definitely more likely to die there. 2.3% have killed Old Lion's Court. Wait, what the hell is this? Fucking Deadeye here. But yeah, you got that going on there. What about... how many people have done Secrets of the Obscure Strikes? Man, the participation rate is very low in strikes, isn't it? Look at this, guys. So bear in mind, this is the achievement for beating it at least once, right? So this is not like they play it weekly. This is they have beaten it once. only 10% of people have beaten Dagda, and 10% of people built the temple. Now, of course, some of these accounts are inactive, obviously. Like, not everyone who has efficiency still plays, but, you know, it's like not a non-useless number. Beating the story. So that's a good point, actually, yeah. Because otherwise, it doesn't mean anything, right? Because you have no idea who's even got there, like, and how many people have quit the game. All right, let's do that then. Let's just compare. Well, let's compare that to how many people beat the entire story, right? Secrets of the Obscure. Is there actually like a story? Ah, here we go. Yeah, story journal. Here we go. Secrets of the Obscure Act 3. So let's see. What's the end? I presume this is the end, right? A chapter. Wait, what's the end? Yeah, I think it's this one. Treachery. Treachery is the end. Oh, yeah, this is like the RP. So, yeah, this makes it look a lot better. Like, 17% of people beat the story. I wonder how many people actually beat the story, though. That's actually super interesting. Like, how many people play the game all the way through? Because I think a lot of people won't play the game all the way through. That's just how people play games, right? Like, that's why people put a lot of effort into the start of games and way less at the end. Because why make content, or why put a lot of effort into stuff that most people aren't going to see because they're going to quit before they get there? Yeah. 50 to 60% of people who beat the story, beat the strike. That's pretty good. I mean, that honestly is pretty good, yeah. People at least give it a try. They give it a try at least once. It's very strange to me. Why do they give them so much health? I feel like people would go back and do it again if they did that, you know? I think the Vault probably helps with this, because the Vault made it weekly, right? I guarantee you that the Vault rocketed the participation rate on those strike missions, because you get 300 of the wizard coins, right? 300 wizard coins for doing the strike ones is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, this is the efficiency player base, so they're definitely more likely to do strike missions. So the actual number is probably going to be a lot less than 50% of the player base. But, yeah, it's at least something. Avoid bugs on Horizon, OLED mechanics when the DPS2 aren't issue with the cost. Yeah, you might be right there. That's not a bad theory, to be honest. It's definitely not a bad theory at all. I could see that being the case. I could see that being the case. Yes. Very nice. All right. Gamers, I'm actually too tired to continue. I'm fucking dead. Oh, man. Fucking hell. It is over for me. That is what it is. So I'll tell you what. Let's see if the raid is going to work. I'm going to try and raid max again. See if we can make that happen. Right. I'm raiding maximum, guys. I am back tomorrow with Guild Wars 2 action and maybe some wild stuff. Although, I will say this, guys. I'm actually not going to promise that I'll stream tomorrow because I am dying. So it might be a little day off. Might stream, though. If I'm fresh, I'll stream. We'll see. Get a good night's sleep, and we'll see what happens. Maybe some Guild Wars 2 and WoW stuff tomorrow. Maybe some keys. Maybe some alt raid. I don't fucking know. Then Tuesday, we'll do some other gameplay. Wednesday, I might take another day off, actually, just to play WoW and just chill, to be honest, because I'm actually very tired. I have melted myself. See if this raid's going to work. I think I fixed it. I fixed it! I'll tell you what. Do you know what fixed it, guys? I had to basically clear every bit of browser data from Twitch. I had to, like, delete. I had to manually delete all of the cache and all of the files that Twitch had stored. It was just completely broken. But anyway, there it is. Thanks for watching, guys. Go shout out Max. Had a really good conversation with Max the other day, actually. And if you're not interested in WoW, guys, it was a fun conversation. We weren't just talking about WoW. We were talking about kind of MMOs, raiding. It was definitely a conversation about raiding and game design, right, and progression systems, right, and different types of MMO players. It's a fun conversation, right? So definitely go check that out. I'll probably upload it to YouTube as well. Yeah, but anyway, thanks for watching, guys. Hope you enjoyed the tournament today. Hope you guys enjoyed all of the gameplay. Follow all my social media, guys. Okay, buy Guild Wars 2 using my referral link. Follow all my social media. I already, you can tell I already did that one. Buy a Surfshark VPN. Buy all of the merch from the merch store. Say hi to Max. I'll see you tomorrow, maybe. If not tomorrow, then maybe on Tuesday. And it's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. Good night, my friends. Thanks for watching. Say hi to Max for me. Take it easy, and I will see you next time.